Sonia's short, intense relationship with Javier had ended quick, over after just a few months, and at first she thought she lost the love of her life. He'd shown her right on time, giving her a sense of security she didn't realize she still needed. He'd been so reliable and thoughtful, stepping up for Mildred, whose home had gone downhill after her son was snatched from her life by some monster. Then Javier provided Gloria with the comfort of knowing that Sonia was no longer out amongst the wolves, running around with the Ricos of the world. Somebody with his head on straight, and from a well-to-do political family who was promising to clean up the neighborhood that was scaring Gloria more every day. Sonia actually thought she found her knight in shining armor, despite Yanni's warning. She knew that Rico and Twin were some duds, but not her Javier. Months ago, Sonia just knew he had been sent to rescue her. But now she knew better. Yanni had been right the entire time. Javier left Sonia's heart in shambles, leaving her begging the God to heal her broken heart and get that boy out of her system. It wasn't even 24 hours later that Sonia received the answer to her prayers, because that very next day, Javier was back. But it turned out to be not for the reason Sonia expected. Not to reconcile and get back together. He had shown up to her block, deliver Rico like a bad omen. Sonia had gone from standing outside of Javier's car, excited to see him again, to being filled with white-hot rage. Javier bringing Rico to her place felt like a betrayal. And just like that, she could feel her broken heart hardening. Funny how a prayer can be answered, just not in the gift wrap you expect. That night was the first of many slaps of reality that helped Sonia get over her broken heart. The next one happened when she walked home from church the next day. Sonia pulled her shrug a little tighter over her shoulders, more out of sense of habit than any real chill. The sun was out, making a rare appearance on what was an unseasonably warm fall day. She was a block away from home when she saw the familiar face. She crossed the street quickly, her kitten heels tapping on the pavement as she made her way over to Ebony. Sonia smiled wide bubbled caution, greeting her old friend with a small wave, but no smile was returned. Ebony was staring Sonia down, or attitude as she stood there with her bright red hair and matching Echo jacket. "How you been?" Sonia asked softly.
"I've been all right."
Ebony's voice was harsh, and she looked like she was ready to step away. "I heard you went down to FAMU." Ebony nodded, looking over her shoulder. "I haven't seen you in so long."
"Look, I got somewhere to be."
Before Ebony could walk away, Sonia quickly came out and asked, "Why are you acting like this toward me? You've been ignoring me for years, and I haven't even done anything."
"Don't try to play innocent, Sonny. You know what you did.
"What did I do?"
You set me up. Had me meet where we're going, Javier. Told me you'd be there and then you just ditched me. After losing Yanni, my best friend, I felt so lucky to still have you. And then you did that to me. You set me up. Had me meet where we're going, Javier. Told me you'd be there and then you just ditched me."
Her voice cracked. "I didn't ditch you. I was ready to go, but Rico never came to get me. After y'all met, he told me that he didn't pick me up because he just wanted to get it over with." Ebony was looking over Sonia's face like she wanted it to be true, but couldn't let her guard down that easily. "Why would you ever think I would set you up? And what went down at Rico's house?"
He threatened me and threatened my family too. Told me if I didn't take some money to recant my statement, something might happen to us.
Sonia was in shock. "Heaven, I'm so sorry. I had no idea." Now Ebony did believe her. The same old Sonny, same old friend who never needed any convincing. "I wanted to be there. I planned on being there. And I tried to reach out to you afterwards, but you never answered." Then he transferred to another school.
I had to get out of there. I moved in with my cousins down in Harlem, trying to stay away from Rico and Javier.
Javier threatened you too? Sonia asked cautiously.
Nope. He just sat there quiet the whole time, while Rico did the threatener. Then Javier told me to take the money, and he drove me to the police station, telling me everything I should say.
Ebony cried, memory still fresh. As Ebony went on, Sonia's brain just switched, and suddenly she understood Yanni completely, because after hearing all that, Sonia's first reaction was doubt. There was no way that Javier had just sat by while Rico threatened a girl who had just been victimized. Javier was a protector. None of this sounded right. Ebony had to be mistaken. Confusion clouded Sonia's mind, but seeing the flood of tears drenching Ebony's red face cleared up any doubt. There were no misunderstandings. Then, as Sonia's eyes welled up, she wrapped her friend in a secure hug like she had done years ago. Later that night, Rico was posted up on Sonia's corner, dressed in urban camouflage. All black with his hood shadowing his face, fading him into the darkness. The only thing standing out about him was the red glow of his blunt each time he took a long drag. His eyes were glued to Sonia's front door. 20 minutes in the frigid October night felt like 20 hours, as the cold seeped into his clothes. Then the man finally reemerged onto her stoop. He looked somewhat familiar, but Rico couldn't place his face. He looked Italian, or maybe Middle Eastern, with wide eyes, dark hair, and olive-colored skin. The man was lingering on the stoop for a second, zipping up his jacket and flipping his phone open, pressing it to his ear. Finally, he stepped down the stoop, making his way up the block, with Rico following behind. Then Rico ducked behind the brick wall of an apartment building before rounding the corner to close in on them. But as Rico turned off of Charlotte Street, the man was gone, vanished in just a few seconds of Rico taking his eyes off him. He stared between parked cars and scanned the doorways of darkest storefronts as he stepped quickly up the block. But before he could make it too far, he was stopped in his tracks. The unmistakable feeling of a gun was pressed firmly against his back.
"What's up? Why are you following me?"
An unfamiliar voice asked, with cool calmness.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Rico grunted.
"I saw you the second I stepped in the house. You didn't move in that spot in the corner until I left. And a couple of seconds ago, it looked like you were searching for me between those parked cars."
Nate leaned to the side slightly, getting a look at Rico's face. Then to Rico's genuine surprise, the pressure on his spine eased up, and Nate steps in front of him. Rico watched as Nate slid the gun into the front pocket of his hoodie. His demeanor no longer as guarded, but his hand never left his gun either. Then Nate said, with a hint of surprise,
"He's Sonia's ex."
Rico nodded. Then after Nate noticed Rico's confused expression, he explained.
"You came by my office a couple years back. Had me close her father's case."
Rico finally got a good look at him under the orange glow of the streetlight.
The PR.
He nodded.
You working for Sonia again?
Nate gave him a short nod.
"On that case for your cousin, Lucky.
You file blue yet?
They caught him out in Vegas. He'll be back in the city next week."
The rest of the tension left Rico's shoulders as he processed the news, which was affecting him way more than he wished it had at that moment. Then he gave Nate a slow nod, saying,
I'm about to go.
Nate just watched him, his dark eyes following Rico as he made his way up the street. As Sonia sat in class the next day, she realized the shift in her emotions over just a few days. There was a strange calm inside her now. For the first time in what felt like forever, her desperate need for Javier was just gone. She found herself whispering a quiet thank you to God, feeling noticeably lighter, the chains no longer tight around her heart. She couldn't believe that she'd been willing to throw away her Ivy League education and even her family to run off on him. Someone who went along with a plot to threaten her friend's life just so a predator could go free. Sonia was so grateful that the heartache was gone, but now it was replaced by a different kind of pain clawing at her insides. Regret that had her sick to her stomach, forever being involved with Javier Rico. The truth was, she hadn't really known either of them. But both times, she'd been so sure that each of them was the one. And come to find out, it was just her heart playing tricks on her. After Sonia had finished speaking to Ebony the day before, she immediately called Javier. Not to plead with him, teary-eyed with a cracking voice like before, she strictly wanted answers. But his line never rang. Didn't even go straight to voicemail. All Sonia got was that cold robotic recording, the one announcing that the number was no longer in service. Javier had been that pressed to cut her out of his life, he actually had his number changed. She figured he'd probably done it after that wild scene at the brownstone months ago, when Sonia had shown up like some little psychopath. She cringed, the shame still fresh. Then she pushed those thoughts from her mind and refocused on the lecture. She straightened up in her hardwood chair, forcing her gaze forward, zooming in on her professor's animated gestures. He was discussing Roman crucifixions, his face alive with energy, as his voice rose and fell with the dramatic cadence of a street preacher. Sonia's eyes locked onto his passionate performance, trying to latch onto his words instead of her own messy memories. Her professor usually lectured from behind his wooden podium, but today he was pacing slowly, and his voice, usually rich with an academic nuance, now carried a sharpness that had hushed the hundreds of students filling the tiered seats. He asked the question, did Jesus die on the cross? His dark eyes moving over the sea of young faces, most of them frowning in confusion.
Did Jesus die on the cross? The scholars who study his life, regardless of whether they're atheist, Buddhist, agnostic, Hindu, Christian, it doesn't matter. They all conclude that Jesus died on the cross.
The professor's voice sliced through the silence. Then the professor's gaze hardened, and with a focused intensity, he said,
So we have excellent reason to believe Jesus died on the cross because all the records point to that. Plus, if you study the historical process of crucifixion, nobody ever, in the entire history of the Roman process of crucifixion, no one ever survived a full Roman crucifixion. And why?
He paused, letting the question hang heavy in the air. Then he continued.
Well, first there's a flogging process. And this flogging isn't light. It's not like caning. The flogging process went with a Roman flagrum. Now, if you understand what a flagrum is, it's a whip that has 6 leather cords that come off of it. And each of those leather cords has leather balls at the end with shards of bone and metal dumbbells. As a person would be whipped, this whip was designed to cause extreme vasodilation on the skin. You have those metal dumbbells there for that reason, to bring pain receptors to the surface. And those shards of bones would latch into the skin and rip it off. So you would bleed more blood than you otherwise would.
A couple of students winced while Sonia shed tears.
That's how this whip was designed. Oh, this whole process of crucifixion was designed to be as painful, as torturous as possible. This was reserved for the most treacherous criminals, not a common criminal, the worst criminal. It was also said that arteries and veins were laid bare during the process of flogging, that people's intestines often fell out because their abdominal wall was ripped open.
His eyes scanned their now visibly uncomfortable faces.
This process of flogging would often leave someone devoid of skin. Their skin would be falling off in ribbons. As they're carrying the cross, they're not carrying it with a loincloth on, with skin on their body. No, their skin's hanging off in tatters, and they're naked, made to parade through a group of people. And once they're finally nailed on the cross, they're nailed through the interosseous space here between the radius and the ulna. Then you're nailed through your feet. A 7-inch nail goes through both your feet. Why? Because if someone were just to hang on the cross, they would have no way to breathe out. As they sink back down, they breathe in and they'd have to push to breathe out. It's to prolong the torture. It's to prolong the death. And when they finally wanted to kill you, they'd break your knees so that you couldn't push up anymore. And you'd asphyxiate and die.
Hearing the final gory details and the brutality of it all made Sonia ill. She swallowed hard, quickly drying her tears, as the professor announced that they would discuss the evidence for Jesus rising from the dead during the next class. Then the students exhaled a relief as the tension began to fade. That lesson followed Sonia out of the lecture hall. The brutal details of the crucifixion made Jesus' sacrifice even the more real for her, and made her own petty romantic drama feel small in comparison. The conversation she previously needed from Javier now felt irrelevant, replaced by a strong clarity. She didn't need any explanations, and was just fine with staying away from him and Rico altogether. But then she remembered that incident with Nate the other day, and she found herself skipping her last class to get to work early, catching Javier before he pulled his usual disappearing act. He was already slipping into his jacket when Sonia stepped into his office. He looked at her with a frustrated expression, not even bothering to say hello. I tried calling you, but it wouldn't go through. When'd you have your number changed?
A couple months ago.
He didn't look her way, just zipped his jacket. She shrugged, then made a point to say, I wouldn't know because I haven't called or texted this entire time. He finally looked over at her, an impatient expression on his face.
What's up, Sonny?
I need Rico's phone number. Javier paused, studying the new strange coldness in her eyes.
What you need his number for?
The question came out sharp, like he still somehow had the right to know her business. He's been hanging around my house like some kind of stalker, and followed the PI after he left my place. I need to tell Rico to stay away.
I'll talk to him.
His voice was flat, already dismissing her as he turned away, moving toward the door. I'm not asking you to speak to Rico. I want to talk to him myself.
I think it's best you stay away. The less contact with him, the better.
How you just give me his number? She huffed. I need to speak to him myself. Make it clear to him that there's nobody else and he can stop searching for some man that doesn't exist.
Why didn't you tell him you was with him in the first place?
I didn't tell him that. I told him I moved on. Then he asked if I was in love, and I told him that I was.
Sonny, why would you tell him that?
Because it's true. Then she corrected herself, staring him up and down. It was true. Javier stared at her, his expression just as flat as ever. Look, either you give me his number so I can talk to him, or I'm going to the cops to let them know he snuck back into the country.
Are you crazy? Don't call the cops.
He shot back with a sternness that shook her. I promise, if I catch him lurking around my house again, I'm gonna call. And why you care anyway? Didn't you and your uncle get Rico deported in the first place?
We did that as a favor to get him out of MCC and keep him from doing any real time. We wasn't trying to get him kicked out of the country just because.
I'm not trying to get him kicked out of the country just because either. I'm doing this to keep myself safe. Javier was still silent, the muscles working in his jaw, and looking like he'd rather be anywhere but in that cramped office with her. Sonia continued, Look, I'm not comfortable having him lingering around the city, acting like he can't take no for an answer. You saw how crazy he got the other night.
I spoke to him about it, and it won't happen again.
Why'd you bring him over to my house anyway?
Because after he told me he was going to see you, and I couldn't stop him, I figured I would go too, just in case he caused some problems.
Sonia rolled her eyes, but her attitude was beginning to settle down a little. Okay, if you don't want to give me his number, then just set up a meet. It can be somewhere in public, and you can come again just to make sure nothing goes down. But I need to talk to him, clear everything up, and tell him to leave me alone. Then, after Sonia got a reluctant yes from Javier, she left quickly to his surprise. No lingering gazes, not even a thank you. She just walked out, leaving him alone to wonder about the shift he had just witnessed. A sense of uneasiness settling in him as he realized that the Sonia he thought he knew had vanished, replaced by somebody new. A week later, true to Javier's reluctant word, the meeting was on. Sonia sat stiffly on one of those green, splintery park benches. A proper autumn chill had settled over the city. But Crotona Park wasn't empty, though. Families were gathered around smoking grills, sending the scent of barbecue drifting into the breeze. A group of older men slapped dominoes on a folding table nearby, their voices loud with laughter as they spoke over a tiny blasting radio. Rico arrived a few moments after Sonia, sitting close beside her and radiating his usual confident energy that she refused to acknowledge. Again, Javier was just a shadow over in his parked car a few feet away, staring at the pier like a watchdog, making the meet feel like some kind of supervised visitation. My PI said you followed him the other night, she said, getting straight to the point.
I ain't following nobody. We just ran into each other.
He said you were out watching my house. Rico, why are you being so crazy?
Sonny, I was just in the neighborhood and ran into him. He's the one who bugged out and put a gun on me.
What are you talking about? She asked in disbelief.
Yeah, overreacting and whatnot.
He shook his head.
He told me he'd go get it blue. Said he'd be back in the city this week.
He died back yesterday.
That's good. I'm still so mad I wasn't here when it all went down with him, Lucky. And then when he shot up your office. Javier told me how scared you was that day. I tried reaching out to you after it all went down, but I never could get in touch.
Look, I'm just here to talk to you about the stalker. That's it. I'm not trying to rehash the past. Rico shifted, turning to Sonia, and his voice became softer, laced with a regret that felt surprisingly real.
I'm sorry about the other night. I just wanted a chance to explain myself, but I shouldn't have grabbed you like that. No, I didn't mean to get that rough with you, but you wasn't trying to hear me.
Rico, I'm not here to talk about any of that. I just wanted to clear up some things. I'm not with anybody right now. So if you're lingering around trying to find out who the new guy is, there is none.
You say that, but you wasn't lying the other night when you told me you was in love. I could tell.
I was talking about my ex. I'm not with anybody right now, but I still don't want to get back with you, she said clearly, staring over at him.
Okay, you cleared that all up. Now give me a chance to explain. Sonny, the whole time we were apart, all I did was work on getting back to you. I never cheated when I was down there, despite what you think. I wasn't answering your calls some nights because I was working.
She caught her eyes and let out a disinterested sigh. Rico, like I said, none of that matters anymore. But don't act like I imagined everything, because I know something changed with you. You didn't even want to talk to me when we would speak on the phone. You can keep denying it if it makes you feel better, but I know. He held deeply, then admitted.
Something did change. Javier brought me some news, and it messed me all up.
He paused, and Sonia looked over at him.
He told me that Twin was the reason I got arrested. Twin snitched and talked to the feds.
But why would getting news that Twin was a snitch have you treating me different?
Twin blamed you for getting them arrested, saying that if you never shared that video with Ebony, he wouldn't have to snitch in the first place. He blamed you, and then part of me started to blame you too.
Are you for real?
I'm just telling you the truth. It wasn't nothing that I couldn't look past though. I just needed some time to get over it. But I shouldn't have kept you at an arm's length. That was wrong.
He stared at her with intensity. So that's why you were fine with strapping those drugs onto me. 'Cause you blamed me and was still mad, she said like she was having a revelation.
That's not true. I was over it by then.
You sure you wasn't just trying to get me back for sharing that video? She shot him an accusing look.
You can't be for real.
The hurt in his voice was clear. I am. You knew I didn't want to do it and made me go through with it anyway, talking about some lady in customs.
Sonny, I swear I paid that lady and everything would have been good.
He said like he was pleading with her to believe him. She shook her head and was shifting in her seat like she was ready to leave, but Rico spoke quickly.
Sonny, you can't forget about all the times we shared. Everything that we've been through. You can't just throw everything away like it didn't matter. Like we didn't plan on having a life together.
Suddenly, Rico's words had Sonia flashing back to the night she spent pleading with Javier. The pain she felt as he just sat there being cold toward her. That's when she realized she couldn't sit there and do the same to Rico. After all, he had forgiven her for ditching the drugs and had even worked so hard to return to New York. So, she let that iciness thaw from her tone, removing the attitude but continuing to keep her guard up. So the whole time you've been down in Colombia, you been all by yourself? She asked with a kind thoughtfulness. Rico noticed the shift in her tone, and his eyes lit up with hope.
Not the whole time. I got with a couple of girls after you left me, but nothing serious. Because I didn't want nobody but you.
Then he placed his hand onto the back of hers.
But I'm completely single now. We can try this again. It gotta mean something that I worked so hard to get back. I'll sacrifice my life in paradise to come back to this cold, dirty city just to be with you.
He smiled, that old familiar charming smile that used to make her melt. And Sonia, against her better judgment, felt her guard lowering just a little. A tiny smile formed to her lips, and Rico got a glimpse of his old Sonny peeking through. Meanwhile, in the car, Javier watched the scene in disbelief. His sole reason for being there, play a chauffeur, was just to act as referee. Make sure Rico didn't lose his mind and flip out again. But the script had flipped on him. Now they were the cozy couple on the bench, Sonia's earlier ice melting into something warm and soft, with Rico's hand resting on hers. Sonia was actually smiling a little as Rico leaned in, all smooth and charming, like the old days when Javier was on the outside looking in with envy. Javier's muscles were jumping in his clenched jaw. This wasn't how it was supposed to go down. He looked away from the couple, tired of watching the bizarre reunion. About 10 minutes later, the passenger door opened and Rico dropped heavily into the seat. Javier quickly scanned the edges of the park for Sonia as he asked in a careful, casual tone.
Everything good?
Rico mumbled a yeah as Javier pulled away from the curb and finally caught a glimpse of Sonia, who was already halfway up the street. Then, in as casual of a tone as Javier could muster up, he asked Rico if the two had worked everything out. That's when Rico explained that there was nothing to work out. He informed Javier that Sonia seems to have lost her mind. She started talking about the two having no possible future because they were on some different paths, talking a bunch of Jesus nonsense and had an insane look in her eyes while she spoke. Told Rico that he needed to turn to Jesus before it was too late. That she tried to warn Lucky, but she didn't listen, and if Rico waited too long, it might be too late for him too. Rico shook his head as he recalled the conversation.
She ain't the same. Felt like I was talking to some brainwashed stranger, a member of a cult. She just started staring off into space, talking about loving Jesus as him being first in her life now. It was sad, actually.
Rico blew out a frustrated breath. Things were so much easier when the competition was some actual other man, somebody Rico could see and do something about. As they drove to Dria's house, Javier was full of concern. Back when he was with Sonia, Javier would be slightly worried too when she go on her little rants about Jesus. But this new report from Rico sounded like she had gone full-blown crazy. He hoped their breakup hadn't been the thing that finally cracked her, sending her all the way into that fantasy land she seemed to be building around this imaginary god. Later that afternoon, Sonia was at Tony's. Saturdays out in Queens had become the regular. Usually, she'd be there with them in the afternoon investigating, then making sure they got into the functions on Saturday nights. But with no fundraisers, auctions, or banquets planned for the evening, Sonia didn't rush her work. Instead, she stood in the kitchen with Teresa, discussing making marinara sauce from scratch. Teresa looked at Sonia suspiciously.
Who taught you how to make it?
I sort of taught myself. Just followed the directions in the cookbooks. But I couldn't find a recipe for that pasta con starter. She laughed.
I told you you were going to love it. I'll teach you how to make it.
She smiled, giving her a nod, as Tony called into the kitchen.
Teresa, stop talking Sonia's ear off. She's not over here to help you cook. We need to get some work done.
Then Teresa followed Sonia into the dining room, hand on her hip asking,
What work? All you guys do is go out to fancy bars nowadays.
She remarked, then looked over at Sonia.
Tony told me that I couldn't go to those fancy parties, but I think you can get me in, right?
Yeah, I could put you on a list. Sonia smiled.
Pete, I'm going to be working at those events. You'll want to talk and dance, which I won't have time for.
Please, I can have a good time without you, Anthony. Do your little investigating, and I'll enjoy the party.
Then Teresa picked up a framed photo and pushed it towards Sonia, saying,
I'm a real good dancer. We used to go to the discos back in the day. That's how I met Anthony.
Sonia looked down at the photo. Anthony was dressed in a bell-bottom suit, shirt unbuttoned showing off his hairy chest and gold chains, and Teresa was wearing a slinky dress with long, dark hair.
He used to be cute, right?
Teresa smiled.
Hey, used to be cute?
Tony asked, pretended to be hurt. Teresa walked over to him, playfully pinching his wrinkled cheeks. Sonia smiled like she always did when she watched the couple go back and forth, seeing the genuine love between them, a comfortable, familiar kind of love that reminded her of her parents when she was growing up. Then she turned her eyes to her laptop, clicking through photos on MySpace, looking at a bunch of club pictures and photos from parties. Tony looked under the dining room table, then at Sonia's computer asking,
How are you on the internet without wires?
Sonia pointed out a small device the size of a pack of gum sticking out the side of her computer. I got an internet stick.
Internet stick.
Tony repeated, looking the strange thing over. Then Nate stepped behind Sonia, staring at her laptop.
Yo, I thought you came to help. You over here on MySpace.
Nate, this is work. I'm trying to compile some sort of list of the people I see at these parties. I recognize so many famous people. Nate leaned closer to the laptop, then asked Sonia to save the pictures so he could have them printed and added to the already cluttered board. Looking at those photos, you would never know that there was a downside to Brianna's life of glamour. She was smiling in every photo and looked so perfect, but from what Nate told Sonia, it was a lot of pain behind those parties. As Sonia clicked through the images, she saw one familiar face after another and began to realize that a lot of those famous people she actually seen up close and personal at Isha's party months ago. Then after Sonia went through Brianna's photos, she clicked through the pictures of her top 5 friends, where Sonia actually saw photos from the party she'd attended at Isha's place. Her gut tightened slightly, and a sick feeling came over her as she clicked through photos that showed the girls, first at Isha's party, then later at a party Rachel had gone to with Petty Dean. Sonia and Nate left the house around 6 o'clock, but during that time of year, the sun was disappearing earlier and earlier, and the day had already turned into night. Nate's eyes were scanning the street, like he half expected Rico to be lurking somewhere in the shadows. Where's the car? Sonia asked. Or do you want to catch a cab?
We can catch a train to my place, and I can drive you home from there.
You got a car? She asked with surprise.
Yeah, I don't drive it too much. but it'd be safer that way, instead of us being sitting ducks in the backseat of a cab.
Nate, I told you, there's nothing to worry about with my ex anymore. I spoke to him.
When somebody is crazy enough to stalk you, you can't underestimate them. Don't let your guard down.
He said sternly. She sighed dismissively, but glanced across the street, scanning the block as they walked. Were you scared the other night when you realized he was following you?
Nah, it wasn't the first time I done followed, and it won't be the last.
He shrugged, looking over at Sonia. You got a gun? He nodded.
In this line of work, you gotta stay ready. I got some stuff in my house I want to give you. Some tasers, pepper spray. You need to be holding something.
She nodded as they climbed the steps to the L. On their short train ride, Nate went over a bunch of different ways to shake somebody when being followed, telling her to stay near the subway doors so she could hop off the train last minute, then back on if she needed to, explaining with great seriousness that in their line of business, getting somebody off your trail sometimes was a matter of life or death. Sonia nodded, taking mental notes as they emerged from the train station onto a quiet block. There, Nate seemed more at ease, confident that there were no ex-boyfriends to look out for. Sonia put her coat tight as a gust of icy wind cut through her clothes. Then she asked, "When are we moving into the new office? I thought you signed at least a month ago."
You tired of eating Teresa's cooking?
No, I'm just wondering.
I've been making sure they moved everything in. The furniture, new equipment. It'll only be a few more weeks. But trust me, I'm trying to get everything in order as soon as possible. Maybe then we can get stuff done and you won't spend half the night talking to Teresa.
He joked dryly. After a short walk, Nate led the way to a building, all glass and steel, with a suited man pulling the door open as they approached. Inside, the lobby reminded Sonia of those glamorous hotels that hosted Louise's fundraisers, gleaming gold chandeliers hanging from the high ceilings, looking sleek and modern. There were plush couches in the center of the wide space, and a huge wooden desk off to the left, where another suited man stood. He nodded at Nate with kind eyes, watching as Nate and Sonia walked over to an elevator. Nate's place was on the top floor, way up, where queens kissed the sky. And through the walls of glass surrounding his living room, Sonia could see the Atlantic Ocean spread out beneath the cold night sky. Inside, though, it was all warmth. A sleek modern space with low lights and dark decor that felt more glamorous than gloomy. But for all of that shine, there was a deep coziness to it all, like you could actually kick your shoes off and just belong. As Sonia stood there, staring all around in awe, Nate excused himself, telling her that he'd be right back. Once alone, Sonia could hear the voices of women and the sound of dishes clattering like they were cooking or cleaning in a nearby kitchen.
"Nate, you home?"
A woman's voice called out. Then the lady appeared, sharp and stylish, dressed all in black. Sonia's eyes moved over her familiar face. Then she smiled with shock. "Professor Qureshi?"
"Sonia, boy."
She returned the smile. "Nate went somewhere up the hall," Sonia announced.
"How do you know Nate?"
"We work together." The professor nodded, stepping further into the living room. Then, still smiling, Sonia asked, "Is Nate your son?" Professor Qureshi laughed, then frowned dramatically.
"Please don't tell me I look old enough to have a 24-year-old son."
"Sorry, but two you just look alike, so I assumed." Sonia smiled apologetically.
"Nate's my little brother."
Just then, an older woman, graceful with big eyes like Nate and his sisters, stepped in, trying her hands on a dishcloth.
"This is our mother."
Professor Qureshi announced, then told the older woman all about Sonia thinking she was Nate's mother, making her mom laugh too. Then Professor Qureshi gestured toward her mother, introducing her.
"Sonia, this is our mother, Miriam Saliva. And Mom, this is Sonia Boyd. She works with Nate, and she was in my class last semester."
Mrs. Saliba offered a soft, genuine smile.
Welcome to our home, Sonia.
Her gentle voice carried a thick accent that Sonia couldn't place. "Thank you, and it's so nice to meet you. Your home is beautiful."
Thanks.
Mrs. Saliba said with a slight nod.
Nate has good taste, sometimes.
She chuckled with a small teasing smile that made her daughter laugh and just confused Sonia. Then, after cracking her little inside joke, Mrs. Saliba excused herself and headed back into the kitchen. When Nate finally returned, he was holding a few cans of pepper spray and 2 tasers. His sister turned to him with a spark in her eyes.
Nate, this is the girl I was telling you about. The one that was being bothered by those spirits.
He looked over at Sonia with surprise mixed with confusion and remarked,
Small world.
Then his sister turned from him and said to Sonia,
I tell him about how you told me off last semester in class.
I wasn't telling you off. I was just frustrated because you were making it seem like I wasn't telling the truth and that demons weren't real.
I wasn't doubting you back in class. I was challenging you. Most of my students don't get challenged on their beliefs. They have no idea how to defend what they believe, or they just don't care enough to even try. That's why I'm constantly trying to challenge my students to seriously think about what they believe.
She pushed out a sharp sigh, then her voice lowered a little.
Back in Syria, people take religion very seriously. Our father literally gave up his life because he was a follower of Christ. But here,
Her voice held a note of disappointment.
so many people just wear their religion like it's a label. They don't take it serious enough to defend it or even learn about it.
Sonia glanced over at Nate, who gave his sister words a subtle nod, like he was in full agreement. Then Professor Qureshi's eyes softened as she stared at Sonia.
You were so passionate, though. I rarely had students who stands up for what they believe in like you did. You were so quiet in class. But when we started talking about the mythical origins of demons, you came alive. And whenever we were discussing Jesus, you were on fire. That's why I had to tell my family about you. I was so excited to see a student who cared. I was disappointed to see you weren't in my class this year.
I planned on taking it, Sonia said quickly. I thought I was signing up for your class because it was a religious studies course and the professor's last name was Qureshi, but it turned out to be a man.
You gotta pay attention to those initials. I'm N. Qureshi, Nahira. You signed up for A. Qureshi. That's my husband. How were you liking his class?
It's really good. He was teaching about Roman crucifixions the other day, and I cried. Nahiri nodded.
He does get really graphic with it.
I had no idea it was that brutal. Sonia's voice softened, the memory still affecting her. In church, we just talk about Jesus being nailed to the cross. Sometimes they mention that people hit him, spit on him, pulled out the hairs from his beard. But all that other stuff, her voice trailed off, and for a second, she looked like she was about to cry all over again. After another 30 minutes of chatting, and a short introduction to their little sister Nisha, Nate finally managed to tear Sonia away from Nahira, who was still enthusiastically talking her ear off. Warm goodbyes were exchanged. Then, with a sense of their easy hospitality lingering, Sonia followed Nate onto the quiet elevator, and after a swift ascent, the doors opened to the wide expanse of the underground garage. Nate led the way past rows of gleaming cars until he stopped beside one that made Sonia pause. It was a beautiful brown Bentley, and under the garage's low lights, its flawless paint job looked glossy and immaculate, like it had never been touched by a drop of rain or speck of dust. With a soft click of the remote, he unlocked it, then opened the passenger door for her, his silent, gentlemanly gesture catching Sonia by surprise. As she slid inside, the rich scent of aged leather enveloped her. Then Nate closed the heavy door, with a solid, expensive thud, shutting out the garage's chill. As he pulled off, Sonia sank deep into the cognac-colored seat, the leather unbelievably soft beneath her, cradling her, and feeling more comfortable than the coziest couch she'd ever sat on. His car felt like another world, just like the condo. As Nate drove Sonia from his luxury high-rise by the ocean and his big-shot Bentley, she wondered not for the first time that night how he could afford the car and the insane place back in Queens. He claimed that work at the firm that summer had been good, but she knew it couldn't have been a Bentley and luxury condo good. Sonia had been learning lately not to ask people too many prying questions about their finances. When they wanted you to know, they shared. And when they were vague or silent about it, like Nate was being, that usually meant the topic was off the table. He wasn't the type to just chat you up and reveal anything about himself. Nate was all business, always serious, always focused. This car is so nice, Sonia started, unable to help herself from crying.
Thanks.
Did you just give it?
No, I bought this almost 5 years ago.
Sonia was even more confused now. Nate bought a Bentley when he was 19? It seemed like the more she learned about him, the more of a mystery he became. But before she could pry any more into Nate's finances, he was giving her instructions on how to stay safe and watch her back, explaining that she should put one can of pepper spray in her purse, one in her jacket pocket, and attach the third to her keychain. Opt for the pepper spray instead of the taser if she could, because if she was close enough to her attacker to use the taser, it could already be too late. Nate, I spoke to my ex, and I'm telling you, he seemed to understand that it's over, that he needs to move on.
But still, be careful.
He said with a genuine plea. I will, but honestly, you seem more worried about all this than I am.
I think you need to start worrying a little bit more.
He said sternly.
You move like you didn't get shot a few years ago, and the shooter is still free. Now you got a crazy ex stalking your house, and you acting all nonchalant about it.
She shrugged, sinking back into the plushes of her seat. I guess I'm just tired of living in fear, you know?
You just seem a lot different than when you came to my office.
That's because now I'm letting go of the fear, and I'm putting everything in God's hands. She smiled, and silence fell between them again. Then she started to laugh. I still think it's so crazy that Professor Qureshi is your sister. She was my favorite instructor.
And it sounds like you were her favorite student.
He looked over at her again, quickly this time, then back at the road.
What was all that y'all was talking about? Demons and spirits.
Sonia took a deep breath. Rico was heavy into Santeria, and I started going to his bruja, you know, a witch. She started getting me to do all these little rituals. Then things just started going crazy around me. Weird noises and shadowy people in my house. Plus, a bunch of other stuff.
So that explains your haunted house.
Sonia laughed, completely forgetting that Nate had been around to experience the strangeness a couple years ago. You remember that?
How could I not? It was like somebody was right there in the room with us that night. They still bothering you?
Nate looked over at Sonia, who had the biggest smile he'd ever seen from her. Then she replied, not at all. Sonia sat alone at another stiff banquet, poking at cold pasta and plotting her escape. Then as she glanced up from her plate, her eyes met with Javier's. Even though she had caught him mid-stare, he didn't do that quick look-away thing that most people do. No. His eyes lingered for a while, before he slowly turned his attention back to the money men standing around him. After Sonia dragged her gaze away, she scanned the ballroom for Nate or Tony, instead noticing the familiar ball of energy that was Jasmine, cutting through the crowd and quickly heading toward the door. Then Sonia called out to Jasmine, waving her over. You leaving already?
Yeah, I'm going to a party at Isha's place.
I'll come too. Jasmine raised an eyebrow.
You sure you want to hang out with Rachel and Ish?
Sonia gave her a cool shrug. I'm past everything that happened last semester. Let's go out and see some stars. Sonia plastered a fake smile on her face. Surprised, Jasmine gave her a nod, then told Sonia she'd get that stuff from the coat check. Sonia's eyes drifted back toward the spot where she last seen Javier, but he and the businessman were gone. She scanned the room again, then Nate sat down at her table. Hey, Sonia said, managing to smile a little, but Nate's expression remained serious as he gave her a quick nod. Did you find anything? As soon as he started to answer, Javier stepped over, interrupting them and asking Sonia if he could speak to her alone. She nodded, then gave Nate a quick sorry before leaving out. Outside, Sonia and Javier stood on a nippy sidewalk as the city moved all around them in a blur. This since Javier was still completely silent, Sonia started the conversation. In a tone that was casual, yet dry, she sounded like a stranger to Javier. I haven't seen you at one of these things in a while.
Yeah, I've been staying away, trying to give you some space.
He stared into her eyes.
I only came here tonight to speak to you. Make sure you was all right. I figured it would be fine, since you told Rico you were over your ex.
I meant what I said. I'm over the both of you. The sincerity in her voice stung Javier. And I realize now that I shouldn't have been dealing with either one of you in the first place. So yeah, you don't have to skip these galas or leave work early to avoid me. I won't be popping up over your house like a crazy person anymore. All that is over. She laughed a little as she said the last part.
I wasn't worried about that.
He assured her, eyes connected with hers again.
I am worried about you, though. Rico said you seemed off. You sure you okay?
She nodded. I haven't felt this good in a real long time. He studied that strange little smile of hers.
So you feel like this because of Jesus. You was always talking about him before, so what's different now?
I think I wasn't as serious about my religion as I should have been. If I was, me and you never would have been a thing.
You said that already.
Sorry. I'm not saying it to be mean, but it's the truth. I would have avoided so much pain and heartache if I hadn't gotten with you. In Javier, I was in so much pain. She said with sincerity. Then her lips spread into a wide smile. But I prayed, and God heard me. I asked him to heal my broken heart, and he did. Javier stared at her with pity, seeing what Rico meant. Sonia's eyes were tearing up, and she was smiling like a crazy person. Javier was still thrown off. She gone from staring into his car cheesing and about to blow up his spot just 1 week ago to this. The change in her just seemed so sudden and so drastic. He wasn't buying Sonia's explanation for her new cool demeanor. To get it serious about Jesus had her acting this differently after just 1 week. Then, Javier just came out and asked her.
Is your PI investigating me and my uncle?
What? What are you talking about?
Why is he here at the gala? What is he looking into?
He could see her genuine confusion. Then it looked like a light bulb went off in her head. Wait, are you talking about the drugs?
What drugs?
Now Javier was the confused one. You twin and Rico had that cash in the basement from drugs, I'm assuming. Rico said it wasn't drugs, but we know he's a lawyer.
It wasn't drugs.
Sonia shook her head as Javier remained silent. Then she sighed and said, No, Javier. Nate isn't looking into whatever shady little side business your uncle's got going on. He's looking for somebody.
Somebody like who?
Why do you care? It's got nothing to do with you. Is that why you asked me to come out here? Because you wanted to ask me about the PI?
No, I told you I was worried about you and just wanted to make sure you was okay.
Well, I'm okay. So if that's all you wanted to talk about. Javier gave her a nod, then turned to head back in, only for Sonia to start up again. I ran into Ep the other day.
How was she?
He asked in a casual tone that annoyed Sonia. Not good, she snapped. Javier, I talked to you about Ebony ignored me after she met up with you and Rico. Told you how I couldn't understand why she would be so upset after all y'all did was apologize. And you never once told me the truth about what went down.
It's not like we forced her to take the money.
Y'all threatened her and her family.
I didn't threaten her.
Right, my bad. She said Rico did the threatening, and you just sat there while he did it. Javier didn't flinch, just let out a short, almost annoyed sigh.
What's done is done. Rico said what he thought he had to say. And don't act like Ebony is innocent in all this. She made a choice when she got sloppy drunk at that party and started all of this. People make choices. Things happen. Just like she made the choice to take the money, she got paid, and we all moved on.
Sonia felt like a knife was twisting in her gut, hearing his cold tone as he blamed Ebony for the whole thing. Her eyes moved over his hard face, and the anger finally left her voice, now filled with a clear sadness as she spoke. When Ebony told me Rico threatened her, I believed her without a second thought because I know Rico, and I wouldn't put it past him. But when she told me the part you played, I just knew that she had to be mistaken. I never thought you would just stand by and let something like that go down. I thought you were so much better than that, but you're not even denying it.
I was never going to let Rico do anything to Ebony.
But she didn't know that. You and Rico traumatized her all over again. You drove her to the precinct and told her what to say to let her rapist go free. I really thought I knew you, but now I know just how much I don't. Just then, Jasmine, who had been hovering by the hotel entrance like a guardian angel, waiting for them to wrap things up, decided to step over and rescue Sonia from what looked like a tense conversation. She glided over, handed Sonia her jacket. Then she greeted Javier with a weak smile.
Hey, Javier. Me and Sonny are going to another party at that music producer's house. You should come. It could be like old times, minus the vomit.
She shot Sonia a hopeful glance, but Javier just gave her a quick and final no. They went inside the hotel, leaving Sonia out on the chilly curb. Back in the ballroom, Nate watched Javier return without Sonia. After he called, she picked up on the second ring, apologizing immediately. Sorry, Nate. I completely forgot you wanted to talk. What's up?
We should really talk in person.
Well, I'm on my way to a party in Brooklyn. Can you meet me there?
Yeah, send the address.
When Sonia and Jasmine arrived at Ish's loft, it was empty, or close to it. There were only a handful of people in the living room, deep in discussion, and it looked like the party had died before it even got started. The second that Ish spotted Sonia, his face lit up, and he was making his way over to the girls, who were still standing by the front door.
Sonny, long time no see.
I know, right? His gaze lingered on hers, then before she knew it, Jasmine was stepping away, tapping on her phone.
So where you been? You disappeared from campus last semester and will leave class so fast, I never got a chance to speak to you.
I was busy, with work mostly. As he nodded and stared into Sonia's eyes, she quickly became annoyed by his not-so-subtle flirting. Then Sonia glanced over Ish's shoulder into the gigantic living room area, asking, "Where's Rachel?"
Up to her room.
Sonia thought Ish's statement was weird. Her room. Jasmine told Sonia months ago that Rachel and Ish were married. Rachel said that was the only way he would let her move into his place. They had to do things the right way. Married people with separate rooms. It all seemed strange to Sonia. Across the room, Jasmine, who had been glued to her phone the entire time, finally looked up. When she did, she noticed Sonia looking like she was in distress again. She tossed her phone into her purse, then plastered a wide smile on her face, strolling over to Sonia.
Sonny, Rachel just texted me. She wants company upstairs.
Sonia stepped away from Ish, who seemed like he still had something to say, but the girls were already headed for the massive staircase. As they climbed the marble stairs, Sonia asked with a sigh, "Jasmine, what kind of party is this?"
Girl, I know. I thought this one's gonna be like the last one too. Rachel just said Ish was having a party and asked me to come by.
After they hit the top step, the hallway stretched out long and quiet. Up there, the walls weren't exposed brick like the rest of the loft. These walls were covered in some cream-colored paper, with shimmering Arabic characters stitched in gold thread. Sonia counted almost 10 doors that they passed before reaching the last one at the end of the hall. Jasmine tapped, then Rachel called for them to come in. She was sitting in the middle of a queen-size bed, back to the girls and shoulders slumped, not bothering to turn around after the door creaked open.
Rach, I hope you don't mind. I brought Sonny along with me.
Rachel finally looked back, offering the girls a weak smile.
No, I don't mind. Hey.
Sonia smiled too, as she followed Rachel over to a set of velvet sofas beside the bed.
I'm sorry for inviting you over and I'm not even down at the party myself.
Rachel sighed.
It's fun. It's not much of a party anyway. Just a few people in the living room talking. But why don't you want to go downstairs?
Ish said I can't go down without wearing that.
She nodded toward a black hijab, sitting on the white vanity.
I figured I wouldn't have to wear it because there was only a few people down there. And when we first got together, Ish said it was my choice to wear it or not.
Then Rachel's voice got low and her face frowned up.
I really don't think he cares if I wear it. I just think Nicole is in his ear. She's always trying to start something. When we were getting the snacks ready for the party earlier, she asked if I was gonna cover, and I told her that I wasn't. A few minutes later, Ish came over to me saying he thinks I should sit the party out if I don't want to wear my hijab.
Jasmine shook her head with pity, and Sonia listened with attentiveness as Rachel went on.
Whenever we have some kind of gathering, she's always trying to push me out. I know she just misses being the only wife and doesn't want me around for these type of things. On a rare occasion I do get to show up, people seem like they forgot I even exist.
Why don't you just cover and go down there? Don't let her just push you out.
Jasmine suggested.
Even when I go to the party, she spends the whole night trying to boss me around like I'm the help. Or she'll glare at me until I get out of the way.
You tell Ish about this?
Yeah, but she's so sneaky about it sometimes, and he's so gullible when it comes to her. He thinks she's some kind of angel or something, and I'm the problem because I'm always complaining. So I just started keeping it to myself.
Then Rachel revealed something that apparently she'd been keeping even from Jasmine.
She's got this grudge because Ish just popped up with me here at the house one day, marrying me without even discussing it with her.
Wait, what? Is he allowed to just hide wives from each other and not get permission from the others?
And that's what he told me.
Nope, this all sounds crazy.
Jasmine said, standing up from the couch heated and shaking her head. Then Jasmine looked over at Sonia and asked,
Is it true what Ish said about him being able to marry whoever and not having to tell his wife first?
Sonia nodded. Yeah, it's true. Husbands don't need to discuss adding other wives, and they can keep the other marriages a secret the entire time if they want. Some people suggest talking to wives first to avoid the drama, but yeah, the men don't have to. Rachel nodded slightly.
I forgot. You're majoring in religion. Ish used to talk about you a lot. He said he was trying to marry both of us back then.
She laughed with a sad, shy smile that made her seem so different from the girl she was last semester, and Sonia actually felt bad for her. Then in a hard tone, Rachel said to Sonia,
Sometimes I wish both of us would have came into this house together. That way, it would have been 2 against 1.
Sonia didn't know how to respond. The seriousness of her tone threw Sonia off, and Rachel's desperation for an ally in her own home was breaking Sonia's heart. So you knew about her, but she didn't know about you, or was everything a secret?
Yeah, he told me about her. But he waited until we were literally speaking to the imam about getting married. He had been dropping hints that he was allowed 4 wives the whole time, though. At first I thought it was a little weird, but he never told me I would be some surprise second wife.
She shook her head. So, Sonia said, trying to keep her voice gentle, other than the girl Nicole, do you like it here? Rachel picked at the plush black duvet cover with a bitter smile, then said sarcastically,
Yeah, other than Nicole making my life miserable, it's great.
Just then, Sonia's phone buzzed with a text from Nate. She dipped out as soon as she could, happy to escape the sad, twisted story hour that just felt like way too much. As she made her way back down the wide marble staircase, she spotted Nate standing at the door with Ish. A small wave of relief washed over Sonia at the sight of Nate, happy for his familiar presence in that weird, unsettling night. Ish, I invited him over. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all. I haven't seen Nate in almost 4 years. I'm glad you got him to come by.
You know each other?
Yeah, we had a production team. Me, Nate, and Najee.
Ish nodded to a lanky, dark-skinned boy in the living room. Oh, a production team like the Neptunes? Ish laughed.
I'm starting to think you got a crush on Pharrell or something.
Sonia laughed too. No, it is just my only point of reference. Nate stared from Sonia to Ish with a curious look on his face, the two seeming very chummy and familiar. Then his attention shifted to someone stepping into the foyer. It was a thin, brown-skinned girl, beautiful enough to be a model if she wasn't only 5'2". It was Nicole, the queen of the loft, wrapped up in a black scarf. Her chin was lifted high, with an air of confidence as her eyes moved over Sonia. Might she suspected Ish was trying to move her into the house too. Then, without a hello or how are you to Sonia, Nicole shifted her focus to Nate, speaking in a cold tone.
Hello, Nathan.
What's up, Nikki?
Nicole slapped on a fake wide smile as she leaned in close to Ish, gazing up at him as he started to speak.
Nicole, this is Sonny, a friend from school.
His tone was borderline flirtatious. Both Nate and Nicole must have noticed it too, because now they were looking from Ish to Sonia with suspicion. Sonia gave Nicole a weak hello, and Nicole just offered a stale smile. Then that lanky boy Najee called Nate and Ish into the living room. Sonia was getting ready to follow the boys, but as she started to go, Nicole started up again. Her fake smile was gone now, and she had a new roughness to her voice.
So how y'all know each other?
Sonia was confused. Ish had already told Nicole that they went to school together. Sonia figured Nicole must have been trying to catch her husband in some sort of lie. We had a couple of classes together.
Not Ish. I'm talking about Nate.
Now Sonia was even more confused. We worked together.
So you're not his girl?
Sonia shook her head, then noted Nicole's look of satisfaction and relief. Sonia had felt sorry for Nicole a few minutes ago as she stood clinging to Ish and staring Sonia down, figuring Nicole was worried about Ish adding yet another wife, but all along, Nicole was jealous over Nate. An hour later, a cab was carrying Sonia and Nate out of Brooklyn. As a light breeze blew through her cracked window, Sonia felt light with relief, happy to be out of the drama-filled loft. She turned to Nate, who was gazing out of his own window, the city lights reflecting in his eyes, looking like he was lost in thought. Then with a small smirk, Sonia asked him why he never told her he used to be a music producer. He gave her some casual response, telling her it just never came up. Again, the more she got to know him, the less she knew. Sonia asked why he left the music industry to become an investigator, and he told her a very vague story about how his old boss had been suspected of a crime. Nate set out to prove his innocence, and as he looked into things, he realized that the cops in the city seemed to have a hard time doing their jobs. That's when he decided he'd be there for the people who were looking for answers with no one to help. So you gave up your career as a music producer to help people. Sonia smiled with admiration. Nate shrugged it off like it was nothing. What happened with your boss? Did you clear his name?
Nah. While investigating, I found out he was guilty, so I stopped working his case. The cops ended up dropping the charges, so it turned out he didn't need my help anyway.
But it's a good thing you started that investigation. Because of it, you're helping people and change your lives now.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
There was silence for a second. Then Sonia said in a light, warm tone, I can't believe we know so many people in common. It's like we're connected in a bunch of weird ways. He nodded without looking over at her. You think everything in life happens for a reason? Nate shrugged. I do. I don't know why a lot of these things are happening in my life, but I do think it's for a reason. Now he was looking over at her. When I was going through Rihanna's pictures on MySpace, I recognized a few people from one of Ish's parties I went to last semester. Then earlier tonight, my friend Jasmine told me that Ish was having another party. And I had an idea. We start going to these events and speaking to people. We can be real casual with it. Make some connections, maybe. Nate frowned and shook his head like he didn't like the idea at all. Come on, we can find out who's throwing these creepy after parties, then see who's connected to Finkelstein and that mystery man with the dark hair. Nate looked from Sonia to the cabbie, and Sonia rolled her eyes, lowering her tone. Tonight there wasn't anybody at Ish's party, but I'm telling you, the last time I was there, half the people on that list was in this house.
I still know people in the industry. I'll see if any of them heard of these parties. We'll get the info that way. We don't need you hanging around a bunch of predators to solve the case.
Then after a few moments of silence, Nate asked,
What's up with you and Ish? Was he your mystery boyfriend out in Brooklyn? The one sending calls all the time?
Sonia frowned. What? No. We just had some classes together.
I noticed that the two of you seem real familiar.
He shot her a suspicious look.
I'm just saying, seemed like there was something there.
Trust me, there's nothing there. She made a face. Me and Nish were getting to know each other last semester, and I did like him. But as soon as I found out he was trying to marry me and another girl at the same time, I shut that down quick. Sonia sat back, staring ahead as she mumbled. He never even told me he was married back when he was trying to talk to me. I just found out about Nicole tonight. Is Nicole your ex? He nodded. Then Sonia turned at the waist again, intrigued. Did she leave you for Ish?
No, I broke up with Nicole, and they got together later.
You know she still got feelings for you, right? He shrugged, his expression unreadable, and Sonia continued on. Nicole started grilling me when you and Ish walked away. She was asking if I was your girlfriend, acting real jealous and possessive, like she doesn't have a whole husband who she needs to be worried about. And did you know that Ish married his other wife behind Nicole's back? Nate shook his head, looking like he was all of a sudden concerned for Nicole. Sonia lowered her tone. Yup, he added a second wife to their marriage and didn't even tell her first. That's probably why she seemed so rude and angry. Angry and lashing out because she's in a bad situation. I feel bad for her. The concern lifted from Nate's face, replaced by something else.
That's considerate of you, but that's just Nicole. She was that way before marrying Ish.
Well, she couldn't have been all that bad. You used to deal with her. Sonia smiled. Or was it just a physical thing? She is really pretty.
It wasn't just physical. You're right. She wasn't all bad.
How did you two meet? Was she some sort of video vixen? He shook his head.
I worked for Nicole's brother. He owned our label, Diamond Cutter Records.
Sonia sat in shock. Nicole's big brother was Jay, the most famous rapper turned music exec in the industry, who was now mostly living out of the public eye after he was accused of murder a few years back. After a few minutes of silence, Nate asked Sonia,
So if Ish wasn't your mystery boyfriend in Brooklyn, who was sending you calls all the time?
His name is Javier. He's the one who came up to us at the gala tonight while me and you were talking.
Luis's nephew?
He asked, voice tinged with concern. Yeah, Sonia said with surprise. How'd you know he was Luis's nephew? Did you speak to him? Did Luis introduce you?
No. I found that out through the investigation.
You're investigating them? Nate's eyes moved from Sonia to the cab driver. Then he explained that he would tell her everything when they got to her house. For the rest of the short ride, Sonia was on pins and needles, and it felt like a little cab was driving at a snail's pace. When they finally arrived, she let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding in. What's going on, Nate? Instead of speaking, Nate lowered his eyes like he was thinking. Then, in a careful tone, he explained that Luis was the reason her father's killers walked free. Nate's contact on the police force finally got someone to talk. Luis paid detectives to fumble Gary's investigation. Nate's guess? Luis was a cleaner, the man behind the scenes who made cases go cold and charges disappear. Sonia sat down on the cold concrete steps a little too hard, her tailbone stinging after she flopped down. Then she asked in a weak voice, who is he covering up for?
That I don't know. I'm sorry, Sonny.
Her head began to spin, and her mind raced with possibilities. Luis and Rita claimed Sonia was like family, and she thought those two were the best thing that happened to her in years. Had Luis suggested Rita hire Sonia so he could keep an eye on her? Did Rico and Javier know about all this? She couldn't settle her thoughts, and she didn't snap back to reality until she felt Nate's hand wrapped securely around her wrist. His grip was firm and confident, the warmth of his touch holding a protective strength, as he looked down at her with real concern, asking if she was okay. She nodded slowly, still in a daze. Then noticing that Sonia was starting to shake, Nate draped his heavy wood coat over her shoulders, telling her slowly to take a deep breath. Her thoughts were moving a mile a minute as more stuff came to mind. Earlier tonight, my ex asked me if you were investigating his uncle.
What did you tell him?
I told him no, because I didn't think you were.
You don't think it was weird that he asked you that?
At first I did, but I figured he was just worried that you were looking into his uncle's little shady side business.
And what is that?
I thought it was drugs, but he denied it. So I guess it's what you said. Shutting down investigations for killers. She shuddered, suddenly filled with anger. Then, Sister Gandy's words about God protecting us when we don't know we need it were highlighted, like a bright light shining right on Javier. Sonia's mouth was moving as she thought, mumbling to herself, while Nate looked at her concerned. He had expected tears and sadness, but not this raw, intense rage.
I know this is a lot.
Nate said, his voice low and steady.
Just try to stay calm. Don't let any of them know that you're wanting them. When you quit, just give them some vague excuse. Say you need to focus on school or something.
What do you mean when I quit?
You don't want to keep working for these people. They're covering up for whoever shot you.
Luis wanted to keep an eye on me. Now I'm going to keep an eye on him, she said, voice now imbued with a new chilling strength.
Nah, you shouldn't be anywhere near them.
Luis is protecting the people who ruined my life, who ruined my mother's life. I'm gonna find out who he's protecting. I'm finding my father's killer.
I can solve this without you working there. I got this.
Nate's tone was firm. Nate, I'm not quitting this job, and I'm not afraid of anything happening to me. If I want to risk my own life, that's my decision. She shook her head defiantly. His jaw tightened and his voice dropped, rougher than she'd ever heard it.
All right then, you fired from the firm. I don't want you on the case.
The words hit her like a physical blow as she watched him step away. You're not serious. She flew up, trailing behind him.
You too emotional right now, and you be too breathless. Keep your jump there if you want, but you're not working for me.
He said, taking quick, purposeful strides. Fine, I'll investigate without you. I'll find out who did this by myself. Nate stopped in his tracks, turning to look her in the eye.
Don't be stupid. You don't know anything about the investigation other than what I just told you. Leave the detective work to us.
Hire me back or I'll do it on my own, she threatened, then quickly started begging as tears filled her eyes. Nate, please, I'll be careful.
You too fragile and inexperienced to be some kind of double agent.
You know that with me working on the inside, I can get this solved so much faster. Please. He shook his head, still not budging. I promise I'll be careful. You can't fire me. Her voice cracked. Nate stared into her red eyes, wishing her tears weren't affecting him so much, softening him slowly as he stood there actually considering her insane plan. He pushed out a heavy sigh, knowing whatever decision he made, things weren't going to end well. The next day, Sonia found herself in Hell's Kitchen with Nate. They had escaped the icy streets of Midtown and were walking around B&H Photo, the place looking more like some kind of factory than an electronics store. Sonia looked up at conveyor belts crisscrossing overhead, moving camera equipment and laptops throughout the enormous space. As her eyes darted around the store, Nate looked at her with concern. She'd been silent since they met up that afternoon, and she had this blank expression the whole time. Now she was staring up at the conveyor belts, eyes tracking the moving bins with laser focus, like her mind was somewhere else. She finally snapped out of her daze when she felt a soft tug. Nate was slipping his hand into the pocket of the wool coat she was wearing, the one he draped over her shoulders the night before. She watched him pull out a set of keys. I didn't know those were in there.
Yeah, neither did I till I got home last night.
The doorman let you in? He nodded. Sorry, I should have given it back to you last night.
Don't worry about it.
She glanced down at the coat's soft wool weave, the way too long sleeves, now folded back at the cuff. I wore it to church, too. It's a real nice coat. Keeps out the cold.
I know.
He said with a rare playfulness that softened her serious expression and finally had her cracking a smile. Then Nate pointed toward a few computers, asking her to pick out some stuff for the office since she seemed to be into technology. Sonia looked over a few, then pointed out some IBM laptops.
I was thinking we can go to the office after this. You could find them and take a look.
Yeah, we can do that. She nodded, expression flat again. He sighed a little with concern. Sonia was more different than he'd ever witnessed. She didn't seem sad, like the first day they met at his office, just emotionless, like some kind of stranger. His eyes moved over her, studying her expressionless face.
How was church?
He asked. Then, just as he expected, a small light returned to her eyes. It was so good. My pastor is always in my head. It's like whenever I'm going through something, he's got the right message. It's weird.
Well, maybe it's divine help from God, him speaking through your pastor, getting his message to you because he knows you need to hear it.
That's how I like to think about it. After Nate set up deliveries for desktops, laptops, and a fax machine, they headed a few blocks north to the new place, a high-in-the-sky office with beautiful views of the Manhattan skyline. This place is crazy. She stared out the floor-to-ceiling window as they walked up a wide hall. You got enough business over the summer to get a place like this? She asked with wide eyes.
About a few good cases, but I also got back to the studio, working with a couple of artists and making 2 new tracks. Most of the money came from music.
Everybody at that party didn't make it seem like you were some sort of big deal.
I come out of retirement to work on a couple of songs here and there, keep my prices high and my workload light.
She gave him a slow nod. That way you can charge a premium, she said, as Nate opened the door with her name on it. Everything there looked high quality and carefully selected. There was a gold-colored brass lamp with a matching letter opener and a gold container filled with pens. She picked up one of the pens, reading her name etched along the side in gold script. I can't believe you tried to fire me. You had all this waiting, our whole office, she said in a quiet voice.
I was firing you to keep you safe, not because I didn't want you working here.
He let out a deep sigh, locking eyes with her.
I still think you should take some time off from working with Louise. Give yourself some time to cool off.
I'm fine, Nate.
No, you're not. You're different. And if I can tell, so will they.
Trust me, when I go in there tomorrow, I'll be my normal self. He looked at her with doubt. Yesterday you told me you recognized Javier from investigating Louise, and not because you two were introduced? He nodded, waiting for her to go on. So if you were introduced, how did Javier even know that you were my PI? Asking if you were there investigating his uncle.
How did he know you were working with a PI? Did you tell him that?
Yeah, I told him about you back when I hired you to work Lucky's case. Then she rolled her eyes. Then I told him you were working on my father's case, like a dummy. So maybe after that he started looking into you. What if Javier broke up with me because he was afraid that you were getting close to the truth? Her words flew out in a rush as she tried piecing everything together.
Sonny, try to calm down.
He told me it was because Rico was back in New York, but that could have been a lie, she said, still speaking quickly.
Slow down. Why would Javier break up with you because of your ex? Did he know he was some crazy stalker?
No. Rico and Javier are best friends. She lowered her gaze, ignoring the curious look Nate was throwing her way. Then she continued. Maybe that's it. Javier could have found out who you were from Rico, she said in a confused tone, leaning against her new desk, letting out a heavy sigh. I don't know what's going on anymore. This whole thing is too confusing.
And that's why I'm here. You don't have to figure this out alone. We getting close, and I know we'll have answers soon.
Then he stepped closer, speaking in a kind yet firm tone.
Sonny, when you go into work tomorrow, you gotta act normal.
I will.
And what did we agree to when you go back to the office?
No snooping, no prying, and no investigating. Just listen and observe. She sighed, looking away from him and down at her brand new desk. Sonia spent the week eavesdropping on conversations around the campaign office and clocking every person who came to meet with Louise, but still came up with nothing. Then finally there was a break in the case, the night Sonia attended the charity gala on Saturday. The ballroom was thick with money and perfume, as Sonia sat listening to Jasmine, who was swirling the ice in her glass as she talked.
You think this is the year Louise finally gets elected and goes to BC?
Jasmine asked, nodding toward Louise holding court across the room. Sonia gave a half shrug. I don't know, but don't rush it, or we may lose our jobs. Jasmine let out a big laugh.
Nah, I'm not complaining. Just wondering because he seems to lose every election.
Yeah, but he still seems to somehow make so much money. So I guess either way it's a win for him, Sonia remarked as her eyes landed on Javier and a slow burn started in her chest. The eyes she used to get lost in now looked like the beady eyes of a lion rat. How deep was he in this? Were he and Rico playing her close that whole time just to protect Louise's shady business? Javier's head turned, and for a split second their eyes locked across the sea of fake smiles. Then Sonia quickly looked away.
You okay?
Jasmine asked, her voice cutting through the noise in Sonia's head. Sonia just nodded, then turned her attention to the dance floor. Teresa was out there, swirling around in her black and silver ball gown and looking like she was having no time of her life. She smiled at Sonia, then gave her a small wave.
I'm going to a party after this,
Jasmine announced with a wide grin.
You want to come?
Probably not.
Come on, Sonny. It's not going to be like that other weird kickback at Ish's place. This time, it'll be a real party.
Another Black Student Union event? Sonia asked with a frown.
No, this boy I met at Ish's party is throwing it. He's this real cute producer I've been talking to.
A knot of worry tightened in Sonia's stomach. Who is he?
His name is Najee, and I really like him.
Yeah, I'll go with you. Sonia smiled weakly, then gave her a nod, pulling out her phone, texting Nate to tell him that she was going to the party. Then he shot her a text, telling her to come outside. Sonia stepped out of the St. Regis, walking halfway up the block to Tony's 1998 Honda Accord. Did y'all see the dark-haired man going to the hotel? Sonia asked after sliding into the back seat.
Yup, we see him talking to Louise, too. At least we would be able to see him if Teresa would stay still for a minute.
Sonia leaned forward to get a better look at a small device on Tony's lap that looks like a portable DVD player. But instead of a movie on the screen, Tony and Nate were watching grainy feed from inside the gala. The scene spinning as Teresa danced circles around Louise, Javier, and the dark-haired man.
When you go back in, please tell my wife to knock off the dance moves.
Is there sound on that?
No, just video.
Tony answered. So, Nate, you want to go to the party with us?
Nah, and you not going either.
He said simply, eyes still on the screen. Yes, I am. My friend is going, and I don't think she should be there alone. He finally looked back at Sonia.
You going because you worried about your friend, or you trying to snoop?
I'm worried about my friend. He shot her a doubtful look, then turned his attention back to the screen. Jasmine says she's been talking to your old co-worker Najee. Said she likes him a lot. Is he somebody I need to warn her about? One of the predators?
No, Najee is not a predator. Your friend will be fine.
You get any info on who's throwing the after parties?
Not yet.
Sonia's phone buzzed with a text. My friend Jasmine is asking where I went. I already told her I would go, and I'm not gonna make her go alone. Don't worry though. I won't snoop or go to any second locations, she said, opening the door.
I'm coming too,
he announced. Then he asked Tony if he would be okay keeping an eye on things for the rest of the night.
Yeah, go to your party. Me and Teresa will be fun.
Tony said, his eyes still on the little screen. Najee's spot was a fifth-floor walk-up, nowhere near as big as Ish's warehouse turned condo, but beautiful nonetheless, having the same over-the-top luxury that seemed standard for their circle. Sonia and Jasmine moved to the apartment, which was packed just like Jasmine promised. So many of the familiar faces Sonia had seen during the investigation. She kept an ear out for any talks of an after-party as she stood with Najee and Jasmine, feeling like an awkward third wheel, the two flirting and cheesing in each other's faces. Najee seemed cool enough, but Sonia found herself eyeing him with suspicion. Nate was nearby speaking to somebody, and it seemed like he was being pulled in different directions all night. Every time someone spotted him, they were begging for some studio time. Once Najee stepped away from Jasmine for a second, she turned to Sonia, smiling wide.
Thanks for coming with me.
"'Tis nothing, and thanks for inviting me. This party is a whole lot better than the last one."
Girl, I know.
"There's Pity D," Sonia announced, her eyes darting toward him as he moved through the crowd with his entourage.
There's so many famous people here.
Jasmine said, all excited. Sonia forced a smile. "You think any of them are having an after party?"
They usually do. Why, you want to go?
Sonia glanced back at Nate, who was having a conversation with Najee. "Maybe, if he wants to come with me."
Oh, I see.
Jasmine nodded with a grin. "No, it's not like that," Sonia said in a low tone before grabbing Jasmine by the arm. She took Jasmine onto the balcony, away from the crowd of rich celebs. "I'm only going to the after parties if Nate can come with me, because he warned me how they can be. He told me some real crazy stuff goes on at Avadam, and most of the dudes at these parties are predators. You haven't been to any, have you?"
No, but Rachel did warn me about going to him. I thought she was being a little dramatic.
"From what I heard, some really sick stuff can go down."
Yeah, I'm cool on the after parties anyway. I was just going to go if you wanted to. Trust me, I'm good with just spending time with Najee tonight.
Sonia smiled. "I'm so happy for you. I can tell he likes you so much."
Yeah, I know.
She laughed, making Sonia laugh too. They sat inside of Najee, who was glancing around the party like he was searching for Jasmine, his face lighting up with a smile after spotting her. Then, as Jasmine headed back in, Nate stepped out.
"You all right?"
"Yeah," Sonia said, arms wrapped around herself in the chilly night. Nate pulled off his jacket, handing it to her.
"Throw still this one like you did the last,"
he joked. Sonia smiled, slipping it on, appreciating his warmth, which was still clinging to the jacket. They were both silent for a second, and Sonia seemed withdrawn into her thoughts again.
"What are you doing Tuesday night after work?"
"Nothing. Why?"
"Nahira's cooking dinner and wanted me to invite you over."
"I would love that," she said, finally smiling. "Where? Out in Queens?"
"Nah, Nahira's place in Manhattan. It'll be you, her, and her husband,"
he said, texting Sonia Nahira's number, then asking if she is ready to head home. "I think we should look into some of those after parties." Nate simply said no. "Nate, we need to move this investigation along. Nothing will go down if we go together. We may find out some information about that dark-haired man. Maybe some of his girls will be there." He walked into the gala with Louise, strolled right past the hostess, so nobody even checked off his name. He was so close tonight, and we still don't know who he is.
"Teresa is shuffling around him right now. Maybe she'll hear something."
Sonya sighed. You ever been to any of those parties?
Nah. My old boss Jay told me how sick they could be and said I should stay away.
So Najee and Ish didn't go swim either?
Najee didn't go.
Yeah. Ish did tell me he saw some crazy stuff while working in the industry. I guess he went to a few of those parties.
More than few.
She shook her head slightly, then said in a pushing tone, We should go.
Why do you want to keep putting yourself in traumatizing situations?
I just want to solve this and get them locked up.
We don't need to go to some freaky parties to get info. That enough I brought you here.
Yeah, I'm here and I'm fine. Nobody's bothering me and everything's alright.
Give it some time. You just got here. Once these vultures find out how vulnerable and sweet you are, they'll prey on that. Most of these dudes talk a good game, and it will be real easy for them to take advantage of you.
You actually think I will fall for any of these guys? He shrugged. So you think I'm stupid? She asked, offended.
I don't think you're stupid. Just maybe a little gullible.
I'm not gullible, she snapped, her back straightening.
You almost fell for Ish.
That was different. He nodded, looking away from her. There was silence again. Then Sonya put his jacket tighter around herself, mind racing and anger building. She turned, peering into the opulent party filled with smiling celebs, and suddenly she felt sick. So many predators in the industry with no one doing anything about it, even though everyone seemed to know and it was just one big open secret. Rashad had been killed behind trying to bring their dirty deeds to light, and her father had gotten caught in the crossfire somehow. And now there they were, without a care in the world and on their way to do who knew what at those freaky after parties. Nate, these girls were trying to find are trapped, minds taken over by predators, preying on their innocence, living the reality you're so afraid of me even getting a glimpse of. She turned to him. Are you really gonna let your own fears stop us from trying everything we can? What if you were so busy protecting me from a possibility that we fail to protect them from what they're suffering right now? Nate stood silent, cornered by the truth of her words. She had turned his own arguments, his care for her, into a weapon against his own reasoning.
After the show, it's the after party, then. After the party, it's the hotel lobby, and after the Belvy, then it's probably Chris. And after the original, it's probably this. Yes, ma, Bed-Stuy, Fiesta. Remix with the homie from the Midwest side. Game recognized game. Do too. It's a new 2 Live crew, I suppose you know. So thugs, pop your toasters, but don't approach us or bullets will chase you like Mo at Mimosas. Make you closest, whoever come closest, you've been warned. But don't get the picture till the weapons is drawn. Make your way backstage, baby girl, it's on.
Stepping into the after party was like stepping into a different reality. The party was in a massive, multi-level condo on the Upper East Side. A glass and marble palace perched high on Millionaire's Row. Colorful moody lights washed over Baroque-style walls, lined in crown molding and extravagant wallpaper. The condo wasn't jam-packed, but it was decorated with bodies, mostly girls, draped over the plush furniture, some with sharp cheekbones and long limbs like models, others the unmistakable Coke bottle figures of video vixens. Sonya scanned their faces, searching for anyone who was underage. But these girls all seemed around Sonya's age or older. Most were in the huge living room, where, laid out on a mirrored table, as casual as a cheese platter, were neat lines of Coke, and beside them, 2 small bowls filled with pills. Nate kept Sonya close as they moved through the hazy party. His jaw locked tight as men hungrily ran their eyes over her, looking like they wanted to devour her, and a few looking like they wanted to devour him too. Everybody there was being all overly touchy, with groping hands, all out in the public, and looking crazy high. Then it happened. A man with glazed over eyes from whatever was in those bowls stepped directly into their path, slurring his speech as he said to Nate,
Hey man, your girl look hot. Let me borrow for an hour. Take her upstairs.
Sonia froze, but Nate didn't. The shift in him was instant. The easygoing man Sonia knew vanished, replaced by someone else. Then it happened in a blur. Before the drunk man could even register the threat, Nate had him. Bunching the man's dress shirt in his fist, the collar went tight around his neck, choking off the man's words, as Nate effortlessly lifted him until his shoes dangled over the carpet. When Nate finally spoke, he didn't raise his voice. He lowered it to a low, dangerous rumble, telling the man that he needed to walk away. That seemed to scare the drugs right out of the man's system, sober him up immediately as he apologized and backed away.
Yeah, this was a mistake. We should leave,
He said through clenched teeth. We haven't found anything out yet. Just calm down. She vinked her arm through his to keep him there, then steered Nate toward a cluster of sofas where some hazy-eyed models were draped, sipping drinks. They sat down on a love seat near the girls, and Sonia tried to eavesdrop, but none of them seemed to be talking about anything important. Just some small talk about other parties and fashion. A white girl with long black hair smiled at them, then said,
I've never seen you two at one of these. It's usually always the same old people.
Yeah, we don't usually get out much.
These parties are always so good. They stay fully stocked.
She nodded toward the table, then lifted a bowl of the pills, offering them to Sonia and Nate. His expression went hard, and he just stared coldly at the girl. Sonia smiled politely and shook her head. Then the girl popped a couple of pills into her mouth, washing it down with her cocktail. She laughed and said to Sonia,
Your boyfriend is cute, but seems sort of mean.
He's just tired.
They've got beds upstairs.
She purred, eyes full of suggestion.
We could all go up there.
Sonia gave the girl a simple no thanks, then asked in a friendly tone, So how did you hear about this party?
There's some friends. We come out whenever Pitty is in town and wants to party.
Then Nate pulled out his cell phone, and the playful light in the girl's eyes vanished, replaced by a look of genuine alarm. She leaned in close, and her voice dropped to a frantic whisper.
You can't use that here. No phones allowed.
She warned. Instead of rushing to return it to his pocket, Nate finished typing out his text, then told Sonia that Tony was on his way and they should go. Teresa turned slightly in the front seat, her gala sequins looking out of place in the dingy car.
While I was dancing around Luis and his clams, our guy with the hair mentioned he's throwing some party next Saturday.
Where?
Nate asked, his voice low and serious.
Some manor in Connecticut.
Tony chimes in, keeping his eyes on the road.
Luis said he'd be there.
Did you get a name?
They didn't say no names, but I'm sure if you can find out more about the party and the manor, the name won't be too hard.
Sonia looked at Nate, whose face was unreadable in the dim glow of the streetlights. A manor in Connecticut. That sounds like a compound to me. Nate gave her an eye. When Monday rolled around, Sonia showed up to work with Rita's favorite takeout and a wide smile.
Whoa, what did I do to deserve dinner?
Rita asked, digging into the bag. I just wanted to show you how much I appreciate working here.
You know I love having you here. I'd be boss without you,
she said, crunching on her empanada. I was thinking, maybe I could take on more responsibility. Go to some other events too, not just the ones we throw.
Really?
Sonia nodded enthusiastically. I was interested in going to that dinner, the one I picked your dry cleaner for. I think it was in Connecticut or something. Sonia played dumb. Could I go out there with you guys?
I didn't think you liked going to the events for Louise. And you want to go to one on your weekend off?
Yeah, I want to start networking and making connections, take advantage of the opportunities I have working here. And I heard some really important people are going to be at this dinner. A warm smile of approval spread over Rita's face.
You had me worried. I honestly thought you brought me dinner to soften the blow before you quit.
Why would you think I wanted to quit?
You know you're hardly here as is. I was beginning to think school and work were becoming too much. Then, you seemed so sad lately after you and Javier broke up.
You knew about us?
Luis and I suspected it. Then the two of you disappeared all summer. Javier called asking me to give you a raise. It wasn't hard to figure out,
She said. Then her expression suddenly became serious.
It seemed like such a bad breakup. You looked so depressed. But you seem so much better now. You can focus on school and your career, and maybe in time, a relationship with a guy from school.
She urged, smiling again.
An Ivy League man, like we talked about?
Sonia nodded, allowing a small smile to creep onto her face. Rita always seemed to be so supportive, like she genuinely had Sonia's best interest at heart. She hoped Rita wasn't just talking a good game, but that she was in the dark about Louise's shady business, just like Sonia had been. So, will you be able to get me into that dinner this weekend? Sonia asked, smiling with a hopeful look.
I'm good friends with the man throwing the dinner, so consider it done.
Rita laughed. After Sonia's talk with Rita, she slipped into Javier's office, spending 10 minutes rummaging through his desk, but came up empty-handed. She stood, feeling defeated, just as the door opened. Javier stopped in his tracks, surprised.
What are you doing here?
I need to talk to you. Her heart pounded, but she kept her voice steady.
About what?
Is Rico going back to Colombia?
What's wrong? He bothering you?
No. I was just hoping that since he understood it was over, he'd leave.
Rico's not moving on. I thought he got the point too. He made it seem that way. But I guess he had time to cook up some alternate reality, 'cause now he's talking about the two of you getting back together.
Sonia rolled her eyes. She had cooked up that question on the fly, just needing a reason to be in there. And it turned out Rico was starting up all over again. Seeing her look of distrust, Javier quickly added,
Don't worry though. I'll take care of it this time.
You gonna get him deported?
No, but I'm going to convince him that he needs to leave, and this time I won't let up.
His gaze lingered on hers.
I'm glad you came to talk, and I'm sorry our last conversation went sideways.
Don't worry about it. Her voice went flat.
You were so mad at me. It just felt like something else was going on, and I got upset.
He held her gaze. Act natural. Nate's words came to mind. But she had no idea what natural was in this situation. She was silent, so Javier continued.
It's just so crazy to me that you could go from beating down my door and being happy to see me to looking at me like you hate me in just a short amount of time. I know you trying to be more than Jesus, and you mad I sided with my friends about Ebony, but you being this upset just seems like something else.
Why else would I be upset? She asked, her tone accusing.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking her.
He met her challenging stare. Try her best to play it cool, she said in a level tone. Javier, I don't hate you. It's just like I said, I'm doing things right now and putting God first.
He already seemed real important to you when we were together. You was talking about him all the time.
Not all that important if I was sleeping with you. Back then, I was putting you before Jesus and making excuses. No, I'm not just talking about it. I'm going to follow his commands. But if you don't believe me, why do you think things have changed?
I don't know. Maybe after seeing Rico, you had a change of heart.
You can't be serious.
I saw you on the bench. Looked like old times, with you wrapped around his finger.
She could hear what sounded like real jealousy. I was being nice to Rico because I realized I was treating him the way you treated me. being cold and so harsh. I decided to give him closure with kindness. It worked at first, but now you telling me this. The next thing she knew, his hand was on her forearm and slowly moving down to her wrist.
I'm sorry how I ended things. I thought being cold was the only way to get you to understand and keep you safe.
She stood up into his eyes like she was studying him. Do you love me? She asked out of nowhere. He held her hand tight.
I told you, I'ma love you forever.
Now why can't you be honest with me? He looked at her confused. Our whole relationship was secrets. We were a secret. And your life was a secret.
Sonny, tell me what's going on.
She slid her hand away. If you really loved me, you'd be honest.
I have been.
She rolled her eyes. So you weren't just using me?
You think I was using you for sex?
Not just for sex.
Then what else?
Why did you ever get with me? I didn't give it too much thought when we were together, but I'm starting to wonder now. It seemed to come out of nowhere. He was silent for a second. Then in a low, serious tone, he admitted,
It wasn't out of nowhere. I saw how sweet and smart you were. Just so different. I couldn't understand why you were wasting your time with Rico. I started having feelings for you a long time ago. Feelings I hated myself for because he was like a brother to me. He still's like a brother to me.
Sonya was so confused. His words seemed genuine, but deep down, she knew he was hiding something. Right before she turned to go, she asked, the other night at the gala, how did you even know who the PI was? Javier looked caught off guard.
I overheard him introduce himself to somebody. He said he was the PI. Then I saw you two talking and figured it out.
She left out of his office, face remaining stoic, as rage bubbled inside of her. On Tuesday night, Sonya sat at the small table in Nahira and Asif's apartment, which overlooked Central Park West. The couple brought out plates of food from the kitchen. Then Asif said grace. Afterward, the couple began to dig in, but Sonya was hesitant. The food smelled good, but looked so strange. She played it safe, trying something that looked like a hush puppy, but ended up tasting 1,000 times better. Then, as she devoured her meal, she finally took in the room. The place was small. The living room and dining room all combined in one tiny space. The walls were a deep orange, and there was mismatched but comfortable-looking furniture, complemented by potted plants on every surface. It felt cozy and somehow very familiar, and didn't match Nahira's style at all. She was always so posh and polished, so Sonya figured this decor had to be all Asif.
So, Sonya, what are you going to do with your degree in religious studies?
Nahira asked in a very serious tone. I'm not for sure yet.
You need to figure it out soon. You'll be graduating before you know it.
Her voice was tinged with concern.
Please tell me you're not getting an Ivy League education to end up at some gritty little PI agency.
Sonya laughed slightly as she shook her head. No, this is just a temporary thing. I'm only helping out on one case. But you know, the agency isn't all that gritty anymore. Nate's moving into a new office in Midtown, she said with a proud smile. He's really doing big things, helping out a lot of people. Nahira shook her head, crunching on some falafel.
I'm sure he's helping people, but investigation work is a dangerous profession, and he really should just get somebody else to do it. Hire some people to work at his firm and get out of there. I don't like it at all.
I think he needs to get back into the real estate game. That's where the real money is.
Nate was in real estate?
He bought our old building back in Queens. Then he redid it. You should have seen the place when we were growing up. Him looked completely different.
So he owns that building out in Queens?
Yeah. He used to own 2 buildings. That one and one out in Brooklyn that he revamped too. I thought he was crazy at first buying property in Dumbo, but Nate was ahead of the game because Brooklyn is an up-and-coming area now. Everybody's moving out there.
I think he doesn't want to do the real estate thing anymore because he started it with Nicole and just wanted to close that door.
Nahira nodded, then turned to Sonia explaining.
Nicole is Nate's ex-wife.
Wife? Sonia asked in shock.
I know. I tried to talk him out of it, with them being so young and Nicole being Nicole.
Then Nahira made a face and caught herself.
I'm just saying, I knew it was a bad match from the start. It didn't even last a year, and he ended up giving her the Brooklyn property in a divorce.
Oh, wow. Sonia mumbled, crunching on her salad and thinking about how crazy it all was. The entire time, she thought Ish bought that place, and come to find out, the beautiful loft was Nicole's. No wonder the girl was upset. She married Ish, then he secretly married another girl and moved her into Nicole's home. Their insane dynamics seemed to get crazier the more she learned about them.
So yeah, don't let Nate rope you into working for him. You've got a bright future, and it's bad enough my little brother is in that nonsense.
Trust me, Nate is not going to try to rope me in. He doesn't even want me there. He's just doing me a favor because I basically begged him to help out with the case.
Good. And what is this case?
My father's murder. Both Asif and Nahira paused mid-chew and shot Sonia sympathetic stares. Sonia tried lightening the mood, speaking in a somewhat too cheerful tone. But we're really close to finding the killers. It's only a matter of time. They smiled weakly, slowly eating their food. After a short bit of silence, Nahira started up again, suggesting that Sonia look into becoming a professor. I could never do something like that. I get way too nervous speaking in front of people.
You didn't seem to have a problem speaking in my class.
Nahira smiled. That was different.
Nahira told me you chewed her out about demons.
I didn't chew her out. I thought she didn't believe me, but it turned out she was just teaching me to defend my beliefs.
Yeah, Sonya knows now that I believe that they're real, just like she does.
She turned to her husband, shooting him a look.
Asif's the one who thinks they're just metaphorical.
Sonya looked at him concerned. Demons are very real. There was some kind of demonic infestation in my house. Nate was there once when they manifested. He heard something too. Asif looked at his wife, frowning slightly. You don't believe me?
I just think that sometimes people can jump to conclusions, thinking the devil or demons are behind things that have perfectly reasonable, non-paranormal explanations.
We heard a heavy thud across the room, and nobody was over there.
It could have been the wind. Was the window open?
Nope, it was winter. All the windows were closed.
Maybe something shifted on a shelf and fell over.
It was a demon. Me and Nate both know what it was. Then with great interest, Nahira asked,
Do you remember what the demon looked like?
Most of the ones in my house were just shadows. But there was one that I saw up close, and it looked like a teenage girl. But her eyes were all black.
The black-eyed children.
Nahira mumbled, shaking her head. The what?
There have been a bunch of reports of these kids, usually preteens, with all black eyes. A friend of ours, who's a pastor out in California, ran into one a few years ago.
Sonia, are you sure you didn't hear about these kids from someone else and just think you saw the girl?
I've never heard of black-eyed children until tonight. Asif sat back in his chair, like the discussion was making him uncomfortable. Then his wife leaned forward, with an intense look in her eyes.
A few of my colleagues have been tracking demonic occurrences in this country, and numbers seem to be shooting up. We're seeing a definite connection between the infestations and the rising popularity of the occult.
That's when I started to have the problems, when I got involved with Santeria.
I'd love to set up a meeting with you and my colleagues so you can discuss your experiences.
Sonia gave a single firm nod, her gaze locked on the hearers. I'd love to talk to them. The last of the pizza crust sat on a paper plate between Sonia and Anna. The warmth of the pizzeria was a welcome shield against the biting cold that rattled the shop's windows.
So we really gonna have a spa weekend after you get back from Paris? At the St. Regis. You for real?
Anna asked, her eyes still wide with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Sonia dabbed grease from the corner of her mouth with a napkin, giving her cousin a nod. For real, a whole weekend of massages, facials, fluffy robes, and food not served to us on paper plates. Sonia leaned back in the booth. We'll just kick back and be pampered. Anna laughed.
And I still can't believe you're going off to Paris. That's like a dream come true.
Sonia's smile faded, her own enthusiasm not quite matching her cousin's. It's just some school thing. Javier bought me the tickets months ago. But to be honest, I'm not really feeling it. I'm looking forward to the spa weekend and way more. Anna's expression softened while understanding.
Well, I'm looking forward to it too, but you really didn't have to do all this. The St. Regis is a 5-star hotel, so I know it had to cost you way too much.
I got a discount. Sonia smiled. Luis is always using that place for his events, and I'm always the one who books them. So the hotel manager gave me a real low price. Anna just shook her head laughing.
All right then, I'll take it,
she said, sliding out of the booth.
I gotta get back to the bodega. Thanks again.
She leaned down for a quick hug before bundling up and heading out. Sonia savored one last bite of crispy pizza crust, then slid into the wool coat she still hadn't returned to Nate. As she began to button it up, she noticed a familiar figure walking past the wide glass window. As usual, his stride easy and confident. His head turned, and his eyes met with hers. Then he smiled wide, and before she knew it, he was turning around, making his way over to the pizzeria. The tiny bell over the door, jingling as Rico dipped inside, heading straight for her booth. Her heart did a little jump, not from joy, but from surprise, as she offered a weak, polite smile.
I'm not stalking you, I promise.
Rico laughed, holding his hands up in mock surrender.
I was just passing by. I'm happy I saw you, though. I thought for sure I'd leave without being able to say goodbye.
Sonia's eyebrow raised in confusion. You leaving? He nodded, his expression turning more serious.
After you and me met up at the park, I spoke to my connect who got me in, and I'll be heading back down in a couple of months.
You didn't change your mind after that and decide to stay? No, Rico looked confused.
Nah, the only reason I came back to New York was to be with you. And since that's not happening, I'm going back, unless you change your mind.
Sonia smiled weakly.
I'm just joking, Sonny. I heard you, and I saw how serious you was. Jesus is your focus now. I wish things could have worked out different. This wasn't my plan. But I can roll with the punches. But I'm gonna miss you, Sonny.
Rico, I meant what I said the day at the park. I really do worry about you, and I pray you come back go with that stuff you're into. Give Christ a chance, she said in a plea. He shrugged, standing up.
Sonny, Jesus is not for everybody.
Then he bent down, kissed her cheek warmly, and said goodbye. Sonia stared at him as he made his way up the street, the gears in her mind spinning. Rico had caught his connect after their meetup at the park and seemed just as accepting of her ending things as he did back then. His tone was definite, like the decision was his and his alone. Then why had Javier told her the opposite? made it seem like Rico had suddenly become a problem that he was going to fix, some loose cannon he had to force out of the country. But Rico was speaking of it like a settled plan he had made a while ago. The relief she should have felt from knowing that Rico was leaving was replaced by a nagging feeling. Sonia knew for sure Javier hadn't been protecting her. He had been playing her. The day before the big dinner party in Connecticut, Sonia was at Tony's house, standing in the dining room with Nate. The place was a maze of cardboard boxes as they packed everything up to take to Midtown. Everything in the new office was set up, and it would be their last evening working out of the house. There would be no more late nights, stuffed in that tiny dining room, working on top of each other and bumping heads at the corkboard, but Sonia was gonna miss it. Nate stood in front of her, pushing her hair back and tucking it behind her ear. His fingertips brushing lightly over her earlobe as he adjusted the earpiece that kept slipping out each time he put it into place. I spoke to Javier at the office the other day, and he was definitely lying about how he knew you were my PI, Sonia announced. Nate's hands paused, listening with hard eyes as she continued. I asked him how he knew who you were, and he lied and said he overheard you telling someone you were a PI.
Well, you already know you can't be trusted,
He said flatly. True, because then Javier told me that Rico was trying to stay in the city, but he wasn't going back to South America because he wasn't over me and was still trying to work things out. Javier said he would take care of it and get Rico to leave, like he was doing me a favor. Then I ran into Rico. He told me he'd been set up everything and would be leaving in a few months.
Rico could be lying.
He seemed so sincere, and I know that's not saying much, but I really think he's leaving and got the point. The same way he was after we spoke at the park. Like he wasn't happy about it, but that he got it. And when he saw me, he wasn't on some let's fix things and get back together. It was just real casual. She stared at the wall over Nate's shoulder like she was replaying the scene. I think Javier lied to me.
That definitely could be the case. He could be trying to manipulate you, act like he's fixing a problem that he caused himself.
Right. Trying to make it seem like, with him, I'm safe. When he's the reason I feel like I'm in danger in the first place. Nate gave her a nod as he carefully placed paperwork into a box. Sonia's mind drifted to Javier being there for her grandmother, stepping in where her father used to be, and promising to keep Sonia safe from the same unknown shooters his uncle was keeping out on the streets. She let out a heavy sigh, then tucked her hair behind her ear, knocking the earpiece out.
Sonny, you can't be touching your hair at the party tomorrow.
Nate swiped up the earpiece.
We need to be able to communicate with you.
He tossed the piece onto the table, then Sonia nodded, taking a seat. As Nate carefully placed the manila folder into a box, he glanced over at Sonia, who seemed gone, back in that place in her head. He spoke again, changing the subject completely, trying to lighten the mood.
How was dinner with my sister?
Real good. It was some of the best food I ever tasted. She said in a flat tone, but managing a weak smile. It was the first time I had keep it.
You serious? How could you never have keep it before?
Sonia laughed, because it's not like there's a Syrian restaurant on every corner. Nahira made falafel too. It was all so good.
Sound like you had a good time.
I did, but your brother-in-law was trying to make it seem like I was crazy the whole night. Trying to make it seem like I didn't see what I know I saw.
The thief doesn't think you're crazy. Some people just get scared of that kind of thing, so they try to explain it away.
I still think you should have come. You could have backed me up about the thing in the house.
Don't worry about what other people think. We know.
He assured her. Then he turned, clearing more paperwork from the table and saying,
And I would have went. My sister invited me, but I had a date.
A date? She asked weakly. He nodded. Oh, so how did your date go?
I'm not about to talk to you about my personal life.
Why not? You know all about my personal life. I just told you some very personal stuff.
The only reason we talk about any of that is because I'm working on your case.
I didn't tell you about my personal relationships with Rico and Javier because you're working on my case. I told you some of that because we're friends. She said like it was obvious.
Sonny, we are not friends. I'm your boss.
Nate, you are not my boss. She pushed out a harsh, sarcastic laugh.
I sign your paychecks, and I own the agency. So, I am.
I don't look at you like that. I see us more like co-workers, partners. He laughed too and shook his head.
We are not partners.
Well, either way, I look at us as friends. I mean, I call and text you more than anybody else. I consider you a good friend, one of my closest friends.
Sonny, that's sad.
It is sort of sad. She laughed weakly. I'm not saying I don't have any friends. I got Jasmine too. You know the story with Yanni. We getting back on track, but we hardly speak. My friend Ebony is back in my life now, thankfully. But we're still sort of taking small steps for now. He gave her a sympathetic look.
You should make some friends at school.
It's sort of hard for me to make friends. Always has been. Her voice trailed off a little, and Nate looked over at her. I think sometimes I come off a little weird to people. And it doesn't help I got a bit of a reputation on campus.
What reputation?
Crazy girl with the ghosts. She rolled her eyes. Nate's eyes met hers, and the corner of his mouth twitched, like he was trying not to laugh. It's not funny, Nate. She laughed.
You're not crazy, Sonny.
He taped up the very last box. Then Sonia shot him a small sarcastic smile, asking, So you really not gonna tell me what happened with your date, after all the stuff I told you about Rico and Javier? Nate let out a quiet breath, still turned away from her, and now laboring in a box with a Sharpie.
She just seemed way too interested in the people I know in the music business and who I could connect her with.
What about Nicole? He turned around with a confused expression. Nahira told me y'all were married. Why'd you two get divorced? Nate shook his head, but he couldn't believe he was talking to Sonia about any of this. There were reluctance, he gave her a vague.
Because we got married for all the wrong reasons.
What reasons?
I think that's enough sharing for the night.
Nahira made it seem like it didn't work out because of your faith. Said something about your worldviews not aligning?
Why was she telling you all this?
He turns away, getting back to work. It just came up. Nate sighed.
Me and Nicole didn't see eye to eye on a bunch of stuff. Our morals were one. She seemed to be fine with what her brother did. And I can't be with someone who thinks a human life is disposable. There are no disposable people. After finding out what Jay did, I went to her thinking we had the same reaction. But she just made up excuses for him, trying to make it seem like killing somebody was justified, and that's not normal. Then it was like it all just clicked. The way she was speaking so casual about a human life being taken. It sounded like the songs we was making. Jay would get in the booth talking about dropping bodies like it was nothing, and I never even gave it a second thought. It was like I was numb to it too. I told myself, it's just art. Jay is just playing a character. But it wasn't no character. It was him. He meant it all. Then people pop in his feed and they think it's just entertainment too. Until they are starting to look at murder the same way he does. The same way Nicole started to. Jay and these other rappers are spreading his way of thinking to the whole world. Got people dancing and singing along murder.
It's demonic. It's a spirit of death that's everywhere now. In the movies, on the radio. Life doesn't mean anything. If somebody is in your way, just erase them. No second thought. Nate's voice dropped, heavy and sure as he said,
And it's not gonna stop. It's only gonna get worse. It was all written. In the end, hearts will grow cold and people are gonna be filled with hate.
Feels like the end is now sometimes. I mean, somebody shot me. They killed my father, and we didn't even do anything. Her voice cracked. Everything that happened with Lucky and Blue, she loved him and he killed her. Killed his own baby. Her voice lower, almost to a mumble, like she was speaking to herself.
He's locked up now, and he'll be going away for a real long time. The detectives told me his baby's mother agreed to testify against him. He gave her all the jewelry that belonged to Lucky after the murder, acting like he was some kind of big shot buying her gifts, when he had just swiped her stuff from the safe. Stuff that he claimed the robbers took when they first questioned him. He's not getting out of this.
She nodded. Finally, something was going right. Blue was off the street, and her father's killers would be next. She knew it. The next thing Sonia knew, the room was dark, and Teresa and Tony were walking out of the kitchen. Tony carried a double-layer cake with pale yellow frosting, and a bunch of candles lit up his face. What is this? Sonia laughed.
It's a limoncello cake.
Teresa explained.
I remember you saying one was your favorite. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Sonia smiled as Tony set the cake onto the table. She blew out the candles, then the lights flicked back on, and Nate handed her a small box. Inside was a little wooden cross necklace. She pulled it out, looking it over closely with a smile. Thank you, Nate.
It's nothing,
He said with a casual shrug. She ran her fingers over the necklace, noticing tiny carvings in the cross. What language is this?
Arabic. It says, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
I love it. It's really beautiful.
I bought them a couple of years ago when I went to Syria. Gave some to my sisters and mother, and had a couple of extra.
He handed a box to Teresa.
I appreciate you letting us take over your home.
Thanks, Nate. But it was no problem. I loved having you all over here. Brought a little life to this old house.
You'll come by the new office to visit us, right?
Oh, I'll be down there often. Tony told me it's a lot nicer than the digs you had out in Chinatown. And you make sure you come out to Queens to visit us. I still need to show you how to make that pasta con la sardi.
The dinner party wasn't in the mansion. It was in the castle. The biggest house Sonia had ever seen, with one main structure in the middle and a bunch of smaller houses attached to the sides. Sonia just knew this had to be a compound. If the seating arrangements were based on importance, it made sense that Sonia was at the tail end of the table. On the opposite side from Luis and Rita, who were seated right next to the head of the table with the host. Sonia tried to get a glimpse of the dark-haired man, pointing her little brooch his way. But in addition to the dim lighting and distance, the big red rose centerpiece was blocking her view. During the long walk from the car to the house, Rita had explained to Sonia that the party was being thrown by one of the wealthiest men in the country. A man who owned half the stores in every mall in America, from clothing stores that sell overpriced t-shirts and jeans, to stores that sold high-priced, low-quality lingerie. Sonia felt a knot in her stomach, thinking of all the years she and her friends spent so much money on vanilla-scented lotion from a store owned by a real-life monster. The polished dining room table that stretched out longer than a city block was topped with way more food than those guests could eat. Even so, servers glided around in silence, delivering even more food. Tiny roasted birds on silver platters, skin shiny like lacquered wood. And in the middle of it all, a whole roasted pig with a candied apple stuffed in its mouth. Sonia avoided both the swine and the birds, opting for the sides, which seemed less frightening. Some little fancy potatoes and cheese sauce, scallops, and these little crab cakes. While she was trying to eat, she was also trying to aim her little brooch camera at everyone's face, all the while with Nate's voice in her ear, reminding her that she wasn't there alone, and joking that she should bring him some of those crab cakes. Later, after dinner, the party moved to the den, filled with cigar smoke and forced laughter, and Sonia finally got a close-up shot of the host.
Sonia, this is Stanton.
Rita smiled as Stanton shook Sonia's hand.
And Stanton, this is my assistant, Sonia. Thanks again for adding her to the list last minute.
Please, Rita. Anything for you and Luis. You know I owe you guys my life.
He laughed a little. Sonia wondered what Luis and Rita had done to save him. Cover up a couple of murders he had committed to keep his little trafficking ring going.
So, Assistant Sonia, how are you enjoying the party?
It's been fun. She smiled. The food was perfect, and your home is amazing.
Thank you, I try.
He laughed. He had the kind of crooked, coffee-stained teeth that money should have fixed, but when you're that rich, you don't have to. After Stanton took Rita by the arm and drifted away, Sonia slipped out, finding herself in a long, quiet hallway. The only sounds were the whirring of her brooch camera and Nate's voice in her ear telling her to go back. She clutched the brooch, pointing it at nightmarish paintings, lots of pieces featuring goats, goat horns, or men who were half goat. "You see this weird stuff?" she asked in a hushed tone, aiming the pen toward the weirdest painting she'd ever seen. Some goat woman sitting in the bleak, desolate field.
We don't need you playing Inspector Gadget. You don't even know what you're looking for.
Nate huffed. She was about to respond to Nate's voice in her ear when another voice close behind her asked,
"Are you lost?"
She jumped, surprised, then turned around to see a blond man smiling at her.
"I'm just joking."
He said in a teasing tone, then pointed at her.
"Don't tell me your name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Begins with Net. Sonia."
He said it like he won a prize. She smiled, giving him a weak nod.
"I'm Stanton's assistant. It's my job to remember all of our guests' names, and usually I have to linger nearby and remind him of who everyone is."
The boy laughed.
"You were added to the list last second. Rita called, asking for a favor."
I heard Stanton for really good parties, and I had to check it out myself. Then he took Sonia's hand, sandwiching it between both of his, shaking it warmly.
"I'm Mark."
"Nice to meet you." She nodded, wondering when he'd release her hand. This house is so beautiful. Every time I walk further up the hall, I see something even more interesting. She glanced up at the creepy painting.
"Yeah, this place has some real gems."
He finally let go of her hand, but quickly looped his arm around hers.
"But the really good stuff is behind the doors."
Yeah? You think you can give me a tour?
"I'd love to give you a tour."
Mark said, already opening a nearby door.
This is one of Stanton's studies.
Sonia stared around the boring-looking room. It was only a desk and a few books on pedestals, and a lot more creepy paintings. She walked around the space, side by side with Mark, pretending to be in awe, listening as he went on about loving, working, and living there. Do a lot of people live here?
Almost 20 of us.
Sonia knew it. This was the compound.
There's a very large staff needed to keep up with a house this size. There's the butlers, the drivers, the maids, the chefs, the maintenance staff, and the dog nannies.
Then they stopped beside a pedestal with a book prominently displayed. Sonia read the title, Rituals and Sex Magic. Magic spelled with a K. She stared at the strange book displayed so boldly right in the middle of the room. What is this?
A first edition book by Lester Crowley.
He said with excitement. She forced a smile, asking, Sex magic?
Yeah, it's a real esoteric practice where sex is used to grant the desires of the participants. There's power in the act of sex, and that power can be harnessed it when done correctly. Goes all the way back to the ancient times, but not a lot of people like to talk about it.
I learned all about Baal worship in school,
So you know it's real.
he said with excited eyes.
I had no idea until I got here. Thought it was all nonsense. But this magic is the real deal. Not that hocus pocus Hollywood stuff. When you practice it correctly, it brings guaranteed results,
he said with a grin.
That's how Stanton has everything he does. He practices it faithfully and even helps others practice it too.
The sex magic? She tried to hide her disgust. He nodded. What kind of people does he help?
You gotta be in his inner circle, or know somebody who is. Mostly just people who can give them something in return.
People with money? She asked with a knowing tone.
Money, power, influence.
What about rappers and singers?
Yep, he's helped a bunch of them. If they're open-minded enough, which most of them are, he'll pretty much help any of them.
What about politicians? Sonia asked with a grin. It took Mark a second to catch on. Then he laughed and waved his hand.
Your bosses? No. They have a different kind of relationship. They aren't as open. Maybe if Luis was more open, he'd finally get that seat in Senate.
Sonia laughed too, like Mark was onto something. Then he added,
If you're close enough to Rita and Louise, maybe you can speak to them about it. You seem pretty open-minded.
He shot Sonia a look. Then she heard Nate in her ear, telling her to cut the tour short. She forced a laugh and asked, So he helps people practice it here in the mansion?
Here, his other place.
Sonia wanted to follow up and ask about his other homes, but before she knew it, they were being interrupted.
Here you are.
Stanton stepped into the study.
Mark, we've been looking all over for you. They need you in the kitchen.
Mark gave him a nod, then lowered his gaze like he was afraid to look into Stanton's eyes. Sonia tensed as Stanton walked over to her. Mark was just giving me a tour, but I can head back to the party.
No need to leave. Mark will be back in a second. It was a quick fix, really. I just didn't feel like getting my hands dirty.
He laughed. Sonia wondered if that applied to hiring a hitman and leaving Luis to clean up this mess too. Stanton ran a hand over the sex magic book in a weird, seductive way.
You ever heard of this?
Mark was just telling me about it. He said the magic is real.
Very real.
He flipped through the book just as Luis entered the room.
Sonia, there you are. Rita and I have been looking for you.
Luis waved her over like he was trying to get her away from the man. Excuse me. She smiled at Stanton, apologetically. Once in the hall, Luis smirked and said,
Sonia, you need to be careful around some of these people. They can be a little strange.
The main stairways are located at the rear of each deck, and a small safety stairway is located forward on each deck. Life jackets are stored in overhead racks on the first and second decks, and in storage boxes on the top deck. Instructions for donning life jackets are posted around the vessel.
The next day, Sonia and Nate met with Joy, one of Brianna's old co-workers from a few years ago. The meeting took place on the Staten Island ferry, where they were the only people crazy enough to brave the open deck, as a biting wind made the frigid day feel even colder. Joy was a petite girl with a round face and big eyes that made her look even younger than she already was. Thanks so much for speaking to us, Sonia said, breaking the silence.
I didn't really want to, but Brianna basically begged me.
She rolled her tired-looking eyes. I promise this won't take too long. We just wanted to show you some pictures, ask you a few questions, Sonia assured her, as Nate handed Joy some photos from the dinner the night before. She looked down at the pictures of the castle, her brow furrowed in confusion. You recognize this place? Joy shook her head. Then Nate spoke.
Brianna said you used to stay at the compound. You sure you never been here before?
I'm positive. This looks nothing like the compound.
Can you describe it?
Lots of glass. Like, it looked new. Not old like this place. It was in a desert.
A desert here in the U.S.? You don't remember the state?
Not really.
She sighed, then said in a lower tone,
It was the one where prostitution is legal. I remember that because one of the older girls told us that what we were doing was legal only if we did it out there. We didn't know that she was lying and that we had to be over 18 for what we were doing to be legal. I think she told us that so we wouldn't think we could go to the cops.
Now that you know the truth, do you want to talk to the police? Her big eyes bugged out, now filled with fear.
No, I don't. Those people would have me killed.
They threaten you?
No, but they told us stories about other girls who did and said they're still missing to this day.
Sonia glanced over at Nate, who was staring at her too. Then Sonia flipped to the next page.
That's one of the bosses right there, though.
She pointed out Stanton, with his greaseball slick back hair and raggedy teeth. Then Nate stepped over with his phone flipped open, asking if she recognized Finkelstein. Joy nodded, eyes moving over the posh-looking man, who looked like he was headed to golf.
He's the one with the eyeliner. I went there once, but only did massages for the guests.
What did they have you doing out in Nevada? She looked from Sonia to Nate, who took the hint and headed inside. Before they met up with Joy, Nate warned Sonia that she may hear some heavy stuff, but Sonia wasn't expecting that. Joy didn't go into graphic detail, but she didn't have to. Just hearing that the younger girls were preferred and that the encounters were caught on video made Sonia nauseous. Joy, we're gonna get these people locked up.
You won't be able to. You have no idea who they are.
We will. I promise you that. But we need some kind of evidence. Do you remember anything about where you stayed out in Nevada? She shook her head. Was it a city? Was it in a suburb?
The place was mostly just desert, a bunch of sand.
As they were about to part ways, Joy added one last detail, her voice barely a whisper.
There was a landing strip, a long runway for the private planes.
She paused, looking at Sonia with a haunted expression.
That's how they flew in the men.
On the ferry ride back to Manhattan, Nate grabbed Sonia a cup of hot cocoa from the snack stand, but she was so sick to her stomach she couldn't even take a sip. They sat in silence for half the ride. Then Sonia finally said, Joy doesn't think we can get anybody arrested.
But we will.
How are you so sure? We don't even have any evidence, and they got people like Louise keeping them free.
We're building a good case against them, and we're getting closer to solving your father's murder. Plus, we ain't dealing with the local cops. Once we get the evidence, we'll go straight to the feds.
Nate noticed Sonia's expression still hard as she stared away from him with doubt. Then, trying to lift her mood, Nate informed her that his sister had texted him and invited him out to dinner, suggesting that she could come too. I'm not hungry.
Boy, you don't have to eat. You can just come along where we can all talk. You and my sister always seem to have a good time together.
He suggested, knowing that leaving her alone with her thoughts wasn't an option. The spot they met Nahira at wasn't fancy. It was just some old-school seafood joint downtown, but kind with checkered tablecloths, probably older than Sonia and Nate. While Nate and Nahira chatted and devoured their fried clams and fish, Sonia put shrimp around her plate, her mind still back on that boat, a sick feeling still kicking around in her gut.
Sonia, you gotta come over to dinner again. Asif and I had a great time.
I would love that. Then Nahira smiled, looking over at Nate.
And we would love if you could join us too. Sonia and I could have used you the other night. You know how skeptical a thief can be when it comes to the spiritual world. We spent the whole night trying to explain to him that the other realm breaking through to this earth is a very real thing.
Nate gave her a nod, agreeing to come. Then the table fell silent as Nate motioned to the waiter for the check. That's when Sonia pulled the stack of photos from her messenger bag, flipping until she found the photo of that book. She handed Nahira the printout of the creepy sex magic book sitting on Stanton's pedestal like some kind of unholy Bible. Have you ever heard of this, Mia?
Aleister Crowley. Oh yeah, he was a famous occultist, influenced by Madame Blavatsky. You remember her, right?
The lady who channeled demons to create the law of attraction doctrine. Nahira nodded.
Crowley took her teachings and ran wild with them. He worshipped Satan too, and Crowley even called himself the Beast. Came up with some sick ritualistic stuff involving kids.
Sonia looked over at Nate with a frown.
Aleister Crowley is one of the main reasons the occult exploded here in the States back in the 70s. He spread it to a lot of influential people, actors, singers like the Beatles. I've even seen him praised by a lot of rappers recently.
After what I heard about so many of them, I'm not surprised.
It's an old evil,
Nahira said quietly.
It doesn't invent anything new. It just finds different faces to wear and new music to dance to.
Then Nahira sighed, pushing the photo back towards Sonia with her fingertips like she didn't want to touch it anymore. That following Monday, Rita called Sonia back into her office.
Have a seat. How'd you like dinner the other night?
Rita smiled wide. I loved it. Thanks again.
No problem. I'm happy you had fun.
Then her face went serious as she said,
Louise told me that he had to rescue you from Stanton the other night. Sorry, he can be a little weird.
Oh, it's no problem. He was strange, but he was harmless. Rita nodded with a smile.
Well, the reason I called you in here is to give you your Christmas bonus and to inform you that I'm also gifting you some time off.
Sonia smiled weakly in shock. What?
Yeah, I figured you enjoyed 3-4 weeks off. You can have some downtime before you fly out to Paris next week. So don't worry about coming to the office for the rest of the week. And of course, this is all with pay.
But I don't mind coming in, Sonia said, mind still stuck when investigating.
You're so ambitious all of a sudden. We'll be back up and running before you know it. Enjoy your trip to Paris and take lots of pictures.
Rita laughed. Sonia left with a suspicious feeling. What was all that about being ambitious all of a sudden? She wondered. As she passed a rush-looking Louise in the hallway, her suspicion deepened. Were they on to her? Maybe she had asked too many questions at that dinner. Or maybe she'd been too eager around the office. Sonia burst into Nate's office, all wild-eyed and panicked. I think they're on to me, Nate, she said, before noticing the couple sitting with Nate, staring at her like she had two heads. Sonia dropped her gaze, feeling crazy. Then Nate politely wrapped up his business and showed them out. The second the door clicked shut, he shot her a look. Sorry. She held out her phone like it was a bomb. I would have called you, but I think my cell phone might be tapped. It's a business phone from Rita. He sighed, just as calm as always.
Sonny, relax. I'm always vague when we talk, just in case of that. But I'm pretty sure they're not tapping your phone.
Well, Rita just told me that she's giving me some time off, acting like it's part of some kind of Christmas bonus. Nate, they know I'm looking into them.
Don't get paranoid. Is this out of character for Rita?
I guess she can be thoughtful sometimes, Sonia admitted.
Then take the time off and relax. I think you could use some rest.
She shook her head. I'll take time off after we solve the case. We got way too much work to do for me to be at home in bed. I'll come here instead.
You can come in this week.
He said, shuffling through some paperwork. Next week, too. I'm not trying to go on that trip to Paris. I really don't feel like being around a bunch of people I barely know.
I'm flying out to Syria to see family next week, and Tony's going on vacation.
She sighed, then, trying to fish for an invite, she mentioned, I have always wanted to go to Syria. He made a face like she said something crazy.
Why? I wouldn't even go if I didn't have family there.
Syria was one of the first Christian nations, she said, voice filled with excitement. I always wanted to see Damascus. Nate smiled slightly, seeing the now familiar excitement in her eyes whenever she talked about Jesus. Then, knowing she was looking for an invite, he shut it down quick.
Syria hasn't been a Christian nation for hundreds of years now. My parents had to flee, and my father went back and ended up getting killed. I don't take my mother or sisters, and I'm definitely not taking you.
His words hit her hard. If it's that dangerous, maybe you shouldn't go either.
I've got family to check on.
Call or send him an email.
In the countryside, where there's barely any electricity.
And you're not scared, then something is going to happen to you.
If something happens, it happens.
So it's okay for you to be all fearless, putting your life in danger. But you told me not to be stupid when I told you I didn't care about the consequences.
You think me going over there is stupid?
She shrugged, definitely reckless. He saw the worry in her eyes, and his voice grew steady.
I'll be fine. I go every year.
She forced a weak smile, then trying to lighten the mood, she said, So my best friend is leaving me and going all the way to Syria. He cracked a smile.
Oh, I've been promoted to best friend.
Seeing the sadness creep back into her eyes, Nate said in a warm tone,
I can't take you to Syria, but if you want a change of ticket, we can go to Jerusalem and Bethlehem.
You serious? Her heart jumped. He nodded, surprised by how hyped she was.
I'll be on that side of the world anyway. I'll show you around. Then after you fly home, I'll head to Syria.
Can we visit the Dead Sea too?
Enjoy a river too if you want.
Thank you, she said with a new brightness in her eyes. I'll change my ticket tonight. Sonia's 11-hour flight to Tel Aviv was its own adventure. The anticipation had her wired, and the entire red-eye flight, Sonia just reread passages in the Bible, her fingers tracing over the read words of Jesus. Her heart filled with excitement at the thought of connecting with the places where those words were spoken. As soon as she stepped out of the airport, the air felt different, cool, thick, and ancient, and her mind immediately felt at peace. Nate, who had flown out the night before, was waiting for her at Ben Gurion, ready to chauffeur her around in the Jeep he rented. He hopped out, grabbed her bag, and tossed it in the back.
You did any rest on your flight?
No, I was too excited to sleep. She smiled, gawking up at palm trees lining the road. I can't believe I'm here. They just smiled, opening the door, then ushered her inside so their trip could begin. Driving through Tel Aviv was straight-up chaos, but Nate handled the traffic like a pro, weaving through the streets like he was born there. They left the New World City behind, heading for Jerusalem, and it was like stepping through a time machine. Suddenly, it was all ancient stone, the air buzzing with 1,000 different languages. Hebrew, Arabic, English, and a bunch of others that Sonia didn't even recognize. After a quick stop at Sonia's guest house in the Christian quarters, they dropped off her bags, then headed over to the gates of hell. Sonia trailed behind Nate and the tour group as they stepped over to the gates of hell. Their tour guide, Simon, pointed up at this cave that looked like some beast had chewed a hole out the side of the cliff.
This is where the ancient Romans believed the underworld broke through to our world. The gates of hell. It's the spiritual center of false god worship. Lots of demonic activity took place here. One of the false gods they worshipped here was Pan, a half-man, half-goat creature. People came here offering their sacrifices, goats, children, whatever they could afford.
What do you mean afford? Sonia asked. They were buying children to sacrifice? Simon nodded.
Yeah, people who had less money would sacrifice the goats, while the people with the real money, they would sacrifice babies. They'd pay poor families for the babies they couldn't afford.
He pointed to a shallow pit below the mouth of the cave.
They would throw live babies into water that used to be down there. They believed this would appease Pan and bring them blessings.
Then he pointed out a few flat stone surfaces on the other side of the cave, and Simon let out a heavy sigh.
Oh, and over here are the platforms of the dancing goats. Some very sick, twisted stuff went on over here. One platform held an altar where the goats would mate with goats. Then on the other platform, that's where men would mate with goats, right out here in public for everyone to see. Some very sick rituals.
As Simon led the group away, Nate noticed Sonia's look of disgust and pulled her aside. Then in a low, firm voice, he said,
Now you see why Jesus brought his disciples here, to this cesspool of evil, to prove a point. His church is stronger than the worst evil Satan has to offer. He wanted to show them that his church could overcome the worst darkness, and that we don't need to fear the wickedness. It's our job now. We're his light, and we're here to expose the darkness.
She let out a deep breath, and the knot in her stomach loosened. We'll be the light, expose everything, and stand against the wickedness of the world. That short week in the Holy Land was a lot to take in, so much to see and feel, and so little time. One day, they walked the path Jesus traveled to his crucifixion, carrying his heavy cross. Then later, they stood in the Garden of Gethsemane, where ancient olive trees with gnarled trunks resemble old men's arthritic hands twisted in prayer. The peaceful atmosphere was heavy with history. Sonia pictured the blood Jesus sweat in anguish, dealing with the crushing weight of the world's sin, and tears filled her eyes. Jesus prayed here, knowing what was coming, Sonia whispered to Nate. As they walked, their tour guide pointed to a tree, its branches covered with viciously sharp thorns, long and massive. He held a thorn out, explaining that those paintings of Jesus with his crown of thorns were usually all wrong. The crown wasn't made of something like the stems of roses with small spikes. The needles looked like tiny daggers that would go straight through your finger if you weren't careful. To lift their spirits after the heaviness of that day's tour, Nate insisted she experience real Israeli food and took her to the Yehuda market, which was the complete opposite of the Schwenkel Garden. The place was loud, with the sounds of vendors hawking the merchandise, people haggling prices, and radios blaring. Sonia followed Nate to a small stand where he ordered them food in Arabic. Then the vendor stuffed a fluffy pita with crispy falafel, hummus, tahini, pickles, and a mixed colorful salad. Her eyes lit up after she took her first bite.
It's good, right?
She nodded as an explosion of flavors hit her taste buds. A combination unlike anything she'd ever experienced. On Sunday, Nate took Sonia to an Assyrian Orthodox church tucked away in the quiet corner of the old city, and it was different. The men and women sat on separate sides of the church, and before the service, Nate bought Sonia a small lace scarf from a street vendor, informing her that she should cover her hair. The priest was an elderly man with a long gray beard and kind eyes. First he preached in English, then switched over to Aramaic, the same language Christ spoke. It was weird to Sonia. She felt a real connection there. Not only to Jesus, but to the people who'd been worshiping him for ages, in ways that were both familiar to her and brand new. Feeling a deep sense of connection, belonging to God's diverse family of believers, all united by their love for Christ. After church, as they walked through the narrow streets of the old city, Sonia asked, "Is your church back in New York like that one?"
I'll have a church there. I stopped going a while ago. But yeah, it was pretty much the same.
Why'd you stop going? He shrugged.
Life, I guess.
I know what you mean. I only started going back a few months ago, and I didn't realize how much I missed it. She smiled. You want to visit my church on Sunday after you get back? It's the Baptist church, not Orthodox, but my pastor always has a good message. And we're Bible-based, she said with her hopeful excitement.
Yeah, we can do that.
Nate smiled, giving her a nod. The next day, on what would be the last day of their trip, Sonia and Nate went out to the Judean desert, where Sonia let Nate talk her into riding a camel. They sat high on the swaying animals, moving smoothly across the sand. Sonia looked over at Nate, who looked more at ease on his camel than she felt on hers. His usual guarded expression seemed softer now, with the hint of a smile on his face as they rode. After Sonia finally managed to get off the gangly animal, they went on a quick hike up to a high cliff, sitting together right on the edge, just letting their legs dangle above the desert floor below. She ran her hands over the rough, rocky ground. Jesus had been in that same desert, fasting for 40 days and 40 nights. This has been so much fun. Everything has been perfect.
Healing the camels.
He asked with a laugh. Sonia laughed too, giving him a nod. And I haven't been on a hike in so long.
You used to hike.
Why do you say it like that?
You just don't seem like the outdoorsy type. You seem a little prissy.
Prissy? She laughed.
I'm not saying it like it's a bad thing. But when you first showed up to my office, he was wearing a fur coat.
She laughed, rolling her eyes. I used to go on hikes with my father all the time. We used to go on bike rides, too. Out in his nature park in Hempstead, that's where he grew up. Sonia was smiling to herself, like she was watching memories replay in her mind. He'd tell me there were trolls under this bridge by the creek, trying to scare me and get me to run whenever we crossed it. He was real goofy sometimes. I think that's where I get it from. She laughed.
He sounds like he was a lot of fun.
He was. We would watch sci-fi movies together. Those were his favorite. But my mother hated when he let me watch them. She thought I'd be too scared. I wasn't ever scared, though, because I had my father there. And to me, he was the strongest man in the world. And I just knew he'd always keep me safe. She nodded, then asked, were you and your father close?
Yeah, he was my best friend. He encouraged me to make music when everybody else told me it was a waste of time. More importantly, he taught me how a man was supposed to be.
Nate had a look of deep respect.
How to work hard, be brave, be a provider, a protector. He rescued my mother and sister from persecution by getting them out of Damascus. I mean, he didn't just move them, he saved their lives. My parents saw their church get bombed, had neighbors disappear. He got them safe to America.
He sounds so brave. Then her smile faded. Remember how he met his end. And he went back despite it all to make sure the rest of his family was still good.
Yup, he knew the risk and he went anyway. Then it finally happened. He got stopped by some Sunnis who asked him if he was a Muslim. He told them that he was a Christian and they killed him. But he went to his death, never backing down from his faith.
He was speaking with pride instead of sadness, while Sonia was almost in tears.
I haven't talked about my father in a long time.
Me either. It felt good to talk about him. How old were you when your father died?
17, just like you. That's part of the reason I went so hard in your case. When you came in there, something about you reminded me of myself.
Thanks for going so hard in the case. Without you helping, I wouldn't have a single clue about what happened. He waved her away like it was nothing. I still don't think it's a coincidence I saw your ad online, she said, smiling wide. I think there was some kind of divine intervention going on. She paused and a brief silence fell between them before she asked them in a serious tone. Nate, if I tell you something, can you promise not to look at me like I'm crazy? He gave her a sincere nod. I've been here before. He looked at her confused. In my dreams, in this desert, it's all so familiar. Then it was like she was staring at a screen, replaying her dream. At first, I was in a big, beautiful field. Everything was all peaceful and calm. Then, these 3 wolves popped up out of nowhere and started chasing me down. I ran out of the field and ended up in a place that looked just like this. Lots of sand and rocks, but a lot more scary. The wolves got close up on me, like I felt them on the backs of my legs. Then as I tried to outrun them, I slipped off a cliff. Nate's eyes lingered on hers as she stared ahead, still watching her internal screen. I didn't fall though. I was able to hold on to the edge, she said, her fingers digging into the sandy ground between them like she was holding on for her life. Then those 3 wolves came right up to me and turned into 3 tall shadows. And just when I was starting to lose my grip, the shadows just disappeared. I was left all alone, clutching onto the rocks, thinking I was about to fall to my death. Then this man came over to me. He had a wooden staff, and he was dressed in all white. Clothes so bright, it was like they were glowing. Before he even reached out to me, I already felt saved. Like his presence alone was all the comfort I needed. Nate had this small smile as he listened. Then he picked me up, carried me through this desert and back to that grassy field, she said, looking completely at peace. I can't explain it, but the dream felt more real than us sitting here right now. And after I woke up, I felt completely cared for, protected, and loved. Nate gave her a knowing nod.
Jesus always goes after his lost sheep.
They were silent for a while. Then out of the corner of Sonia's eye, she noticed him staring over at her again, and she started to laugh. Nate, why do you keep looking at me like I'm crazy? You've been doing it this entire trip.
I'm not looking at you like you're crazy. You just seem so happy. The complete opposite of how you've been back in New York.
I've been feeling a lot better since I got here. Things were getting real heavy back there. He nodded. Then, after a short pause, he said,
I know you want to keep investigating, and I love having you at the agency, but I don't like how it's affecting you. You're changing, and it's not for the better.
What you mean by that? She asked, genuinely confused. He shook his head and looked away from her.
You just seem so angry all the time, Mel, and I know it's because you've been exposed to all of its darkness.
We're called to shine our light in the darkness, though.
Yeah, but your light is being dimmed, and I don't like that you working at the agency is the reason for that.
Working there is not the reason. It's everything that I found out about Luis and Javier, too.
Yeah, well, working in this case can't be helpful with your mental.
You sound like you're trying to fire me. Her voice was heavy again.
I'm not trying to fire you, but I do want to put you on desk duty. You stay in the office from now on. No more field work.
But I can't get anything done staying off the field and away from the action.
It's either that or nothing, and I'm serious. The closer we get to solving this case, the more dangerous it'll become.
She was silent, staring off at the endless sand and rocks.
Don't get sad on me now. Turn back into the happy fun, Sonny. Excited to be in the land of Jesus.
Nate smiled. Sonia tried forcing the frown into her face, but her lips kept curling up into a grin just at the thought of Jesus. Then she asked with a small smile, You ever wonder why God chose to come here to this particular place?
No. Why?
He smiled. I think it's because this area was right in the middle of the most populated continents at the time. She moved her hands expressively, now speaking with excitement. This was the crossroads connecting Africa, Asia, and Europe. The perfect place to make sure his message went out to the entire world.
All of his perfect, Queen.
She nodded too. Then as the sun began to set, painting the desert hues of fiery orange and soft purple, Nate announced that they should head back down the trail. He stood, then took her hand, helping Sonia to her feet, but to his surprise, she didn't let go after standing up. She stared into his eyes with an intense look. Then she said, her voice heavy with concern, "Nate, I don't think you should go to Syria tomorrow."
Sonny, I'll be fine.
"You don't know that. You said yourself that I couldn't come because it's so dangerous." Then, in a lower tone, she said, "Your father was murdered, going to visit your family. Now you're going back over there, putting yourself in the same situation."
Everything will be okay.
He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze before easing his hand away. Then he made his way down the path, promising they'd go to church as soon as he got back. But Sonia just stood there, a cold, heavy feeling creeping back in. Anna's jaw basically hit the floor as she followed Sonia into their hotel suite. Plush couldn't even describe it. The place exuded the kind of luxury that had Anna tiptoeing, scared to even touch anything. Sonia, on the other hand, flopped down in the middle of her gigantic bed, grabbing her phone from her purse and quickly flipping it open. While Sonia stared at her phone, Anna took a slow lap around the room, giving herself a little tour, her feet sinking into fluffy carpet as she drifted over to the window. She pulled back the curtains, revealing the city spread out like a sea beneath them. Anna laughed out loud.
"It's crazy we're staying here of all places. The same hotel we worked at Gala Gig. Remember when you bumped into Louise and got the job you have now?"
Sonia frowned, snapping her phone shut. "I forgot this was the same hotel."
"You only worked that event for what, an hour? Of course you forgot."
Anna laughed, running her fingers over the cold marble windowsill. Then she glanced back at Sonia, who was staring off at nothing, like her thoughts were a million miles away.
"You tired from your flight?"
"Not really." Anna cocked her head to the side.
"Then what's wrong? We're supposed to be living it up, and you're looking all sad."
"Sorry," she said, sitting up more in the bed. "I'm just worried about my coworker. He went to Syria and told me that it's not too safe for Christians to travel there." Anna perked up and asked,
"Is he a missionary?"
"No, he's there to visit family. I just don't have a good feeling about any of it," she said, the memory of their last conversation in the desert still fresh on her mind. "I tried talking him out of his trip right up until the time he dropped me off at the airport, but he wasn't taking me seriously." Anna waved it off.
"Maybe it's just nerves, and he'll be all right."
"I hope so." Then Anna's expression softened as she stepped over to the bed, taking Sonia's hand.
"Let's pray. Ask God to keep him safe."
Anna closed her eyes, already starting to pray. Sonia closed her eyes too, listening to her cousin's low, steady voice fill the room. The knot in Sonia's belly began to loosen. Her vision shifted, and instead of picturing Nate all alone and in danger, she saw Jesus right there with him, holding him steady. A quiet hope settled in her heart. If the worst happened, at least she knew that Nate wasn't lost. He was safe with God, safe in a way that truly mattered. After their prayer and some quick downtime in the suite, Sonia and Anna hauled themselves downstairs to the spa, which was the most beautiful thing either of them had ever seen. There was pink marble everywhere, and the place smelled pretty and clean. They got manicures that left their nails gleaming and their hands feeling as soft as silk. Then came deep tissue massages that felt so good Anna thought she'd melt onto the table. But Sonia's mind was up and running again, her thoughts back in the Middle East.
"You need to relax,"
the blonde masseuse commented, digging her sharp elbow into Sonia's back.
You're carrying so much stress in your shoulders and upper back. Knots everywhere. Too many to count.
Sonia took in a deep breath, lavender-scented air filling her lungs. She tried to ease her thoughts as the masseuse pressed into another stubborn knot. The amazing sensation feeling both painful and blissful. She shut her eyes, letting the pressure pull her thoughts out of the chaos into someplace nice and calm. After the spa treatment, they returned to their suite and ordered enough room service to host 3 brunches. They sat at a little table by the window where sunlight sliced through the glass, making the fancy silverware gleam. They tore into crepes and flaky pastries, then devoured freshly cut fruit between sips of hot tea. After stuffing herself until she was full and tired, Sonia melted into the velvet armchair, all relaxed and comfy, while Anna sat forward, clutching her cappuccino and speaking quickly. She was mapping out their plans for the next day with excitement. Then a knock came at the door. Anna watched as Sonia stood, tying her fluffy robe clothes.
Sonny, please don't tell me that's another souffle.
No, my friend Jasmine's stopping by, Sonia replied, already pulling the door open. Jasmine made a dramatic entrance, strolling into the room like she was walking a red carpet, lowering some oversized sunglasses with the dramatic slowness of a celebrity. Jasmine waved, giving a cheerful hello to Anna, then turned back to Sonia saying,
Sonny, you really missed out by skipping our trip.
I guess you had fun in Paris. Sonia laughed, closing the door.
Girl, so much fun. Najee flew out there and surprised me.
He must really be serious about you. He couldn't even be away from you for a week.
Yeah, we getting a little more serious.
Jasmine grinned as she finally put off her shades.
He bought me these.
She held up some jet black sunglasses with 2 interlocking gold C's stamped on the side.
They're Chanel.
Those are so cute. I looked up some Chanel sunglasses once, and they were like $1,000.
Anna remarked.
I know. It's crazy. I'm so scared I'm gonna break them or lose them. I only put them on right before I came in here, trying to show them off.
She joked, gently slipping the shades back into their case and securely tucking them into her luggage.
I told him not to get it after I saw the price, but he acted like it was nothing and told me I better get used to that kind of stuff.
She gushed. You seem so happy.
I am. I haven't had a real boyfriend in a minute. All the boys at school just want to hook up and waste time. I'm so lucky I met Najee. He's so mature, sweet, and generous.
How did you meet him?
We were at this industry party our friend Ish threw.
What kind of industry?
Music. Najee and Ish work at Diamond Cutter Records. You know the one.
She said with pride as she cupped her hands together and threw up the label's famous hand sign. Anna just stared clueless. Then Jasmine rambled off a list of songs, but Anna's expression remained blank.
You don't like rap?
Not really,
Anna said with a frown.
Well, it's a very famous label. Sonny's boss Nate used to work there too, before he started that PI firm.
Nate is a co-worker, not my boss. So you corrected, laughing to herself? The girls looked at her sideways, confused by her little inside joke.
So I'm guessing you had fun in your trip too then.
Jasmine shot her look. Sonia nodded, but her smile was fading. I had a real good time.
Me and Najee were thinking that the 4 of us could get together, catch up sometime. When will Nate be back from Syria?
Wednesday, Sonia said in a confident and optimistic tone.
So Nate is the coworker we prayed for.
Anna asked. Sonia nodded. Then Jasmine's tone shifted as she asked,
You okay?
I hope so. Things are too safe for him over in Syria, and I just got a real bad feeling.
But we prayed.
Anna said, shooting her cousin a look full of faith. Sonia gave her an appreciative nod. Then, trying to ditch the heavy topics, she announced that the girls were going out for mocktails later, and Jasmine should come too. Jasmine laughed loud.
We'll have to go out for mocktails some other time. Najee's coming to pick me up soon.
We could get drinks tomorrow.
Anna offered. Then she leaned forward, her eyes wide and sparkling.
We're going to the Natural History Museum tomorrow to see the Dead Sea Scrolls. You should come.
Jasmine's fork paused over her eggs Benedict.
Why are you so hyped about some scrolls?
Because we have the Book of Isaiah from 2,200 years ago.
Sonia leaned forward with a smile. Yup, a prophecy about God in the flesh, our Lord and Savior coming to earth, written 700 years before he was born. Jasmine laughed at their excitement.
Y'all are really into this stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah. It's amazing when you think about it. God, the creator of the universe, came here. He was here.
Anna said with a giddiness that made Jasmine smile. Come with us. You can see the scrolls up close and personal. See Isaiah 9:6. For to us a child is born, and he will be called Mighty God, Everlasting Father. Sonia said with a wide smile, sitting her teacup on its saucer with a soft click. Jasmine let out a short laugh, giving them a nod.
All right, I'll check it out.
Later that night, refreshed and ready for dinner, Sonia and Anna stepped out of the elevator and entered the lobby. Sonia was dressed in a flowing white silk dress with a black velvet blazer slipped over it, while Anna was all soft comfort, wrapped in a cozy white sweater dress. They crossed the lobby, heads held high, ready to play the part. In the hotel's fancy restaurant, they went all out on a 5-star experience, ordering dishes with French names they could barely pronounce. But when the waiter returned with the escargot and caviar, the excitement faded. They just stared at the shiny snails, which were staring right back at them. Then they flagged the waiter down, ordering dessert, the disappointment disappearing when he returned, sitting a huge baked Alaska in front of them, their eyes wide as they watched him quick his long glider, setting the dessert on fire. Blue flames moved over the surface of the overpriced ice cream cake in the grand finale of their luxury meal. Then, after they were stuffed on dessert and waited for the check, Sonia's smile disappeared as her gaze drifted out to the grand lobby. She spotted Louise, deep in conversation with another man whose face she couldn't see. Then, Sonia recognized his jet black slick hair immediately, and a ripple of uneasiness moved through her. She finally got a good look at Stanton as he turned for the elevators, with Louise following close behind. I'll be right back, she said to Anna, dropping her credit card and hopping up from her chair. She wove through the tables, her eyes glued to the numbers above the brass elevator doors. The light shooting up, 9, 10, 11, before finally stopping at 12. She stood frozen, staring up at the glowing number, wanting to head up and look further into things. But Nate's voice was clear in her mind, telling her to lay low and not to investigate. She was all alone, without any backup, so she fought her impulse to snoop. Then, as soon as she turned to head back to the restaurant, she ended up chest to chest with Javier. Sonia jumped a little, then shook her head, letting out a relieved sigh. You scared me. It was then that she noticed his demeanor wasn't cool or casual. His eyes were narrowed on her with a look of confused suspicion.
You spying on Louise?
What? She asked, casually smoothing her hands over her gleaming silk dress. I just happened to see him stepping into the elevator. He cocked one brow.
I saw you. You flew across this lobby like you was chasing him down. What's up?
I didn't fly anywhere. She rolled her eyes, shifted her weight.
It looked to me like you was being nosy and following Louise.
Why are you acting so suspicious and paranoid all of a sudden? She asked with a flat calmness.
I'm not paranoid. I just know what I see.
Then he leaned closer, voice low.
Sonny, if Louise finds out that you hired a PI and that you're now spying on him, you can cause a lot of problems for yourself.
I told you I'm not spying, she said in a hard tone, then shifted to something a little softer as she asked. You didn't tell Louise that I hired a PI?
You said the dude wasn't looking into Louise, remember? So what would I need to tell?
Sarcasm dripped from his words. Then he read his eyes over her face, studying her like he was trying to detect a lie.
So tell me why it looked like he was spying on him just now.
Sonia put on her best, concerned friend face. I wasn't spying. I just thought I saw Louise getting on an elevator with somebody, and Rita was nowhere in sight. So I came over to get a better look. For all I know, Louise could have been sneaking off with some girl. She shrugged. He stared hard, still studying her.
Louise is not cheating on Rita.
Javier muttered, as his gaze fell to the silk drape of her dress.
And who are you here to see?
I'm having dinner with my cousin. She nodded toward the restaurant's entrance, at Anna sitting alone at the candlelit table.
She liked that engagement gift we picked out?
Sonia replied in a flat tone. She loved it. Told me to tell you thank you. Then she ran her eyes over Javier's tailored charcoal suit before asking, "And what are you doing here at the hotel?"
Business.
He said simply. "I'll let you get back to that then." She tried to brush past him, but he caught her hand, holding it in a warm, firm embrace.
I'm talking to you for a minute.
He said, his tone lightening up a little. She hesitated, then let him guide her to a plush velvet couch. The lobby's dim caramel lighting bathed them in soft shadow.
You know what this place reminds me of?
Javier asked. She met his gaze, waiting.
That place we stayed at in Boston.
He said, noticing that she wasn't pulling her hand away.
I miss our trips. I miss spending time with you.
She stiffened. Then Javier's phone buzzed in his pocket, and he finally released her hand. He pulled out his phone, opening and closing it to stop the vibrations. Then he turned his attention back to Sonia, saying,
Rico is leaving in a month.
"So you were able to talk him into leaving?" Javier nodded. Sonia sat silent and still, with an unreadable expression. Then he eased his hand onto hers again.
Once Rico was gone, I was thinking that me and you could start spending some time together again. Go on our trips like we used to.
She sighed. "Javier, I already told you."
I know. No sex. You serious about Jesus, and I respect that. But you know it was never about sex for me. I just want some time with you.
He squeezed her hand, his eyes boring into hers. She shook her head, laughing sarcastically. "So you drop me, block me, and now that Rico was leaving the country, you think you just get to come back into my life?"
I don't think that. I'm just asking you to consider it.
Then with a small smile, he said,
And I've been looking into Jesus.
She let out a sigh, rolling her eyes. "You are not serious."
I am. I read upon a few things, and I saw that forgiveness is big for Christians. So you shouldn't have this little attitude every time you see me. You gotta forgive me for the way I ended things, and we need to move on.
He said in a playful tone, staring into her eyes, feeling something familiar.
Sonny, I told you, I never let anybody in. Me and you, we were so close. I'm not asking for a lot, just that you consider spending a little time with me.
Then his eyes moved from hers, darting across the lobby. Sonia followed his gaze and spotted Anna stared awkwardly outside the entrance of the restaurant. "I should get back to my cousin." Javier released her hand again, pulling out his phone and tapping at the keypad.
You don't have to make a decision now, but I'm sending you my number. Make sure you save it.
She gave him a nod, making a mental note to save the number and her contacts under the name Do Not Answer. A few days later, the luxury of the St. Regis already felt like a lifetime ago. Sonia stood in her bedroom, peeling off her work clothes, the boring sound of the nightly news floating up the hall from the living room. She sat on the edge of her small bed, checking her phone for the 10th time. It was finally Wednesday, the day Nate was supposed to be back, the day that she would find out if the knot in her gut was just nerves or if there was a premonition. He still hadn't replied, though, so she closed her phone, trying to convince herself that he was probably tired from his trip or busy with his family. Still, the weight of her bad feelings pressed down, heavier now than it had been all week. She slid beneath her comforter, lying in the dark, with the orange glow of the streetlight slicing through her curtains. She shot him a text, asking if he'd be back to the office the next day and if he was still coming to church. No response, not that night or the next. That Friday, on a bad hunch, she decided to swing by the office. When she got there, the silence hit her first. The place was a tomb. She called Nate again, then Tony, but neither answered, and her stomach folded in on itself. As Swain stepped out of the building, the sidewalks in Manhattan were packed with rush hour foot traffic. She pushed through the crowd, heart kicking against her ribs as she called Nahira back to back. Getting no answer, she ducked into a subway station, headed up to Central Park West. She was surprised when Nahira opened the door after just one knock. Sonia hadn't been buzzed up. She just slipped into the building when another resident was leaving out. Nahira waved her inside, looking frazzled and preoccupied with not one but 2 phone calls. A cordless house phone was pressed to one ear, and there was a cell phone in the other hand, its tiny speaker blasting some raggedy on-hold music. Nahira spoke loudly to someone in Arabic. Then in English, she announced into the phone.
It's Sonia.
Is that Nate?
No, it's Asif. Sorry I couldn't answer. I was going to call you back after I got off this call with him. It's long distance.
She frowned, then went back to rapid fire in Arabic, pacing as she talked. Sonia stood frozen in the living room, wishing the hero would speak English so she could have some kind of idea what was going on. But deep down, she just knew. She already felt it back in that desert. Then out of nowhere, Sonia's composure broke. "Is Nate okay?" she blurted out, her eyes already filling with tears. Nahira's eyes moved to Sonia's, and she ended her call with a Asif, still clutching the cell phone blasting hold music.
We think he's okay.
Sonia looked on in disappointment. What kind of answer was that? Then Nahira finally added,
Nate was detained in Syria last week, and I've been on the phone with the embassy there, and my husband who's now at the embassy.
So Asif has seen Nate? Nahira shook her head.
We haven't seen or heard from Nate. He contacted the embassy when he was arrested, and they contacted us.
Sonia's knees gave out. The next thing she knew, she was sinking into the way too soft sofa, feeling like she would fall straight through the cushions. Nahira's eyes lowered slightly, and her voice lowered too.
We're working on getting him out, though. It's only a matter of time.
Sonia nodded. Why was he arrested?
We're pretty sure he was detained because he was entering Syria with an Israeli stamp in his passport.
That's a problem?
A big one. They usually don't even let travelers in if they've been to Israel first. But they let Nate in. Then the Syrian intelligence agency grabbed him right after.
Just then, the annoying on-hold music stopped, and the voice came on the line. Nahira put the phone to her ear, switching back to Arabic. Sonia's blood went cold. Their trip to the Holy Land was the reason Nate was now locked down in a foreign jail, or even worse.
He's brought me through tribulations. Never let a day go by and not realize how blessed you are. Had not been for the Lord who was on my side, back was against the wall. He looked out for me. He heard my cry. Oh, and rescued me. Never let a day go by and not realize how blessed we are. Don't take it for granted that you're standing here today. Oh, yeah. Just know you got to know that we're blessed and highly favored.
Sonia sat in her usual pew on Sunday morning, the guilt and worry still eating her up. The pastor's words buzzed through the sanctuary, but in Sonia's head, everything sounded like static. Every 5 minutes, her thoughts would run wild. A movie playing behind her eyes of worst-case scenarios that she couldn't turn off. Then through the sea of church hats and nodding heads, Sonia spotted Jasmine sitting across the aisle beside Najee. Sonia and Anna had invited her to church after the event trip to the Dead Sea Scrolls if she actually came through. After service, most of the congregation bolted, bundled up in their dark coats, saying quick goodbyes, eager to get back to their warm cars and homes. But Sonia lingered outside with Anna and Freddie, pulling Nate's coat tighter around herself as sharp cold air hit her bones. She stood watching Anna's breath turn into clouds of white smoke as she went on about how good the sermon had been. Then, Freddie nodded toward the church bus, which was ruggling at the curb and filling the air with the smell of exhaust.
Look like we got everyone. Y'all ready to go?
I'm gonna walk, Sonia announced suddenly.
Sonny, it's like 20 degrees out here.
I know. She just nodded, wiping her runny nose with the back of her gloved hand. I still want to walk. Anna nodded.
I'm gonna walk with Sonny. I'll call you later, Freddie.
He smiled, then hops into the van, driving their church family down the street. Anna's gaze softened with concern as she asked,
You sure you good?
I'm sure, Sonia said, staring up at the flat gray sky.
Is Nate back?
Sonia shook her head. But before she could stop it, her eyes were watering, and the words were spilling out in a rush. Nate was detained in Syria, and no one had heard from him. She managed to get it all out without the tears falling. Then as Sonia spotted Jasmine and Najee, she quickly blinked away the wetness, forcing on a horror smile. Thanks for coming out, she said, surprising Jasmine with a hug.
Thanks for inviting me.
Jasmine smiled weakly, immediately noticing Sonia's forced smile as Najee introduced himself to Anna.
So did you two enjoy the service?
Anna asked in a hopeful tone.
I did. And you didn't lie about your pastor. That was one of the best sermons I heard in a long time.
And did you enjoy it?
Anna grilled Najee.
Yeah, it was real good. I'll be back too.
Then Najee's attention turned to Sonia.
Nice seeing you again. How was your trip to the Holy Mare?
It was really beautiful. She managed to get out. Then, trying to lift Sonia's mood, Jasmine asked with a small smile.
You asked Nate about the four of us going out to dinner yet?
Sonia shook her head. Nate was arrested in Syria.
And what did he do?
He didn't do anything. Sonia huffed, wiping away a tear. His sister is working on getting him back, though. She's speaking to the embassy. Jasmine finally understood the look in Sonia's eyes and pulled her into a comforting hug.
Me and Najee will help too. Just let us know what you need.
Jasmine looked over at him, and he gave her a firm, serious nod. After quick goodbyes and promises to talk later, Jasmine and Najee took off. Then Sonia and Anna stuffed their hands into their coat pockets, ready to start their short trek to Sonia's house. But before they could even step off the curb, Sister Gandhi was stepping outside with a warm smile.
Look at you two, bringing new souls into the fold. A beautiful thing.
And they really enjoyed the service, too. Said they'd be back.
That's a blesser,
Sister Gandhi said before sighing slightly, glancing back at the church doors.
I really hope they do come back. This place gets a little emptier every year. It's a sad sight.
My professor said people are leaving the faith in droves, Sonia said, her words coming out quiet and flat.
The Bible warned us what happened. A great falling away before the end. Things are only going to get worse.
You really think the end is close?
I do. It may not happen in my lifetime, but the way things are ramping up, there's a real good chance the two of you may be here for it.
Sister Gandhi said softly. Sonia and Anna shot each other glances of confusion and concern.
And the scary thing is, so many kids from your generation are lost, and they'll have no idea what's going on when the time comes. They don't know Jesus' voice, and they have no idea who he is. When I talk to young people who left this church, they say they still believe in God, but the God they describe is not the one in this book. They built a new God in their own minds, one who never challenges what they want in life. He never says no. picking and choosing what to believe in the Bible like the faith is a cafeteria line. They'll take a scoop of his love, a piece of the blessings, maybe a side of judge not, but they walk right past the hard stuff, the repentance, the obedience, the parts where he asks you to change.
Sonia thought of the life she was living just a few months ago, then said, "It's hard picking up your cross and having to sacrifice anything in life. It's easier to just do whatever feels good to you." She inhaled deeply, the sharp, cold air stinging her lungs.
Now that's the honest truth.
Sister Gandhi said, her intense gaze moving between them.
They build a false God that pleases them, not a life that pleases him. And they can't hear Jesus' voice calling them home. That's why it's important for you two to read your Bible so you know the truth. In the end, when the world is getting crazier and a lot of people are scared and confused, you won't be. You'll see the signs and you won't be deceived or led astray. You'll be the light, guiding people to the truth.
After a short, silent walk, they stepped up to Sonia's house, and Anna surprised her cousin with a hug. Hugging Sonia tight, like it would be their final goodbye before the trumpet sounded. Then, after Anna finally pulled away, she gave Sonia a warm smile, waving goodbye. "You not coming in for dinner?" Sonia asked. Anna paused, turning back.
Nah, just didn't want you walking home alone.
"Thanks, Anna." Sonia gave her a nod.
It's nothing. I'll see you at Bible study on Wednesday, right?
"Of course. And I'll stop by the bodega tomorrow so we can talk about Revelation." Sonia laughed. Then Anna shot her a weak smile.
"I'll be praying for Nate."
"I appreciate that." Then before leaving, Ella asked,
"You speak to your boss about helping Nate? I know he's only a councilman, but maybe he knows people in the government who can help."
"That's a good idea. I'm gonna call him right now." She moved quickly up the stoop, her mind already racing. Louise was just a local politician, but Sonia knew if anybody could pull a string, it was him. Louise didn't just know powerful people, he owned them. His whole shady side business was built on cleaning up the messes of seedy people in power. He had to have somebody in his pocket who could help. The dreary winter day faded to black by the time Sonia got to Louise and Rita's townhouse. She stood with Louise in the quiet entryway, begging him for help and wiping away tears. She reminded Louise of all the times he played hero before, fixing things for Rico and Twin, and even helping her. He listened intently with an expression filled with concern, then quickly agreed. He'd make a call, he said. He'd get Nate and his family to the U.S. Relief washed over Sonia, fast and so strong, bringing even more tears to her eyes. Just as she thanks him with a shaky voice, the heavy front door clicked open, and Rita stepped inside. Her hands were filled with grocery bags as she smiled at Sonia with a surprised expression. Then she stopped short, her warm smile disappearing at the sight of Sonia's tears.
"Is everything all right?"
Sonia nodded as Louise lifted the bags from Rita's hands and stepped out the entryway. "I was just asking Louise for some help with my friend. He's been detained overseas, and he needs help getting home. Louise said he could help, though. He's gonna make some calls." Sonia gave her a hopeful nod. Rita patted Sonia's arm gently, her eyes now soft with sympathy.
"I thought you were crying about Blue."
"What's going on with Blue?"
"You didn't hear? He's been released. Even though that little maniac shot up our office, the judge gave him bail, and he's back out on the streets."
"How? He was arrested for murder."
"I really don't know. I'm having Louise look into it."
Sonia let out with her biggest sigh. The next day was another gray and depressing Monday. Sonia stopped by the agency to grab her laptop before heading to the campaign office. But on her way out, she froze at Nate's door. Talking to Louise had loosened the knot of dread in her gut, but it hadn't dissolved it. It was still there and wouldn't disappear until Nate was home and she knew he was safe. She stepped inside his huge office, dropped her bag into his desk, and slid into his chair. Then, before she could spiral and lose herself in dark thoughts, Tony stepped to him rocking a new tan from his Florida vacation.
How you holding up, kid?
She smiled back, giving him a half shrug.
I know what you mean.
Any updates on Nate?
Nothing new.
She let out a shaky sigh.
Sonny, he's gonna be okay. We got people working on this night and day.
You don't understand. All of this is my fault. I stood in here, basically begging him to bring me along to Syria. And Nate, being Nate, wanted to make me happy and came up with the idea for us to go to Israel. If we never went there, none of this would have happened.
Beating yourself up isn't gonna get him home any faster. This is life, and unfortunately, bad things happen. Trust me, I've seen it all. But things aren't looking too bleak for Nate. He's got some real good people in his corner, and we're not letting up, right?
Sonia nodded, lifted her chin slightly.
I got a meeting uptown. Do me a favor and dump his voicemail.
What?
Take down his messages, then delete them so his voicemail isn't clogged.
She gave him a nod. Then, after Tony left out, she hit the button beside a blinking light, scribbling down message after message until the voice of a woman named Quinn cut through, telling Nate that they needed to meet. Blue was about to go free. Sonia called the lady back immediately. The woman answered, no hello, just straight to the point.
Nate, I can't talk now. Come to the office in an hour.
This isn't Nate. I'm his coworker. He's out of town, but I can meet with you. There was a short pause, then the woman agreed with a sigh, firing off her address, then telling Sonia not to be late. When Sonia stepped into the ABA's cluttered office, Quinn was up on her feet, rifling through papers.
Sorry, I really don't have much time to speak. I gotta get back to court in 10 minutes.
Quinn glanced down at her watch. It's no problem. What did you want to talk to Nate about? Quinn finally paused, tucking her thin red hair behind her ear and looking Sonia up and down.
Ain't you work with Nate?
Sonia pulled out one of those engraved ink pens like it was a business card. Quinn looked at her confused, then asked,
Corey Johnson, street name Blue. Are you familiar with the case?
Yeah, I heard he was released.
Yep. And if you're up on the case, then you know about him shooting up the councilman's office too, right?
Yeah, Luis Sanchez. She pointed a nail-bitten finger Sonia's way.
That's the one. Well, I'm pretty sure Luis has something to do with his release. Are you caught up with Luis and his little connections at the police station?
Sonia nodded.
Well, Luis is close to a couple of judges too. And the judge who set the bail is one of his really good friends.
But if the judge is friends with Luis, why would he let Blue go free? Quinn spoke in a slightly hushed tone.
Back when Blue was being questioned, he tried to cut a deal with me, claiming to have dirt on Louise, saying that Louise was into something illegal, money laundering.
And you think word got back to Luis about Blue talking? Quinn nodded.
Likely some of the cops in the interrogation room, but I can't be sure. Either way, Blue's out on bail, and in my opinion, in real danger.
Quinn snapped her briefcase shut.
Blue is never gonna make it to the stand. I've seen this kind of thing before.
Then she rushed Sonia out of the office and took off down the hall. Sonia stood alone in the dingy corridor, the sound of Quinn's heels clicking off in the distance and her cell phone blaring in her pocket. She pulled it out, staring at the small caller ID screen, which read, "Do not answer." Sonia could hear the surprise in his voice, like Javier had called, even though he thought she wouldn't actually pick up.
I was calling to let you know that Blue got out on bail.
I heard. Have you seen him around?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. But we can't speak on the phone. I'm at home. Come over.
Sonia hadn't planned on speaking to Javier about Blue, but after he called bringing up the situation, her curiosity was piqued. And before she knew it, she was on her way outside to hail a cab to Brooklyn. The ride to Brooklyn Heights was a blur. Sonia lost in her thoughts about the many matters at hand. She already knew Javier's plans. Sonia was sure he would be the reason Blue never made it to the stand. Luis had gotten him released, and Javier was going to finish what he started all those months ago. The heavy front door of the brownstone clicked shut behind her, the sound as final as a vault closing. Being back there felt both familiar and thwarming. The place smelled the same, that mix of expensive leather and Javier's cologne. She stood stiff, feeling a little out of place and on edge, as Javier locked the deadbolt.
Come on, let's sit down.
He gestured toward the living room like Sonia was just there to catch up. She didn't move an inch, though. I can't. I'm already late for work. Javier spoke in a warm tone like he was delivering good news.
I called you over to let you know there's nothing to worry about with Blue. I took care of things with him, so no more looking over our shoulders or worrying about some coming back to the office blasting.
Sonia let out a sigh, shaking her head slightly, but before she could say a word, he continued.
I know you didn't want me to go after him, and you want to be a law-abiding citizen with it, but trust me, with a monster like Blue, street justice is the best option.
It's not about being a law-abiding citizen. It's about letting God get the revenge. He stared at her with a look that said, "You won't make me feel bad for taking out the trash."
You telling me you're not happy, you don't have to worry about Blue being out on the streets of it again.
We didn't have to worry before. He was about to go away for life.
You don't know that.
He snapped as irritation flashed across his face.
Deals get cut and killers walk free. The system is a joke, and you know it.
Then he shook his head like he couldn't believe her.
You seem like you care more about that piece of trash living than you did your best friend. You gotta be the only person on this earth who will complain about what I did.
He got his tone in check, lowering his rising voice.
Anybody else would be thanking me.
In this backwards world, people would cheer for what you did because they love evil. But I love God, so I see evil for what it is. He stared down at her with cold eyes.
You trying to say me taking out Lucky's killer was evil?
God says so, and it is what it is, she said, not backing down. It's not our place to choose who dies. I thought you said you were looking into Jesus.
I never said I was converting, just looking into what you believe in.
He shot her a look, taking a step closer into her space.
You telling me if your father's killer was standing here right now and you had a chance to get revenge, you wouldn't?
She lifted her chin, meeting his gaze without flinching. That's exactly what I'm saying. He pushed out a hard breath with a look that said he knew she was lying. Javier, a true relationship with Christ transforms you, she said softly. You're not perfect, but you hate less and love more. And you start to see everyone for what they truly are. Flawed, messed up people who need Jesus. None of us are perfect, so nobody gets to say, I'm better than you, so I get to end your life. You point the finger at Blue for being a murderer, but you're a murderer too.
What me and Blue did is not the same. I killed somebody who took out a pregnant girl.
I'm not talking about Blue. Javier's blood suddenly went cold. You killed a man for murdering Twin, a rapist. People might have thanked Twin's killer for getting the rapist off the streets. Then they call you a cold-blooded killer who deserved to die. Man, I'm just saying, it's a disruptive cycle. A bunch of imperfect people pointing a finger, deciding who deserves to die when only our perfect sin as God is fit to judge. He lowered his eyes as she touched the back of his hand, her expression shifting from disappointment to kindness. However, our choices here on earth matter. When you sin, there are consequences. Not just in this world, but in the next too. He looked up at Sonia, his face a mask of confusion. I know you think that after we die, it's just lights out, but the spiritual realm is real. You live by a code, right? Well, it's the same with God. When you go up against him, you gotta pay. She shrugged. He's a perfect judge, and we're all guilty. After this life ends, we all have our day in court, and the price for all sin, from petty stealing to murder, is death, a spiritual death. Javier let out another short sigh, shaking his head.
I know, Sonny. Our sinners go to hell and the rest you get to go to heaven. I told you I already looked into this, remember?
She squeezed his hand, trying to bring his attention away from his own frustrations and back to her words. Javier, I know you don't believe me, but on that last day, you will be judged. So will I. But the difference between me and you is, on that day, I won't face punishment. Because instead of running from the truth, I ran to the one who could save me. Jesus, creator of the universe, God in the flesh, who came to earth and died a horrific death to take away punishment that was meant for me, the death sentence that I deserve.
Deserve? Perfect little Sonny. Upset that I took out a baby killer.
Yeah, I deserve it. I sinned just like everybody else, and all sins will be paid for, not just murder. She paused, her eyes pleading with him now. I know you only looked into Jesus for me, but consider that the creator of the universe came down to die for you because he loved you before you even existed. And now he's calling out to you, a messed up sinner who still thinks he's a fairy tale. Javier stood there stone-faced, no signs at all that his heart was penetrated by her words. Then Sonia gave his hand one last squeeze before pulling away. You don't have to live in darkness, Jav, she said, her voice barely a whisper. You can follow Jesus and walk in the light. Its life won't be perfect, but you'll have a peace that I can't explain. The kind of peace that can help with that sadness you carry. The sadness I've seen in you since we first met. I really hope you can experience that peace one day. Her eyes focused in on him. No emotion. Then before either of them could speak again, there was a heavy knock rattling the door. Before Javier could even step over to look through the peephole, Rico's voice rumbled from outside. It was muffled, but his raw rage was clear.
Yo, let me in.
In a split second, Javier had Sonia's arm in a grip that felt like steel, practically dragging her down the hall and tugging her into a small office, telling her not to make a sound before pulling the door shut. Then Javier casually went to the door, opening it only a little. He was about to ask Rico what the problem was, but before he could get a word out, Rico was storming in, pushing past Javier as he jammed a sheet of paper in his face.
Drina gave me this. Got it from your ex Marisol.
Javier hadn't spoken to Marisol in years, not after dumping her for running her mouth to Drea all the time, constantly telling Drea Rico's business. He wondered what her gossiping self could have shown Drea to have Rico this upset. She definitely didn't know anything about him and Sonny. Javier had been careful to stay away from the old neighborhood because so many people around the way loved to run their mouths. Rico was moving the sheet of paper way too much, so Javier snatched it away, taking a closer look.
You thought I wasn't gonna find out?
Rico barked, watching as Javier's eyes moved over the inkjet printout of a photo from some gossip blog. In the foreground stood the famous model grinning at Ish's party months ago. Then in the background, but as clear as day, was Javier and Sonia standing bodies tight against one another, his arm wrapped snug around her waist and his hand gripping her hip like she was all his. They were gazing into each other's eyes with a stare way too intimate for Javier to explain away. He thought he'd been careful, whisking Sonia out of the city for far-off getaways and keeping her holed up in that brownstone and at the lake house for months. All his careful planning, all his secrets, undone by a single photo from a party months ago. The first stupid decision in a long line of them had just brought Rico to his door, looking like he was out for blood. Rico was inches away from his face with tight fists, hollering about Javier betraying him and messing with Sonny behind his back. His voice was raw, cracking with hurt as his reckless words flew out like bullets. The pain of being double-crossed by his best friend and the love of his life had him looking like he was ready to kill. Sonia didn't need to see the tortured look on Rico's face. The pain of his voice is clear, even from up the hall. The pain that she had helped cause, making her sick to her stomach.
The whole time I was with Sonny, you was in my ear, telling me you wasn't smart keeping it close. But turns out you just wanted it for yourself.
You know it wasn't like that.
Nah, that's exactly how it was. You said I shouldn't mess with it because I shot her. But it's cool for you to deal with her when you killed her father?
The last question wasn't a question. It was a bullet of a sentence that tore right through the door and slammed into Sonia's chest, stealing all the air from her lungs. Javier killed her father. The floor seemed to tilt beneath her feet. Her blood went cold, and for a second, the only sound she could hear was the panicked drumming of her own heart in her ears. This wasn't real. This was a nightmare. A 3-year-long bad dream she was finally waking up from. She struggled to pull in a silent breath, her hands shaking so hard she could barely yank the phone from her pocket. She stabbed at the keypad, thumb hitting 911. And then her phone, the only lifeline she had, betrayed her. Instead of a silent call out, her ringer screamed to life. A shrill electronic panic attack that filled the quiet office. Then, a single shift to her weight had the floorboards crying out. A sharp, wooden shriek that seemed to announce her presence to the entire world. From up the hallway came a sudden silence, then Rico's suspicious bark, asking who else was in there. Sonia slammed her phone shut to kill the noise, but it was too late. The doorknob rattled, and before she could even think, a crazy commotion exploded on the other side of the door. A sudden, ugly scuffle. The wet, sickening thud of a fist hitting flesh echoed in the hall. She dropped her phone back into the deep pocket of Nate's coat and grabbed the old brass knob with both hands, pulling with all her might. There was no lock she could turn on the door, only a small keyhole. She wished she could block the door with some furniture, the desk, anything. But the door opened out, not in. She would have to stand there and pray that her shaky, frightened grip would be enough to keep the danger out. Her eyes darted around the room, desperate for an escape. But it was a box. A windowless tomb smack dab in the middle of the brownstone, with Rico and Javier brawling on the other side of the door. With her palms now slick with sweat, her grip on the knob was slipping. The sounds from the hallway turned uglier. The crash of a body hitting the wall, and all of a sudden, the commotion seemed to die down. Next, she heard a desperate, wet gasping, like someone was right on the other side, struggling to breathe. Next, there was a single, sharp pop. Then followed by a silence so sudden, it was 1,000 times more terrifying than the noise had been. That's when Sonia started to cry. Not quiet tears, but loud, wailing cries. Fear had her by the throat. Then, with one hand still glued to the doorknob, she pulled out her phone with the other. Her trembling thumb struggling to flip it open, she managed to press 9 and the 1 before the door was snatched open. The knob ripped from her sweaty grasp with ease. She backed away from him, her arms flying up to shield her face as a sob tore through her throat. Javier, please, don't kill me. Her eyes were pinned to the cold still in his hand. He didn't say anything at first, just shoved the gun back into his jeans quickly, then took a step toward her, his hands up in a gesture that was meant to be peaceful.
Sonny, you know I would never hurt you.
But she just flinched, ducking away, pressed firm against the wall behind her, like she was trying to melt into it. She didn't believe his words. The proof was lying just outside the door. Her terrified eyes darted past his shoulder to the still, unmoving shape of Rico's legs sprawled out in the hallway. Javier, please, just let me go, she begged, the words tangled in a sob. I won't say anything, I swear. He stepped closer, his movements quick and steady, taking her phone from her hand. A quick glance at the screen told him everything he needed to know. The 9 and the 1 glowing there, a half-finished cry for help. He snapped the phone shut and slid it into his back pocket, severing her last tie to the outside world.
Sonny, I'm sorry.
His voice was sincere yet rushed as he pulled out a set of keys.
I need to take care of this, but I'll be right back.
He turned to step out of the office.
I promise. I'll explain everything.
He stepped out quickly, shutting the door behind him and locking Sonia in. She raced over to the door, sobbing loud and shaking violently. Javier, please. Her wailing almost drowned out the sound from the hallway. The ugly, heavy drag of Rico's boots against the hardwood floor. Whatever dirt Luis had must have been something serious, because Sonia went to him begging for a miracle on Sunday night, and Nate was being released from jail just 24 hours later. He was a free man on Monday evening, and on Tuesday night his plane landed at JFK, its wheels kissing the grimy tarmac, delivering Nate from one kind of darkness straight into another. His tall, sturdy frame stood like a lighthouse in the middle of a human tide. First his mother came crashing into him, burying her teary face against his jacket. Then he reached out, pulling Nisha and Nahira into the circle. After the blur of emotion and their family hug unraveled, he saw somebody standing in the distance near baggage claim. Long straight hair with bangs. But before he could process it or get a better look, Tony and Teresa were stepping up. Nate wrapped his strong arms around them, giving hard, grateful hugs. Then Nahira's eyes darted into the sea of strangers, locking in on her husband. He was walking with a man and woman who looked like they stepped straight out of an old photo. Nahira squinted slightly at the old man's face that looked so much like her father's.
Uncle Alias? Oh, Hannah?
She smiled in disbelief. Alias's face cracked into a weary, beautiful smile.
Figured you would have forgotten us by now.
Never.
She smiled, hugging them, years of distance melting away in a second. Nate's gaze swept past Tony and Teresa. His eyes were scanning and searching the sea of faces for the one he needed to see the most.
Where's Ernie?
He asked Tony, his voice low. Tony gave him a tired shrug, and the simple gesture landed like a stone in Nate's gut. Later, back at Nate's home, the familiar smell of his mother's cooking and the sound of his family's easy laughter surrounded him. A scene he wasn't sure he'd ever see again. He sat at the head of the table, feeling like a ghost at his own feast. He was physically there, but his mind was somewhere else completely. Circling back again and again to his phone, which sat dark and silent beside his plate. He texted Sonia an hour ago. The silence from her was louder than the celebration in the room.
I still can't believe it.
Nahira said, recounting the story for what felt like the 10th time.
When Sonia called and said her boss was going to help, I thought, what's the Sin councilman going to do? I figured it was just a nice gesture, you know?
She shook her head in disbelief.
But he really came through. The next day, the embassy called me, and everything just started moving.
Nate just nodded, staring down at his silent phone. Later that night, Nate was sprawled out in his huge bed, and he never appreciated the simple gift of a mattress more. It was a world away from the cold, hard floor he called a bed, where sleep was a battle waged against fluorescent lights that burned through his eyelids. Now his blackout curtains were doing their job, plunging the room into a deep, comforting blackness. But he still couldn't sleep. His body was humming with a nervous energy, making him feel wired, and his mind refused to rest. Every time he felt himself start to drift, a jolt would move through him, causing his hand to twitch toward his phone. He'd already checked it a dozen times, and each time, nothing. Sonia had texted him a simple question asking if he was coming to church, and it was the first message he replied to when the plane touched down. The first person he'd reached for, and now she was the only one he hadn't spoken to. That cold, sharp thing was twisting in his gut again. He swept his hand across the nightstand, snatching up his phone. He called her again, knowing she wasn't going to answer. He could feel it. Something was wrong. He stepped into his walk-in closet, dressing quickly in a hoodie and pair of jeans. It was way too late to be calling Gloria, but he figured now wasn't the time for being polite. His call went unanswered, though. At 4 a.m, he wasn't surprised. After a long drive down to Midtown, He clicked on the light in his office, which at first seemed just like he left it. Everything neat and orderly until he got to his desk. There were a bunch of little sticky notes all over the place. Most were written in Tony's sloppy scrawl, and a couple in Sonia's neat and curly handwriting. He picked up one that looked like she hadn't finished writing the message, like her pen had stopped mid-sentence. He called Tony, who picked up the phone half asleep. Then Nate asked in a rushed tone,
"We got any updates on Blue?"
Tony grumbled, his voice thick with sleep.
Yeah, man. He's out. Made bail a few days ago.
Nate hung up with Tony, then leaned back in his chair, his brain struggling to make the connections. Later that day, when Nate stepped into the bodega, Anna barely looked up. She was stocking the shelves, humming along to some song playing on a tiny radio. He stepped into the aisle, asking if she was Sonia's cousin Anna. She turned to him with a can of Goya beans in her hand, her expression puzzled.
"I'm Nate. I work with Sonia."
She broke a grin so wide it lit up her whole face.
Nate, you're okay.
She nodded with shining eyes.
We prayed for you. Sonia was so worried. We prayed a few times that you would make it home safe.
"I appreciate that."
He said, his own voice feeling way too rough.
"I can't get a hold of her mother either. They go somewhere?"
They didn't go anywhere together. Our mothers went down to South Carolina. Our great aunt passed, and they cleaned out her house. Sonny just up and went to some spa retreat a few days ago to relax. Said she couldn't talk on the phone. I think it's good for her. She was real stressed about your situation.
Nate lowered his eyes, then asked,
"She tell you where this retreat is?"
Nope, and didn't say for how long either. She just texted me back on Monday night after I asked her where she was. She was supposed to come visit me here at the store, but never showed up.
Nate nodded, staring past Anna, his mind moving a mile a minute. Then Anna noticed that now familiar look in Nate's eyes, the same look Sonia had been sporting all week.
You're worried about her. You think something happened to her.
"I just want to speak to her, make sure everything's good,"
he said before asking to see the text. Anna pulled out her phone. Then Nate's red-rimmed eyes read the generic text. Sorry I can't make it. I'm going to a spa retreat. Can't talk till I get back. He thanked Anna, handed her one of his cards, and asked her to call him the second she heard anything at all. An hour later, Nate was sitting on the most uncomfortable futon known to man, in an apartment that smelled like incense. Najee had given him Jasmine's info, and he was sitting there listening to the exact same story Anna told. Sonia hadn't shown up to the campaign office, so Jasmine texted, asking where she was. Then she got a vague message about some retreat. Jasmine also thinking it was a good idea.
Rita called Sonia but didn't get an answer. Then Rita came to me asking if I heard from her.
He stood with a heavy sigh, thanking Jasmine and handed her a card. Sonia lay still and stiff on the floor, thick bone-white carpet beneath her. The only thing she could hear in the silent room was the sound of blood pumping in her own ears. Over the last few days, her whole world had shrunk to that room. She stared up at the dark ceiling, with the feeling of plush fibers under her palms and the hollow ache in her gut, caused by more than just hunger. Then she heard that familiar click. She sat up straight, as Javier's shadow fell across the white carpet. She watched him out the corner of her eye, and like always, her whole body was a knot of tension. Javier was standing in the doorway, same as always, never coming all the way in. Even in the darkness, Sonia could see the worry and frustration on his face. His eyes moved to the plate on the dresser. He'd brought that food in hours ago, but as usual, it was still untouched. The chicken and rice, now dried out in horror.
"Sonny, you gotta eat something. Please."
His voice cracked the silence. She just shook her head, her long straight hairs falling over her face like a shield. He couldn't possibly think she was going to eat something his hands prepared. Not after those same hands dragged Rico's body to who knew where just a few days ago, then locked her away in this perfect white box. No, a plate of food from his hands felt like a game of Russian roulette. He let out a breath, full of frustration, then tried again, his voice softer this time.
All right, fine. You tell me what you want to eat, and I'll get it for you.
Chips, she whispered. Cookies, the kind in the seal pack.
That ain't real food, Sonny.
Well then, a can of chili.
You want that can unopened, right?
She gave him a nod that said, yes, because I think you'll put poison in my food. A look of pain flashed in his eyes, real and deep.
For real? You really think I poisoned you? You know I would never hurt you. I definitely wouldn't try to kill you.
He picked up the plate of uneaten food, then announced,
I'll go to the store tomorrow and buy you some packaged food.
He assured her. Then before heading out, he paused at the door with one last plea.
Sonny, I told you, I'm sorry for everything. I've been living with that regret for years now. But you know me. I'm the same person you spent all those months with here in this very house. I love you. And after I figure everything out, I promise you'll go home safe.
Silence was her only response. Then the heavy door closed softly behind him, and finally there was that familiar click. But sound of him locking her in used to be the start of a nightmare for Sonia. Now it was relief. It meant that she was alone and she could breathe. She didn't move from that spot on the floor until she heard the jingling keys fade off in the distance. Then the sound of footsteps on the stairs. She crushed herself up, and the blood rushed from her head so fast the room started to spin. Hunger had her lightheaded and feeling weak, but she moved through her dizziness, stumbling over to the familiar, soft cushion of the window seat. That spot had become her sanctuary, somehow feeling more comfortable to her than the bed, sofas, or recliner. She hugged one of the throw pillows and stared out at the frozen lake, looking like a wide sheet of black glass under the moonlight and reflecting nothing at all. That familiar wave of hopelessness was washing over her, as she wondered yet again what Javier's plans were. Had he really taken her there to figure things out, or was he stalling, just working up the nerve to get rid of her once and for all? Being at the lake house in winter was different. That peaceful calm from summer was replaced by this heavy, creepy silence. No birds chirping, no crickets singing, no life outside. That dead silence was the worst part. Sonia had been up for hours, but hadn't moved from that spot in the bed. Hunger had her pinned down beneath the soft wool blanket, swallowing her in warmth. She clicked on the TV, not to watch, but to kill the silence. Javier had gotten a satellite dish since she was last there. Now there were more channels than she could count, but she never really watched anything. She would turn it on whenever the silence became too loud, the sound making her feel like she wasn't alone in the world.
Those are fat pictures. Those are fat pictures.
Then the theme song to Living Single came on, jazzy and familiar, causing Sonia to pull the blanket down just enough to look at the TV. Maxine Shaw, attorney at law, came storming into the brownstone like she owned it. Heels clicking, braids bouncing, headed straight for the kitchen. Sonia laughed, a real laugh, and for a second, it felt like she was home, back in the Bronx, before the shooting, before Rico and Javier.
I'll be back for breakfast.
That warm feeling faded, then the cold truth rushed back in. Max could just barge into the brownstone, demanding food, being all bold and unbothered. Meanwhile, Sonia couldn't even leave the room. She forced her focus back to the show, allowing herself to get lost in the make-believe TV world. Strong and free, like the women on the screen, laughing along with the studio audience, while she sat trapped in her white Lux cage. The click of the lock pulled her back to reality again. She glanced over at Javier, not even bothering to sit up. He dropped a gallon of water and a box of cereal on the dresser, then said he was heading to Walmart. Sonia gave him a faint little nod, and as soon as the door shut, she was up and out of bed, moving as fast as her shaky legs would carry her, snatching up the Fruit Loops and tearing into them. Standing there, crunching on dry cereal by the handful, when the door opened again. That familiar, frightened look in Sonia's eyes stung Javier. He slowly sat some more of his sweats on the dresser, then locked eyes with Sonia.
It's stupid for me to drive to Walmart for cans of chili, or we already got food here. How about you just come downstairs to make the food yourself?
You letting me out? She asked with hope.
Yeah, you can come down. Just don't put no stunts like the other night.
He warned, his voice low.
Sonny, this town is dead till summer. So even if you make it to the road, nobody's coming.
He paused.
You run, you freeze. It's that simple.
He let it sink in, then continued.
I don't want to find you frozen in a ditch, 'cause you was too scared to be near me. No more escape plans. Can I trust you to come down and act right?
She dropped her gaze from his, focusing on the floor. Yeah, you can trust me. With that, Javier walks away, and for the third time, there was no lock clicking behind him. Walking down those 3 flights of stairs was a whole journey. With each level, the world opened up a little more. Then finally, down on the first floor, Sonia could feel the difference in the air itself. It wasn't that thick, heavy heat from the attic. Down there felt lighter, like she could finally breathe. She rushed past Javier, who was settled in the living room, and headed straight to the kitchen. Her eyes on the cabinet above the stove, the one where they kept the junk food last summer. She snatched down candy bars and potato chips, ripping into them before moving to the fridge, pulling out a frozen pizza and some mac and cheese. She tossed the pizza in the oven and the macaroni into the microwave. It was a ridiculous amount of food. Her eyes clearly bigger than her stomach, but her body craved something warm and real. She sat at the kitchen island, stuffing herself with salty mac and cheese, while her mind plotted. Her eyes were fixed on Javier, stretched out on the couch like he didn't have a care in the world. That old, stupid part of her, the one that ran out of pure panic, was screaming for her to do something, anything. But she pushed those thoughts down. No more reckless moves. This time, she had to be smart. 20 minutes later, Sonia pulled the pizza from the oven, then made her way to the living room, speaking to Javier in a kind tone. Javier, I can't find the knives, and I'm disliced the pizza.
I locked the knives up. Use the pizza cutter. It's in a drawer by the stove.
He said simply, gaze never leaving the TV. She rolled her eyes. You actually think I would stab you? He shrugged.
I just don't want you getting any ideas.
Back in the kitchen, Sonia pressed the wheel with a pizza cutter into the crust, then slid 2 of the best, cheesiest slices onto a plate. The perfect picture of a peace offering. She took a deep breath, then wiped the anger from her face until it was a blank, calm mask just like his. Then she headed back into the living room. Javier's eyes moved from Sonia's face down to the plate of food with confusion. I made too much food. You want some? Javier took the plate, eyes never leaving Sonia as she moved over to the love seat.
You not eating?
I had some macaroni and cheese. Javier was glaring at her.
Sonny, did you do something to this?
She let out a loud sigh, moving back over to him and taking quick bites from each slice, chewing and swallowing while looking him dead in the eye. Javier watched as she returned to her seat. Then he took a reluctant bite. As he crunched, Sonia forced some cheer into her voice, asking if he wanted to watch a movie. Javier looked surprised, but nodded and passed her the remote. She started clicking through the channels, just a blur of noise and faces on the screen. The whole time, she could feel his eyes on her, burning a hole in the side of her head, staring at her like he was trying to figure her out. "When did you get a satellite?" she asked, just to break the silence.
About a month ago.
"So you come back out here a lot?" Javier was silent, shooting her a suspicious stare. "Why you looking at me like that?"
Just seemed like you flipped the script. All of a sudden shutting me up like everything is cool.
"I think I just needed some rest and real food. That was the first actual meal I had since I got here." His hard expression faded.
I still can't believe you started yourself, acting like I would ever hurt you.
She caught the pain in his tone and noticed that he was looking at her like he wanted Sonia to feel guilty for being afraid. It annoyed her. She took a deep breath, pushing down her anger, then made her voice come out soft. "Javier, you had just kidnapped me, taped up my hands."
You act like I threw you in a trunk and brought you here. I put you in the front seat, and the whole ride I kept telling you that you was good, that I would take you back to the city soon.
His voice went flat.
You sat there crying the whole ride, like I was getting ready to murder you.
What was I supposed to think? You had just shot Rico. Her voice rose and her tone was getting sharp, but she cut herself off, getting control again. "I just figured that if you could shoot somebody who was like your brother, there was no telling what you would do to me."
I only shot Rico to get him off of me. He had me by the neck and was about to kill me.
He said in a pleading tone, like he needed her to believe him.
And Rico is like a brother to me. That's why I made sure to make it a non-fatal shot.
He was speaking with a strange, cold pride, like he'd done Rico a favor.
Trust me, if I wanted to kill him, he would be dead.
"So you lean forward. He's not dead. I thought you went to dump his body when you locked me in that office."
I took him to the ER.
She stared hard, trying to find the lie. But as always, his face gave up nothing. No cracks, no tears, just flat, unreadable. That was the scariest part about him. You could never figure him out. She pulled her eyes from his stone face, looking blankly at the TV. Sonia had to get back to her plan. Stray away from the heavy talk. Focus on playing it light.
Senator Roberts.
Her thumb pressed the button on the remote she was still clutching, and she went back to flipping channels.
As much as
she was able to switch up her attitude, spending the rest of the afternoon playing the part of the girl Javier thought he knew. She let him pick the movies, laughed on cue, and acted like they were just another couple chilling on a lazy afternoon. She was all soft smiles and easy conversation. She saw the performance working as the tension left his shoulders and he started to relax, believing that he was winning her back. Everything was going as planned right up until they were in the kitchen before dinner, where she decided to make her next move. Javier was grabbing cans of Sprite from the fridge, while Sonia scooped big hunks of lasagna onto their plates. She leaned over at him, speaking sweetly. "You should let me make some lasagna from scratch." She handed him his plate and followed him into the living room. It would taste a whole lot better than his frozen stuff. He agreed with a quick nod, mentioning he'd pick up whatever she needed as soon as they were running low on food. Sonia sat stiffly on the love seat, her mind mulling over his words. When they ran low on food, the kitchen was packed. How long was this stay gonna be? Javier hit play on the movie Friday, sending the familiar opening song of the Isley Brothers throughout the living room. Then Sonia blurted out, "Javier, I need tampons." He stared at her, looking more tired than irritated, like he was already dreading a 6-hour round-trip drive. Then he said he'd go the next day. "I'll need some underwear too. I can't keep wearing your boxers. He nodded, eyes on the screen again. But since you're already going for tampons, can I give you a list for some food too? I want to start cooking again.
Make a list. I'll get whatever you want.
I could always go with you, help you shop, she said innocently with a little hope. He looked over at her, pushing out a heavy sigh.
You want to go out there to get help. Tell somebody what's going on.
I don't.
Honey, I saw your phone back at the brownstone. You was getting ready to call 911. And if you get a chance to get out of here, you'll just try to go for help again.
His voice was beyond calm. I was trying to call for help that day because I was caught up in fear at the moment. I had just found out what you and Rico did, and I was really scared. But now that I'm thinking clearly, I know that calling the cops won't do anything. Your uncle is way too powerful. She shrugged. His face went blank. Javier, I'm just saying, you don't have to worry, and you don't have to keep me here. I'm not going to the cops.
You hate being here with me that much.
He laughed, voice light again. I'm not saying that. Just that you don't have to worry.
Sonny, I promise. You won't be here for too much longer.
Friday is just a day before the weekend. But after this Friday, the neighborhood will never be the same.
Back in Queens, Nate was standing in his living room, staring out at the icy Atlantic Ocean. That same heavy feeling was in his stomach, worse now than before. Sonia was on his mind, and he could just feel it. She was somewhere out there, and something wasn't right. He called Jasmine, hoping for an update, but she hadn't heard anything new. Nate thanked her and was about to hang up when Jasmine quickly added,
I don't know if this is related at all, but Javier hasn't been to work all week either. I didn't think much of it at first because Javier never kept regular hours, but the last time they disappeared, they were together. So maybe they're together again.
Her tone was gentle and held a hint of sympathy. Anna was in the church basement when she got the call. The buzzing of her cell interrupting Sister Gandy's lesson. Anna smiled apologetically, digging through her big bag. She was getting ready to silence the buzzing, but saw Nate's name and quickly stepped out of Bible study. She ducked into the powder room, phone pressed hard to her ear.
Have you heard anything?
She asked desperately, without saying hello.
Nothing yet. I'm still looking into it.
He heard the worry in her voice and tried to calm her down, saying everything was probably fine and that he just wanted to be sure. Then he asked if Sonia had ever thought about getting back with Javier.
Definitely not. Sonia seemed happy that things were over with him.
Then her voice kind of cut off, like something had just popped into her mind.
But I did see him recently with her at the hotel. They were out in the lobby speaking for a minute, and the two did seem a little close. You think they're together again?
I'm not for sure.
Nate promised to keep Anna updated, then he better get back to church. Further his phone shut, even more confused than he had been before the calls. He sat down on the couch, jaw tight, eyes locked on the dark TV screen. The feeling in his gut wouldn't ease up. He tried to shake it off, told itself he was probably just overreacting again, like when Sonia disappeared last summer and everything turned out fine. There was probably just another triple Javier, and Nate was the only one turning into something bigger. But this time felt different, and that's what was messing with him. Not the silence, not just the vanishing act, but the way he started to care more than he meant to. Sonia woke up early the next morning, before the sun came up. For the first time since Javier brought her there, she didn't wake up with that crushing dread. The panic that usually sat heavy on her chest fell further away. and she was actually filled with a little hope. She got out of bed, ready to continue putting her plan into action. She was going to surprise Javier with breakfast, make it feel normal, like she was settling in. She'd already pictured the whole thing. Him walking in after waking up and catching a smell. She moved with quiet purpose, showering quick, throwing on some clean sweats, then slapping her hair into a bun. Stay calm, she reminded herself, heading toward the door. When she went to turn the knob, her heart sank. It didn't move, stuck in place. She froze, then tried again and twisted harder. Nothing. He locked her in again. Then, just like that, the air shifted, getting heavy. Her chest tightened, and the dread was back. The same fear from the first night Javier threw her in there. Sharp and familiar, like it had never left. Tears rained down her face as she slammed her fist against the door. She called out to Javier, voice shaking, then grabbed the knob like she could rip it off. Yanking, twisting, but no footsteps came up the stairs. Just a familiar silence, thicker this time, and twice as suffocating. Then, after her fist was sore and her throat was raw, she backed away from the door, her breathing heavy as her frantic tears finally swallowed. She squeezed her eyes shut, saying a prayer, standing still in the middle of the room until that tight panic in her chest began to lift and the throbbing in her head faded away. She thought she and Javier had an understanding, some kind of agreement, but now they were back to this. Eventually, she drifted over to the couch and sat down, pulling a blanket over her shoulders and clicking on the TV. This time, the bright colors and the audience's laughter didn't soothe her. She just sat there, staring blankly at his screen, hours slipping by until finally she heard that click. Sonia hopped up from the couch, heading straight to the door. Javier's expression shifted from surprise to worry.
What's wrong?
Why did you lock me in here? She asked, voice cracking. Then Javier looked confused by her sudden tears.
Sonny, I've been locking you in here for days now.
I thought you said I could move around the house. A look of relief crossed his face, then he stepped into the room.
Yeah, while I'm in the house. I got up early to go to Walmart and figured I'd get back before you even got up.
Her eyes lowered as she wiped away tears.
Sonny, I'm only doing this to protect you. I just don't want you getting desperate and making some deadly mistakes.
Javier, please don't lock me in here again. I won't leave. He closed the space between them and pulled her into a hug, his arms wrapping tightly around her. He apologized, his voice low against her ear, and promised no more locked doors. Downstairs, the kitchen was filled with a bunch of grocery bags. Javier had gotten her everything she asked for and then some. After she put the groceries away, cramming everything into the already packed deep freezer and fridge, she went through the bags of toiletries and other supplies, finding 4 huge boxes of tampons. Like Javier wasn't planning on letting her leave, and he come soon. Sonia spent most of the day alone in the kitchen, cooking him a big breakfast and a big lunch, then making some of his favorite desserts. Turning the kitchen into a bakery of Javier's favorite snacks, filling the house with the smell of vanilla and warm butter. She moved between bowls of cookie dough and trays of fresh donuts, working her way through his favorite recipes, then trying new ones from the cookbooks he bought over the summer. Mostly, she was just trying to keep a distance, while also trying to make it seem like she wasn't. Whenever he would come into the kitchen for a drink, lingering around suspiciously, she just flashed a kind smile, offer him a taste of whatever she was cooking. After a while, everything seemed to be working, and Javier seemed less guarded and suspicious than he was before. After all the sweets and baked goods were done, Sonia moved on to dinner. The real highlight of the day would be his favorite meal. The familiar smell pulled him into the kitchen, where he hovered around the stove, asking her what she was making. Chicken Alfredo. She handed him a spoon. Taste it. I made it extra cheesy, just how you like it. Javier ate a spoonful, and his expression softened into a smile. It's good, right? Sonia smiled too.
It is. I really appreciate you doing all this.
She forced a pleasant smile, continuing to play the part, then returned her attention to the chicken breast she was tearing to pieces with her bare hands.
I missed your cooking.
He continued, moving so close, his arm brushed against hers.
You think there's a reason you haven't moved on and found somebody new?
Her smile faded. I told you, I'm focused on God right now.
You don't think it has everything to do with you and me?
Trying to keep her voice light and tonal kind, she said with a shrug. I definitely think it could be part of it. Going through such a painful breakup had me more hesitant to start anything new.
I'm not talking about the breakup, Sonny. I'm talking about the feelings we still have for each other.
She swallowed hard, ignoring his intense gaze. She'd been drained all day, walking that tightrope of smiling just enough to keep him soft, but not so much that he'd think she wanted him. Staying polite, kind, but somewhere along the way, she must have overplayed it, been too sweet, too agreeable, because now he was getting close, his voice low and flirtatious as he asked,
You don't think that you haven't moved on because you still got feelings for me?
She looked away from him, racking her brain, trying to find a way to shut him down without being too harsh. But before she could respond, he continued.
You don't have to admit it. I already know. I can feel it. I also know you're still mad at me, and the shock of everything is still fresh. But Sonny, like you said before, the feelings we got for each other won't just go away.
When did I say that? She honestly didn't remember.
Back when you left me all those messages.
He said like it was obvious.
You said we don't go from building a life together to throwing it all away like it meant nothing. You gotta know, I've been thinking about you this whole time. My love for you never left.
Sonia's body tensed, but she didn't move when he wrapped an arm around her waist.
You don't know how many times I replayed those messages, missing you so much and wanting to let you back in.
She eased away from his embrace while shooting him a kind look full of understanding. I know why you had to do it, though, and I'm not upset about him anymore. He gave her a curious look.
You're not mad about the breakup anymore because now you hate me for what I did to your father.
I don't hate you, she mumbled. Javier was silent, watching her struggle to tear the chicken into smaller pieces. Then Sonia pushed out a frustrated sigh. I need knives if I'm gonna cook. I promise I'm not gonna shank you. Without a word, he stepped over to the basement door. Before punching in the code, he shifted his body just enough to block her view of the keypad. The door creaked open only a crack, just enough for him to reach in, grab the knife block, and shut it again with a solid click.
Make sure they're all accounted for when you're done. I'll check, Sonny,
He said, sliding the block onto the counter. She sucked her teeth and pulled out the butcher's knife. Are you serious right now? He didn't answer, just stepped across the kitchen like she hadn't said anything. I also noticed you took away all the cleaning stuff, she muttered, like I would sneak and put pine sol in your food or something.
Yeah, just like you thought I would poison you.
That is not the same. I had a reason to be scared, she said, hacking into the chicken thighs.
I never gave you a reason to think I would hurt you, and you know that.
His voice was rising. You've been lying to me since day one. You knew all along what I was going through when my father died. And all this time, her voice cracked. Then she blinked hard, forcing away tears, and went back to cutting the chicken, slow. You're right, Javier. You did make me feel safe when we were together, like you would never hurt me. But it's hard to trust any of that because you lie so easily. I don't even know what's real with you. He stepped closer, voice low.
You know everything between us was real. Other than lying about something that would have ripped you away from me forever, I never lied to you. You always knew that you could trust me.
Yeah, all right, Javier. She shot him a look, chopping the chicken like she was mad at it.
Me one time I like you.
She paused the knife again, giving him a hard look. Like when you told her you knew who the PI was after overhearing him at the gala. He didn't speak, but his eyes were searching hers. I still don't understand why you lied to me about that.
I saw y'all in Queens.
What? She asked, squinting in confusion.
I recognized him because I saw you outside your co-worker's house. I was driving from the airport. I saw y'all getting out of a cab.
Javier, why wouldn't you just tell me that?
Because I didn't want you thinking I was following you, like I'm some kind of stalker. It was a weird coincidence, but I knew it would look bad.
She looked away from him, seasoning the chicken with a heavy hand. Enrico, you already told me that he was going back to Colombia because you talked him into it. But you didn't have anything to do with it. You just told me that to make it seem like you were protecting me and saving the day, or to manipulate me.
Everybody manipulates to get what they want.
Not everybody manipulates, she muttered.
And what about you? Acting all nice all of a sudden and cooking my favorite foods. Just a few days ago, you wouldn't say more than 2 words to me. Now, you down here trying to butter me up. Get on my good side to make sure I'll let you go.
She put her eyes from his, staring down at her sticky hands. Then Javier stepped even closer.
Sonny, you could spit in my face and swing on me, and I would still let you walk out of here without a scratch.
He reached out, gently placing his warm palm against the side of her neck, and Sonia tried not to flinch.
Sonny, you know me. I only ever want to protect you and take care of you. I never hurt you before, and I'm not going to hurt you now.
But you did hurt me. Her voice was full of pain. When you took away my father, that hurt, Javier. He dropped his hand from her neck.
I don't mean like that. I'm saying I never put my hands on you, and I never would.
There's something inside her broke, and she almost yelled. Why did you kill him?
We thought y'all saw something.
What did you think we saw?
Murder. We had to make sure the shop was clean, so we had to get rid of any witnesses.
What murder did you think we saw?
I got a feeling you already know. The murder your PI told you about. Your father's friend.
She met his cold stare.
Sonny, that night is the biggest regret of my life.
She was silent, starting to wash her hands.
You ever think you'll be able to forgive me?
I'm praying about it, asking God for help. Javier took her hand, holding it tight and gazing into her eyes.
But you think one day you will?
I don't know, she said quietly. It might be the hardest thing I ever do, and I don't see it happening anytime soon. He nodded like it was enough for now, like the fact that she hadn't told him no was something he could work with. But then Sonia pulled him out of his quiet victory. But you're still doing it? She asked. You still out there killing people? The look on her face, half fear, half something close to disgust, made something flicker behind Javier's eyes. His voice came out hard and defensive.
It's a job, Sonny. That's all. I'm not some kind of serial killer who enjoys it. The people who hire me would just find somebody else to do it if I didn't. Those people would be dead either way.
His voice softened up.
I regret what happened with your father. I regret hurting you, your family. Y'all are some of the kindest people I've ever met, and I brought you all this pain.
Silence fell between them, thick and still, like the air had stopped moving. Sonia stared past him, replaying his words. Then he pulled her into a tight hug, pressing her close like he would will things back to how they used to be.
In time, you'll see, I'm still the person you fell in love with. You know me better than anybody else on this earth.
I don't know you at all, she thought to herself, but didn't pull away. Once he finally released her, she walked over to the sliding glass doors. Javier's eyes moved over to her hand, slowly inching toward the handle.
Sonny, what are you doing? What did we agree to?
Her voice was flat, she responded. Javier, I'm not about to run off into the woods. I just want to go outside, just for a second, get some fresh air. Her hand remains on the handle, but she wasn't opening the door. Then she glanced back at him, noticing that he was already on his way over. If I leave, Val, are you going to tackle me again?
I didn't tackle you the first time. I just grabbed you up.
He was silent for a moment, then simply opened the door. Sonia stepped out into the deck, into the frigid air. It was the first time she'd been outside all week. The last time she'd been cooped up in a house like that, she'd been released from the hospital and too scared to leave her home. Afraid of those mass shooters coming back for her. And now there she was, trapped with one of them. She stepped off the deck as icy wind cut through her sweatshirt. Her house shoes moving her quickly over the frozen dirt and matted leaves as she headed toward the dock. The huge lake that shimmered in July was now just dull and frozen flat, unmoving, lifeless. Lost in her thoughts, she wondered how she ended up there and how exactly things would end. Why had Javier and Rico ever even barged into her life, especially after what they did, knowing they would have caused her so much of her pain and just piling more on ever since. She stared out at the lake, tears blurred her vision, pain and anger bubbling back up to the surface. Then before her mind could flow any further away, she felt Javier's firm grip around her arm, moving her up the dock and taking her back into the house. Sonia pushed through the sadness and forced herself to finish dinner. Then she dried her tears and put on her gang face, walking into the living room like she was a different person. She handed Javier his plate with a smile she pulled out of nowhere, bright, sweet, just like he wanted to see. She sat over on the left seat, keeping the conversation going, asking little questions, and laughing at all the right times. Somehow it worked, and Javier started talking more about himself than he had the whole time they'd been together, even talking about his mother, a topic he used to avoid. It seemed like with all the secrets between them already out in the open, he was less tight-lipped, like he didn't have to be so careful anymore. And as he spoke, Sonia started piecing it all together. Why he was the way he was. That hole in him, the one where his mother's love was supposed to be, had been wide open for a long time. And just like Sonia was trying to fill the hole left by her father, Javier was doing the same. Trying to make Sonia into something, someone who could fill that space. That's why he clung to that domestic fantasy over the summer. The cookbooks for his meals, the cozy little life in the woods. He wasn't just playing house. He was building a world where he felt loved and whole. He wasn't just happy to have her back. He was happy to have the fantasy back. By the time their plates were empty, Sonia was calling him Jav again, and he never looked happier. Their days fell into a rhythm. She cooked, making pasta, garlic bread, peach cobbler, and he ate it like he was starving for it, for her. She spent her nights praying up in the attic in silence. Then she'd wake up and do it all again. One morning before breakfast, After Sonia called Javier into the kitchen to get his plate, he appeared with a tiny box, handing it to Sonia. She stared from it to him, trying to force the bewildered look from her face. Then, knowing exactly what was in it, she asked him anyway, "What is this?" Javier laughed a little, taking the box from her hand and cracking it open. Then he placed the tiny box onto the table, beside his plate of piping hot scrambled eggs. Sonia's eyes moved over the diamond, sparkling in the morning sun.
I bought this a while ago, before we came out here last summer. I used to sit in the basement, wondering if I'd ever get to give it to you, or if everything would have to end once Rico came back.
He pulled the ring from the box and pushed it onto her finger. Sonia swallowed hard, forcing her hand to stay steady, even as her stomach ached.
I always wondered what it would look like on your hand. Like it?
She stared down at the ring, avoiding his eyes. "It's really nice." Javier smiled faded.
You don't know how happy I was being with you. I wanted us to last forever.
Javier's gaze fell to the floor.
I wish I could go back to before everything put us apart.
She made her voice soft, speaking with kindness. "I believe that everything happens for a reason. We don't always like it or understand, but this is the way things are supposed to be."
Even your father's murder?
Sonia bit her tongue so hard she tasted blood, but she managed to nod.
If I would have asked you back then, before all of this happened, would you have said yes?
"I think I would have," she said, not lying. She started to slide the tight little ring off her finger, but Javier caught her hand. Moved real slow, real gentle, like he was handling glass.
Don't take it off yet.
She ran her eyes over his face. He had a dreamy look and was staring at her hand like they were newlyweds. That dull ache in her stomach sharpened. Later that night, back in Brooklyn, Nate was parked outside of Javier's brownstone, freezing in Tony's Honda. The engine was off to save them a trip to the gas station, and he sat there with his coat zipped up to his chin, fingers stiff. For days now, Nate and Tony had been running shifts, watching the place nonstop, from morning till night, but it was dead. Lights off, no movement, no signs of Javier. He blew hot air into his cut's hands when the passenger door finally cracked open and Tony climbed in.
Anything new?
Tony asked. Nate shook his head.
Well, I got it from here. Head home and get some breast.
Nah, I'm going inside. I want to check something out.
Nate popped the lock with no real effort at all and was in the brownstone quick. He moved through the house like a shadow, his eyes scanning and dissecting every room, hunting for any sign that Sonia had been there recently, but found nothing at all. It was up in the master bedroom that he'd finally found what he hoped was some kind of clue. A photo in a silver frame sitting on a nightstand like a trophy. Sonia and Javier, standing on a porch somewhere, hugged up, both smiling wide. But her smile, that was the part that had him. Big, wide, real. Happier than he'd seen her in a minute. Nate's eyes went to work fast. No bangs, short sleeves. This was an old picture, from summer or spring. He focused on the background, looking for that big house she mentioned. But the picture gave up nothing, a dead end. Still, he kept staring, not at anything in the picture, but the photo itself was the real clue. Why does a man keep a picture of his ex right by his bed months after it's over? The first thing Javier would see before going to sleep and when he woke up. Nate had seen it before, too many times. Ex-boyfriends who couldn't let go, girls who disappeared, families left waiting. the kind of thing that never ended well. Nate reeled in those dark thoughts and considered another possibility. Javier had only recently put the picture back up after he and Sonia got back together. The two were still in love. That's why they were cozy on the couch in the hotel lobby, and that's why there was no sign of struggle here or at Sonia's place. Yeah, Sonia talked like she was done with Javier, complaining about him, but Nate had seen that before. Clients who got all the evidence in the world that their spouses were no good, but ended up staying anyway and turning a blind eye. He shook his head, wondering what he was even doing there. Probably snooping around Javier's house for no reason, and now he was the one feeling like a stalker. The day before she made her move, Sonia played it cool. Same old routine, same blank smile. But in her mind, she was already halfway out the door. The TV was playing low. Some trash action flick Javier had already seen 1,000 times. He was stretched out, remote in hand, and barely blinking. Sonia was curled up on the other side of the couch, fake reading one of the books he bought last summer. Something thick with a pretty cover. She flipped the pages slow like she cared, but her eyes weren't even tracking the lines. She waited until he looked extra relaxed, then said softly, "Hav, you think you could go to the store for me tomorrow?" He didn't look away from the screen.
For what?
A Bible. That made him turn. Not fast, just slow and sideways, like he needed to make sure he heard her right. She kept her voice light. "I know it's a far drive, but I really want to start studying again." His expression was still blank. Then she softened her eyes, giving him a sweet, pleading look. Finally he agreed and told her he'd go in the morning. Javier pulled off early the next day, and about 30 minutes after his taillights disappeared, Sonia slipped out the front door. She moved quickly, down that long path, turning and twisting like it was trying to confuse her. Every time she thought she was almost to the road, it just kept going. Long, winding, and endless. Then the snow started up, coming down fast in fat clumps, landing on the trees and Sonia's face. She had on layers, leggings under sweatpants, Nate's big wool coat, scarf gloves, and a hat, but the cold still cut through. By the time she made it to the road, the storm had picked up fast, and the landscape had vanished in the snow. The trees, road, sky were all blurred into one white wall. She just stood there frozen in place, looking out at the whiteness. There were no tire marks in the street and no cars in sight. Javier wasn't lying. Nobody was out there. They really were alone. Still, Sonia stood there, wind blowing the snow sideways and stinging her face. An icy cold stabbing through her cheap boots, which had zero insulation. Her toes burned as she stood there, hoping and waiting, but no one ever came. She wanted to move, go back to the warmth of the big house, but she was too scared that the second she left, a car or truck would finally come and she would miss her shot. So she stayed, skin stinging and eyes burning, until her body couldn't take it anymore. Then, finally she gave up, blinking back tears as she turned her back on freedom, heading back up the path. 30 minutes later, she was in the house, right back where she started. The warm air stinging her numb skin as she kicked off her boots and peeled off her wet gloves. Then she threw everything beside the fireplace, hoping they'd dry off before Javier came back asking questions. She wiped up the spludge she tracked in, then looked out the window, Snow had buried everything. No footprints, no trail. Like she had never even left. A few hours later, Javier returned. His arms filled with bags. Like he had hit every owl look of himself Sawyer might ask for later and was saving himself another trip. He set the bags on the kitchen floor and pulled out the Bible first. Thank you. She smiled. I made big ziti. He stepped closer, peeking as she pulled the heavy pan from the oven.
I see you've been busy.
He commented as she made him a plate. Yeah, I meant to say thank you for going out in the blizzard to get me a Bible, she said sweetly. Javier just smiled with a pleased expression, like he enjoyed playing the part of provider. Later, after eating lunch alone, Javier found Sonia still in the kitchen, perched on one of those tall stools at the island, wiping away tears.
You okay?
He asked, stepping over to the counter. Yeah, these are happy tears. She nodded, closing her Bible.
The stuff in that book mean that much to you. It got you crying.
She nodded slowly, eyes still glassy. I just finished reading Matthew. The disciples were worshiping Jesus before he went back to heaven. Then before he left, he told them he'd always be with them. Javier squinted like she was speaking another language.
And that means something to you.
It reminds me that I'm not alone, no matter what's happening around me. That he's here, and that he's coming back. I think about that a lot now. That Jesus is really coming back. It's not just someday like far off, but soon.
You really think Jesus is coming back?
She flipped the Bible open, stopping at Titus 2:13. While we wait for the blessed hope, the appearing of the glory of our great God and Savior, Jesus Christ. Javier shifted, his eyes lingering on the Bible, but not reading it. It makes me feel less scared, like a reminder that everything really will be okay.
Sonny, you ain't gotta worry no more. I told you you're safe.
His voice had the edge again, frustration sliding in like he was tired of repeating himself. She nodded slow. Then he tried to soften his tone.
I just wish you didn't need that book to stop your mind from running. Wish you believed me when I told you you're good with me. That's why I gave you the ring the other day. Not because I was being weird. I did it to show you I'm serious. My love for you has always been real. I just wanted you to feel that.
She nodded again.
So that's why you wanted me to pick up that Bible so bad?
He was calmer now.
At first I thought you wanted me out of the house so you could leave.
She held his stare, calm and unflinching. Then he smiled a little, like he was relieved.
Anyway, I'm just glad to see you happy. If that book helped you breathe better while you're here, then I'm happy too.
Thanks again for going to get it, she said, quiet.
You know I would do anything to make you happy.
Then let me go home, she thought. Javier's hand moved over hers, then a smile spread across his face.
You still wearing the ring?
I can't get it off. She said it low, hoping he wouldn't get excited over nothing. The next thing she knew, he was stepping behind her, the heat of his body close against her back. He ran his big hands over her shoulders, starting to massage her. She managed not to jump. Relaxing played a part, she told herself. But her body wasn't listening. Shoulders tight, muscles stiff, like her whole body was bracing for something. As Javier's hands worked the knots, he noticed Sonia's frown.
What's wrong? It's hurt?
No. She smiled weakly, trying to play off her uneasiness. I was just thinking about my mother. Javier needs to call her, let her know I'm okay.
I already handled it.
He said casually.
She texted you while I was taking Rico to the ER. I didn't want her to worry, so I sent her a message. I replied to all the people who texted you that day. Everybody knows that you're okay.
Heat rushed her face, and worry tightened her chest. Nobody was looking for her. Who else texted me?
Anna and Jasmine.
Nobody else?
You wondering if that dude Nate hit you back?
He asked as his hand paused.
Nah, he didn't seem to attack.
Sonia was silent. The Javier started rubbing again.
Y'all together?
You know I'm single.
Yeah, that's what you said, but y'all seem real close. I noticed that until recently, y'all two been talking every day.
We're just friends.
Friends who go on trips overseas.
His fingers pressed firmer.
I saw his text about picking you up from some foreign airport.
She rolled her eyes as his hands moved up toward the nape of her neck. Javier already told you I'm not interested in any relationships right now. I'm focusing on God. Her voice was laced with impatience. And since you were reading my messages, you saw that there's nothing going on. He let out a sigh.
Relax, honey. I was just asking her.
Then he stepped away, finally letting her go. Sonia sat there quiet, hands clutching the Bible in her lap.
You all right?
Yeah, just a little tired. Javier watched her for a second, then dropped his tone back down, softer again.
You don't have to cook for me every day. You know I love your cooking, but I don't want you feeling like you're some kind of servant around here. That text I sent out doesn't have to be a lie. You really can relax. Get some rest out here with me,
He said with a hopeful look. She didn't say anything right away, just blinked swell, giving a half shrug. Then he tried again, suggesting that they watch a movie. Sonia let a tiny smile show, barely there, then agreed. I'll be in the little room in a minute. I'm gonna grab some snacks. After Javier left the kitchen, her tears fell and shoulders shook as her hands muffled her sobs. She had been hoping that help was on the way, that people would miss her and would be looking for her. But help wasn't coming. Javier made sure that. That same terrifying thought crept back up, quiet but sharp. What was Javier planning? Was she ever going back home? Her spiraling thoughts were interrupted by him calling her into the living room like everything was normal, telling her to hurry in so they could start the movie. She wiped at her face with the sleeve of his hoodie, then forced her expression back to neutral. She grabbed a bag of chips, then walked into the living room like nothing was wrong, taking her seat beside him, pain in her chest, but a smile on her face. Like always, playing the part. The next morning, Sonia woke up to the smell of something buttery and burnt. When she opened her eyes, Javier was standing over the bed like he belonged there and setting a plate down next to her pillow. What is this?
I told you, you don't have to keep cooking. I want you to relax.
She pushed herself up against the pillows, eyes sliding down from him to the plate of eggs, if you could call them that. They somehow looked dry and greasy at the same time. She thought about taking the tiniest nibble, but he was staring at it with pride, waiting for her to taste. So she took a regular bite, but she couldn't help herself from making a face as she chewed slow.
What's wrong?
Nothing, just crunchy. He took a bite himself, then his whole face twisted up.
Sorry about that.
Sonia laughed, climbing out of bed. Thanks for trying, but I like to cook. He scooped up the plate, following her downstairs, and just 10 minutes later, the burnt butter smell in the kitchen was replaced by the smell of Sonia's delicious breakfast. She handed him a plate with a smile that said, "This is what eggs are supposed to look like." On the way into the living room, they heard it. Something outside, the sound slow and deliberate. Not the wind or trees, something much heavier. A crunch. Javier was already looking back at Sonia when it came again, louder and closer this time. They both froze, eyes locked on each other's. Then he sat his plate on the couch and headed for the door. Sonia trailed behind him, watching as he moved to the window beside the door. He slid 2 fingers under the curtain, peeled it back for a second, then he let it drop. With a tight jaw, he moved to the tall table in the entryway, turned the key in the lock with a quick twist, then slid a gun out the drawer. Sonia moved to the window, and outside she saw Tony. He was bent over Javier's car with his palms cupped to the glass, squinting through the dark tint. Her stomach dropped. Javier, that's my coworker. He's just here looking for me. Let me go, and we'll just leave.
Stay here,
He commanded in a low, stern tone. You said you wanted to undo everything that happened to me. Undo all the pain you caused? But if you hurt him, you'll be doing the same thing to somebody else's family. Her eyes were watering as she pleaded, but his eyes had gone empty again. Instead of responding, he just left out the door, closing it softly behind him and creeping out into the cold. She returned to the window, heart racing as she watched Javier. He was stepping behind Tony with his gun drawn, eyes locked on his target like he already knew how things were going to end. Then, out the corner of her vision, Sonia saw movement in the tree line. She got a glimpse of Nate in a dark hoodie, gun steady and aimed right at the back of Javier's head. There was a pause, a small adjustment, and then a shot. The sound so loud, Sonia could feel the blast inside her own head. She squeezed her eyes shut as ringing buzzed in her ears, then opened them to see Javier on the move, running quickly into the woods, gun no longer in his hand. He was clutching his arm as Nate lined up his shot. But by then, it was too late. Javier ducked between the trees and had already disappeared into the woods. From behind Javier's car, Tony pushed up from the ground where he dug for cover. He moved fast toward the spot where Javier dropped the gun, scooping it up before the snow could swallow it whole. Nate stood stuck, like he was thinking about going after Javier, but his attention seemed to be pulled toward the house. Sonia didn't think. Her body just moved fast, out the door into the freezing cold and right into Nate's arms. He caught her mid-run, pulling her tight against his chest as she started to sob, shoulders shaking as she buried her teary eyes into his chest.
Everything is okay.
He assured her as she clung to him tight, like if she let go, somebody would drag her back into that house and the nightmare would start up all over again. Within minutes, the three were in an Escalade, the snow whipping up from the tires as Nate guided the wide SUV down the skinny, winding path, his gaze shifting from the dense woods to Sonia in the rearview. She sat in the back, half listening as Nate and Tony murmured, their voices muffled beneath blasting heat and the grind of tires over snow. She couldn't catch much until she made out Tony's words cutting through the noise. He asked her they take her to the precinct first or to the hospital for a kit. Like a rape kit? She asked. Javier didn't touch me, and I don't want to go to the precinct.
We need to file a report.
Nate spoke without looking back. What good is that going to do? You don't think Louise can get him out of a small town jail when he got you out of a foreign one? Sonia wiped a tear. We'll get him for the kidnapping when we go to the feds for the murder. Both men spoke at once, asking her, what murder? Javier killed my father. This time Nate did look back, turning slightly to glance at her over his shoulder before turning back to the road. He killed my father and Rico shot me. Her voice dropped. We should go to the feds about Rico, too, but I'm pretty sure he's already dead.
Who killed Rico?
Tony asks. Javier. He shot him after they got into a fight. I overheard them talking about the shooting, then Javier brought me here. Her voice cracked, then Nate's jaw tightened, and for the rest of the ride, no one said another thing. Less than an hour later, they were pulling into a little airfield. Nothing fancy, just fences, cracked pavement, and a couple of jets sitting out like somebody's toys left in the snow. Nate returned the keys to the rental spot, then Sonia trailed behind them across the frozen tarmac, her house shoes crunching on the frozen ground. Next thing she knew, she was stepping up a set of metal stairs and onto a sleek white jet. A wave of heat wrapped around her as she walked into the cabin where soft golden lights seemed dimmed on purpose just for her. But the whole setup was tailored just to put her at ease. She slid into one of those fat leather seats, tilted her head back, and within a few minutes the little jet was lifting off. Across the aisle, Nate was quiet, looking out the window completely still, gone somewhere in his head. Tony sat across from him, head leaned back, eyes shut, but he wasn't sleeping. He had the exhausted look of a man ready to be back in his own bed, like his mind was on making it back to Teresa while we're playing his close call with Javier. Nate must have felt Sonia looking, because at the exact moment her eyes moved back to him, he turned, catching her wiping a tear from the corner of her eye.
You sure you good?
He asked, voice low. Yeah, she said, voice cracking anyway. I'm just so happy the two of you came looking for me. I really didn't think anybody would. Javier told everybody I was away at some retreat, so nobody will come looking for me. Tony cracked an eye open.
That's what everybody told Nate when he went around asking. But he wasn't buying it. Kept saying he felt like something was off.
Sonia looked back at Nate, who didn't say a word, but he didn't have to. His eyes had a heaviness to him that told her whatever fear she had been feeling, he had been carrying too. How did you even find that place? I never saw the address, not once. Nate told her how close he came to walking away. He'd been getting ready to leave Javier's brownstone, chalk it all up to a bad hunch. Then he noticed the voicemail light blinking, and curiosity made him play it. Most of it was junk, but one message stuck out. Somebody from DirecTV trying to upsell Javier on a second line for his Brooklyn address too. Nate said that sent him digging. He went through the stack of takeout menus and bills piled up beneath the mail slot, looking through all of them until he found the satellite bill, opened it up, and finally found the upstate address. Nate said that was all he needed. Next, he made the call to an old producer friend named Tim, asking to use his jet. Sonia shook her head in disbelief. Thanks for coming to get me. Her eyes bounced between their faces. And I'm so glad nothing happened to you two. She blinked away tears. When Javier went outside with that gun, going after Tony, I thought. She cut herself off to take a deep breath. Then Tony flashed a small smile, saying,
Don't worry about it, kid. Me and Nate can handle ourselves. And of course we came. You're part of the crew. And we don't leave our people behind.
Soon, snow-covered fields gave way to neat rows of toy houses as the plane closed in over the city. The closer they got to the Bronx, the heavier Sonia's chest felt. Back at the lake, she prayed nonstop to get back home. Now all she wanted to do was tell the pilot to turn the plane around and fly in the opposite direction. With Javier loose and Rico unaccounted for, going back home felt less like relief and more like stepping into a cage. She looked over at Nate, exhaling deep. "How long do you have this jet for?" His eyes locked in on hers, picking up on her actual question underneath it instantly.
Tim is headed back to Virginia tonight. Why, what's up? You thinking about leaving?
Not leaving. Just thinking of going somewhere else for a little while. He got it without her having to spell it out. Nate gave her a nod, and just like that, some of the weight lifted off of her chest.
And an exclusive signed and personalized Peter Max poster.
Stepping into her house, the smell of home hits on you first. Like warm cotton and dryer sheets. A familiar cozy scent that was like being wrapped up in a clean towel after a hot bath. Gloria was standing in the living room folding laundry. She was turning to sit a folded sweater onto the coffee table when her eyes landed on Sonia. A wide smile spread across her face. But before she could even get a word out, Sonia already had her arms around her, hugging her mother tight.
"Welcome back."
Gloria laughed, squeezing her. But after a minute of Sonia not letting go, Gloria pulled back just enough to get a good look at her daughter's face, her mother's intuition already buzzing.
"You all right? You hugging me like somebody died."
"I'm good," Sonia said quickly, but her voice was softer than usual. "I just missed you." Then Gloria's eyes slid over to the quiet storm standing beside her daughter.
"And how have you been, Nate?"
I've been good. You okay?
He asked, voice slow and serious.
"Yeah, outside of my daughter falling off the face of the earth."
She laughed nervously. "I'm sorry, Ma."
"Don't be. Worrying is a mother's full-time job."
Then her smile faded as she looked between the two of them.
"What's going on?"
Sonia glanced at Nate, then took a deep breath. "I gotta leave again, but just for a little while."
"Where you going?"
"Down to Yanni's in Virginia." Gloria's eyebrows lifted.
"When about school? You already missed a couple of weeks."
"Nate's sister is going to talk to the registrar for me. I'm going to withdraw this semester." Gloria sighed and was about to ask more, but before she could speak, Sonia was asking her to sit down. Then Sonia took a deep breath and let it all out, piece by painful piece. By the time she was finished, the light in Gloria's eyes had vanished.
"What? Javier?"
Sonia nodded, eyes watering. Gloria hugged her again, tighter this time. No more words, just a firm grip. Sonia was sure her mother was going to fight the idea of leaving the Bronx. But after Nate suggested she stay in his place out in Queens, so she wouldn't be alone in the house with Javier on the loose, Gloria didn't put up a fight. She just nodded, then stood up and said with a weary look,
"I think that would be a good idea. I could stay out there until the cops find him."
That's when Nate spoke up and told her the rest. They wouldn't be waiting on the cops to arrest Javier, because that was never going to happen. Luis had paid the cops to look the other way on Gary's case, and most of them were in his pocket. Then Nate assured her that he was building a case, and once he had enough evidence, he would take it to the feds. Until then, she needed to keep everything under wraps and not speak to anyone about the case. Gloria went into her room to pack, and Sonia did the same. She quickly swooped up her Bible, then snatched up a few clothes, stuffing them into her bag. She stopped her rushed packing after opening her drawer, and something gold caught her eye. She stared down at her old nameplate and began to smile. The feeling was bittersweet, pain and happiness filling her heart, all at the same time. She missed her father. She always would. But even in the pain, some joy rose in her chest. Gratitude that God had let her have him for as long as she did. After she quickly placed the nameplate into her bag, her eyes moved down to the dark blue box in the drawer. She popped it open, pulling out the wooden cross, eyes moving over the Arabic. Then, just like that, everything inside her settled and she felt completely calm. A peace washed over her that no man, no trouble, and no fear could shake. She slowly slipped the necklace on, and the cross laid against her chest like armor. No longer rushing, she picked up her bag and joined Gloria and Nate in the hall. After a smooth, quiet ride in the Bentley, they arrived in Far Rockaway, where the skyline faded into wide-open sky stretching over the sea. Nate eased the car into the garage, and minutes later, Sonia and Gloria were inside a cream-colored bedroom. Gloria stood at a huge window in the master bedroom, staring out at the waves rolling in, heavy and slow. Her body was there, but her mind was back in the Bronx, replaying the horror story that was just dropped in her lap. Sonia was across the room, keeping her hands busy and unpacking her mother's bags, sliding clothes into a cream-colored dresser as her eyes moved over to her mother with concern. Gloria had been silent since she left the house, so Sonia broke the quiet, speaking in a voice filled with forced cheer. "This place is nice, right?"
It's beautiful.
Gloria laughed, looking back at Sonia.
When Nate suggested I stay at his place, I thought he meant an extra room in his apartment, not a whole apartment in his building.
"I know." Sonia half laughed, eyes moving over the room's perfect decor. It was all soft creams and buttery golds, looking wealthy and light. He used to work in the music industry, then he moved on to real estate. Gloria studied Sonia's strange little smile and started to study her face.
Nate's so nice letting me stay here.
Yeah, he is. His whole family is nice, and they'll be right upstairs if you need anything.
He told me.
And you'll be closer to the airport. No more of that crazy hour-and-a-half commute to work.
Sonny, you act like you're trying to talk me into this. I can already tell this is like paradise. You don't have to convince me.
Gloria stared right through Sonia's calm act.
The question is, are you okay?
Sonia's hands froze over the dresser drawer. "I just felt bad for leaving you here after all that." Gloria came closer, her voice dropping.
I'll be fine. It's you I'm worried about. This whole situation just seems so crazy. And you just seem too calm.
Sonia let out a loud laugh, not because what her mother said was funny, but more out of disbelief. "I wasn't always like this, Ma. I broke down a lot at that lake house and cried so much. But I prayed, and Jesus helped me make it through. He was there for me the whole time. When I thought I'd lose it, he kept me." She smiled. "So yeah, I seemed normal because I already went through the fire. Now, I just need a little more time away from the city, only for a little while." After a short silence, her mother opened her arms and Sonia walked into the hug. Gloria holding her so tight, Sonia could feel every ounce of fear and love mixed up together. Later that night, after another flight on Tim's jet, Sonia and Nate arrived in Virginia. By the time the rental pulled up in front of Yanni's, Sonia was dead tired and running on fumes. As she knocked, Nate stood beside her, scanning the block like some bodyguard she hadn't asked for but was grateful to have. When the door swung open, and Yanni was there all smiles, smelling like vanilla lotion and snatching Sonia into a hug. Before Sonia could even speak, Yanni was waving them in and talking a mile a minute. Inside, the house looked like some glam girly showroom that somebody actually lives in, with plush white sofas, mirrored tables, and pink fluffy throw pillows everywhere. While Yanni disappeared into another room, Sonia and Nate dropped onto the couch, bodies heavy from their long day. Then Yanni called out to them from the back.
I moved out here a few weeks ago, so you came at the perfect time. I've got more than enough space to host a guest.
She returned with a stack of pizza boxes.
I ordered a bunch of food, like we used to do when you come over my mother's house back in the day.
Yanni laughed, sliding the pizzas onto the coffee table. The boxes barely touched the table before Sonia flipped the lid open, tearing into the pizza, then sliding it over to Nate. They devoured 2 whole pies, eating for the first time all day. Meanwhile, Yanni was buzzing, talking fast, and running down a list of fun stuff she had planned for them to do. Obviously, she thought this was going to be some type of girls' trip, instead of Sonia laying low in a safe house. Yanni went on.
I was thinking we'd hit the mall, go to karaoke. Oh, and we are definitely going to this club I know in D.C.
She said, still hyped. As Sonia chomped on another slice, her eyes slid down Yanni's Gucci jumpsuit. Then, finally, she spoke. I see you all dressed up. Trying to go to the club tonight? Yanni waved a dismissive hand, her bracelets jingling.
Girl, no, this is loungewear. I figure we stay in and catch up. I haven't heard from you in a minute and thought you was ignoring me again like you did over the summer.
She said, half joking, half serious. Sonia's eyes met Nate's for a split second before she looked down at the piece across in her hand. Then Yanni's face twisted a little as she squinted at Nate.
You used to be on Diamond Cutter Records, right?
Nate nodded and Yanni started laughing.
I knew it. Girl, you didn't tell me your boss was in the industry.
She turned to Sonia, grinning. He's not my boss. We're co-workers. Sonia smiled at Nate, making him smile too. Yanni went on.
Well, anyway, I'm glad your co-worker found me last year and helped us reunite. And I'm so happy you came down to visit. It's like I got a piece of home here with me now.
It's real safe out here.
Nate asked, eyes moving around the place like he was Secret Service.
Yeah. Quiet, clean, safe. I love it.
Yanni leaned back with that peaceful look Sonia remembered from her first visit. The same look that made her reach out in the first place. The rest of the night, Yanni did all the talking, mostly about the salon, telling little stories about her clients and employees. Nate didn't say much unless Yanni asked him about the music business, what the stars were like in real life, and who really wrote their own rhymes. Sonia just soaked it all in, her tired body sinking into that couch, and for once, her mind wasn't racing. The sound of Yanni's familiar voice filling the room and Nate's solid presence had Sonia feeling almost normal again. By the time they finished eating and talking, it was pushing midnight. The food and the warm house had everybody's eyelids heavy, and Yanni was the first to call it a night. Yawning dramatically before heading upstairs, the squeak of her Gucci loafers fading behind her door. Sonia leaned back on the couch. Today was so crazy. This morning I was trapped at that lake, then by afternoon I was home in the Bronx. Now we're here.
Yeah, and now you can finally rest. Have some fun waiting down here.
She tried to smile, but her face wouldn't budge.
It's safe and quiet. One of the nicest neighborhoods I've ever seen.
She smiled weakly. Told you it looked fake, like a movie set. Nate's eyes connected with hers.
When you're ready to come back, just call and let me know.
I will. And thanks again for flying down with me. I didn't want to do it alone.
Of course.
She looked down, blinking fast, then lifted her eyes to his, holding back tears. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again, she admitted, voice breaking. The whole time I was at the lake, I hoped you made it out of Syria, but I didn't know. I prayed like crazy, and I'm just happy you're okay. Happy you're finally back. He laughed low, shaking his head.
Only you would be kidnapped and still worry about somebody else.
Then he turned to her, serious again.
And I appreciate you getting me out, even if it meant going to Louise.
She laughed a little. I knew you'd feel some type of way about that, but I didn't care. I had to try.
I ain't gonna lie. I was tight when my sister told me, but I'm glad you did, because I was able to get out, and now we're both safe.
And now we're saying bye again.
Only for a little while, right? Unless you're thinking about moving down here for good.
He asked, half joking, half serious. She smiled, shook her head, and wiped away one last tear. Then Nate reached over, gently taking her hand. His eyes slid down to the rock on her finger, noticing its gleam for the first time all day. And he shot her a look that said, "What is this?" Javier gave it to me, and I can't get it off. Her voice cracked, and tears rushed from her eyes. Nate didn't even flinch. He just calmly grabbed a plastic takeout bag and emptied the napkins onto a pizza box. He worked the thin plastic over her finger like a jeweler, tucking it right under the ring. Then, with one quick, firm tug, the ring popped right off. Sonia hadn't planned on sleeping in, but the next day she ended up stretched out in the bed until noon. The exhaustion from the previous day's drama drained her and she hardly wanted to move.
Hey, Funny. You good up in here?
Yanni asked, popping into the doorway later that afternoon. More than good. Your house is perfect. Sonia stretched out on a pillow-top mattress like a queen.
Glad you like it,
Yanni said, her smile tightening just a little.
but for real, are you good? You call me out of nowhere, asking to visit, then show up in the middle of the night with your PI boss like you're on a run. You know you can talk to me.
I was going to tell you about it. I just wanted a little time for things to feel regular for a second, and not so heavy. Yanni looked concerned. Then she moved to the bed, all ears. Sonia told her about working on a case to find her father's killer, and Sonia just needing some time away. She mentioned the abduction, but nothing about Rico or Javier. Yanni looked concerned, but didn't push. But Nathan's gonna take care of everything. Sonia said quickly, trying to soften it. He's back in New York working on it right now. Sonia said, forcing a bright smile. And I'm so happy you let me come visit. I knew being down here was gonna cheer me up. Yanni caught on and forced some cheer into her voice too.
Right. I got a lot of stuff planned for us. What you want to do first?
Definitely go shopping. I need a phone and some new clothes too. That was all Yanni needed to hear. Just a few minutes later, she was doing Sonia's hair. A quick, temporary fix, just to get Sonia together. She took a pair of scissors to those loose tracks and snipped them from Sonia's hair. Then Yanni threw in some neat French braids, and they were off to the boutiques.
Let me tell you about this girl, maybe I should. I met her in Philly, and her name was Brian. See, we be making love constantly, that's why my eyes are a shade blood burgundy. The way that we kiss is unlike any other way that I be kissing when I'm kissing. What I'm missing, won't you listen? Brown sugar, babe, I guess high off your love, I don't know how to be. Close to me, you love me right down to my knees, and whenever you let me hit it, sweet like honey when it comes to me. Skin is caramel with the cocoa eyes. Even got a big sister by the name of Chocolate.
After hitting up 3 stores, Sonia was good. But Yanni moved like she was on a mission, grabbing outfits and tossing them at Sonia.
You need this and this. Ooh, and this color looks so good on you.
After a while, Yanni noticed Sonia dragging her feet. This slowed down her little shopping spree.
Sonny, you sure you got enough money? If you don't, you know I got you.
I told you I'm good. I just think I got more than enough. She laughed and added, and they gave me his credit card, told me to get whatever I wanted. Yanni's eyes bugged out.
Nate gave you his credit card.
It's a business card, Sonia said quick, correcting her. But she could already see it, that look in Yanni's eyes, like she had just sniffed out something juicy. Then Yanni broke into a laugh that echoed through the store.
That's sweet of your boss.
Well, the person who took me still has my purse, my bank cards, and my ID too. Yanni's smile vanished, and she was starting to shake her head.
I still can't believe all of that.
I know, but let's not dwell. Sonia smiled weakly, looking through a rack of clothes. What you want to do for the rest of the day? You said you had a whole bunch of fun stuff planned. Yanni plastered her smile back on.
For dinner, I was thinking we would offer your favorite tonight. Go to that sushi spot with the karaoke.
Sonia nodded, and Yanni was back at it, flipping through another rack while already calling dibs on karaoke songs. Later that night, Sonia slipped out of the sushi bar while somebody butchered a Mary J. Blige classic. She called Nate, her voice cheerful and bright, telling him about shopping and being worried she spent too much. He joked about selling a Bentley if she ran a cart dry, making her laugh and roll her eyes. Then she leaned against the brick wall outside the lounge, smiling so hard her cheeks hurt. Thanks again for everything, especially from letting my mother stay in the Harris old apartment.
Sonny, I told you. I'm glad I could help.
Does my mother seem happy there? She sounded okay when I spoke to her earlier, but I don't know.
She's good. My mother went down earlier and the two were talking for hours. She's not here alone. Everything is fine.
Then, before either of them could say anything else, the lounge door swung open and Yanni poked her head out.
Sonny, come on. I want to sing The Boy Is Mine and You Be Brandy.
Nate heard it all through the phone and laughed, telling Sonia to go have fun. And for the first time in a long while, she did. Yanni's salon was completely different from the one Sonia was used to back in the Bronx. It was no raggedy radio blasting Hot 97 or stylists yelling in Spanish over blow dryers. Yanni's staff, dressed chic in all black, spoke in hushed, respectful tones to the sophisticated ladies in their chairs, while light jazz floated from the speakers. All week, Sonia had been playing part-time receptionist, taking messages and offering clients mineral water. Mostly, though, she just sat on the couch in the waiting area, reading her Bible, or catching up on the phone with everybody back home. Anna and Jasmine giving her church updates, and Gloria going on about her fancy new apartment. And every day without fail, Nate would call with updates. Most of the time, though, there wasn't much to update. There was no real news, just a guess that Javier had left the country. Nate had pulled toll booth shots of Javier's car heading north on 95. Said he was last seen in Maine, most likely crossing the border into Canada. For Sonia, it was a relief. there would be no looking over her shoulder when she got back. But then there was the giant question mark of Rico. Nate hadn't heard anything about him, dead or alive. And that silence didn't give Sonia any peace. Instead, it felt like a shadow hanging over her, promising to haunt her until she knew the truth. Saturday night, after Yanni's last client left smelling like expensive shampoo and quiet money, she turned her chair towards Sonia and waved her over. Yanni took down Sonia's braids, scolding her the whole time.
I told you a long time ago to stay away from Hilda's. She fried your hair so bad, it should be considered a hate crime. I gotta take some Mentos off.
Sonia winced every time another clump of her hair hit the floor. But when it was all over, she couldn't even be mad. Yanni had rolled her hair into flat twists that swooped up into a smooth updo. But style so neat and perfect, it looked like it should be featured in her hair magazine. Her reflection stared back, polished, grown, elegant. She touched the back of her hair with a smile, feeling put together and beautiful. Then before she could even say thank you, it was like the whole scene flipped. Somebody killed the jazz, and Beyonce's Deja Vu came blasting through the speakers, turning the calm spa scene into a private lounge. The stylists, who were all quality professionals 5 minutes ago, were standing at their stations fixing their hair and applying makeup while pulling stilettos from their bags. A couple of them even changed clothes right there at the stations. That's when Yanni strolled back to Sonia, explaining with a grin that they were going to the club. I'll probably just go back to the house.
No, Sonny, this is the club at DC I was telling you about, and I promised you fun. Remember?
Sonia didn't want to kill the mood by saying that a dark, crowded club was the last place she wanted to be. So she played it off, blaming her clothes. I didn't pack a sack and look like everybody else. Yanni looked her up and down, shrugging at Sonia's librarian outfit. Tweed skirt, buttoned-up blouse, and plain pair of flats. Then Yanni made it face and lied.
That could work at the club.
Club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And all you fellas leave your girl with her friends. Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping.
An hour later, Yanni and her crew were out on the dance floor, while Sonia sat in the sidelines sipping her seltzer. The place was wall-to-wall bodies, and Yanni was in the middle of it all, hands in the air, sweat glistening, yelling the lyrics like she'd been training for this moment all week. Sonia didn't hate it like she thought she would. There was actually something excited about just being out, even if she wasn't up dancing. After weeks alone at the Lake Javier, being in the middle of that chaotic club felt good. Just being around people again made Sonia feel like she was back in the real world. That excitement didn't last long, though. Before she knew it, liquor was pumping through everybody's systems, and being sober around a bunch of drunk people was just annoying. Then came the dudes, persistent and bold, with one even sliding into her booth while he lived there, sitting close to Sonia and talking her ear off. She played it quiet, though, sipping her bubbles, and already picturing being back in that big soft bed. Then a couple of hours later, that's exactly where she was, and she was asleep the second her head hit the pillow. Sonia thought she'd get some deep sleep after the night she had, but just a few hours later, she popped up, her heart pounding in her chest. She woke up from a dream about Javier. He'd been standing in the doorway of the guest room, just staring, and then his hand moved toward the knob, about to lock her in. She sat up, breathing hard, then scanned the dark room. That old feeling from years ago was back, like those demons in the shadows were watching her all over again. Her heart raced as her eyes darted to the black doorway of the open closet, and she half expected to see him step out. Then she took a deep, shaky breath, reminding herself that she was alone and she was safe. She clutched a small wooden cross at her neck, saying a silent prayer until her heartbeat returned to its normal pace. A couple of months later, it was April, and Sonia was still in Virginia. Living in Occoquan was almost too easy to get used to, but no matter how perfect everything felt down there, New York was calling her back. In just a few more months, she would need to get back to school and back to real life. She sat at the receptionist's desk, reading a book Nahira sent her and taking notes, while everybody in the back of the salon was doing their wardrobe change for the club. After her phone buzzed with a text, she slipped her things into a bag, then stepped over to Yanni's, pausing in the mirror. Her straw set had came out perfect. Loose little curls pinned up in a soft, elegant style, with just a few spirals left out to frame her face. Yanni stood beside her, slipping into a crop jacket and eyeing Sonia's outfit. She was wearing a deep purple taffeta dress with a gold sheen that shifted under the light.
I see you changed your clothes. You changed your mind about coming to the club?
Nah, Nate's on his way. Yanni laughed.
Oh, now I see why you had me switch up your hair.
I just wanted something different.
Yeah, all right.
Yanni smiled.
Well, you look cute. What y'all got planned?
We went out to eat. He said it somewhere nice. Sonia smiled. Then she followed Yanni's gaze over to Nate's 6-foot-something frame stepping through the door. All eyes were on him the same way they always were when a man showed up. Heads turning and eyes sliding over strong jawlines and broad shoulders like they were starving for masculine energy. But as Sonia met him near the couches, their eyes lingered, and a few of them were chatting among themselves. I think they recognize you. Sonia laughed, sitting beside him on the couch. Nate nodded like he was used to it. His eyes swept the room once. He spotted Yanni and gave her a nod hello. Then his eyes locked on Sonia again. How is it that everybody recognizes you, but I didn't?
When you first came into my office in Chinatown, I was surprised you didn't recognize me.
Why, it wasn't like you was a rapper. You just made beats. He laughed and Sonia did too. You know what I mean. Then his gaze shifted away from Sonia, focused on something else. She looked over at the flat screen too. It was muted on MSNBC. Right there on the screen was Finkelstein in handcuffs, head hanging low while cops marched him into the precinct. The bottom of the screen read, "Millionaire financier arrested for sexual abuse and trafficking." Sonia wasn't shocked. Nate, did you know about this? He just shook his head. Then an old woman in a suit appeared on the screen. She was sitting beside a blonde girl who looked like she'd seen way too much. Later, Nate took Sonia to a steakhouse that looked like something straight out of a movie, with dim lights and candles flickering off polished wood. They got full off of lobster, swimming, and garlic butter, and crab-stuffed sea bass, eating like they were royalty. Sonia sat across from him, fork in hand, thinking this couldn't possibly be her life. Not after everything. It felt like she had slipped into somebody else's seat at the table, in a dream where things actually went right. Outside of the little bubble of candles and soft music, the world was blowing up. Louise and Stanton wouldn't be able to keep their secrets buried anymore. Finkelstein's dirty deeds were being plastered all over the news, and for once, there would finally be justice. Later, Sonia and Nate shook off the chill of the cool spring night and settled into Yanni's warm living room. They went back and forth about the headlines until Sonia changed the subject, twisting at the waist to look at Nate holding out that engagement ring. "Just from looking at this, how much you think it's worth?" she asked casually. He picked it up, turning it in his fingers like a jeweler.
80,000.
"Close," Sonia mumbled. "I got it appraised, and the lady told me 125,000. She said platinum hit a record last year."
This is platinum.
He stared at the ring. "Yeah, it's gold-plated platinum. The jeweler said it's what men do when their girlfriends wear yellow gold, but they want to prove a point." Nate didn't react, just stared at Sonia like he was reading her. "I don't want it anymore. I just want to get rid of it." She made a face. "The place I got it appraised doesn't buy jewelry, though. And Yanni said if I took it to a pawn shop, they might lowball me." Nate nodded.
I know a diamond dealer back in New York. All the rappers used to run to him when they were going broke and needed to sell off their chains. He's solid. He'll give you top dollar.
"Take it to him for me. And just keep whatever I owe you from the credit card. I've been going a little crazy down here shopping with Yanni."
Sonny, I didn't give you the card and ask you to pay me back.
"I know, but the business might slow down, and it makes more sense to—"
Stop counting my money.
he said, gentle but serious.
The firm is fine. And even when it's not, I'm good.
"I know."
Why is it so hard for you to accept stuff? Like you think you don't deserve it?
Sonia shrugged with a laugh, trying to keep it light. "Maybe that's another thing I bring up in therapy."
You seeing a therapist?
"Yeah, Yanni hooked me up with her doctor, and it's been real good talking to her. I found the church, too. A good one."
Sound like you doing real good down here.
"I am." She smiled. Then her expression shifted, becoming serious. "But what about you? How are you doing?" He stared at her like he didn't understand the question. "Every time I call, you're busy with work, even when we speak late at night, and you never take a day off."
I'm taking a day off right now.
"No, not really. You came down here to give me more updates on Javier and the case."
That's not why I came down here. I'm spending time with you.
He said it like he meant it, and his eyes locked in on hers, making her smile. "I still think it's crazy that you flew down for dinner and you're leaving in the morning." She shook her head. "I mean, this is hardly any time at all."
So I should stay longer.
"Yeah," she shrugged.
I would, but I got work to do.
"When was the last time you had a day off?" He thought about it.
Our trip to Israel.
"You can't be serious." He nodded.
I've been working on this stand case for months now. And before that, I was looking for you. When I got back from Syria, I started looking for you that same night. I just knew that something wasn't right. I couldn't even sleep.
"That's how I felt too. Back when we were in the desert, and even worse when I got home." Their eyes remained locked, and for a second there was silence. Then Sonia spoke again. "I'm just saying, you need to take a break, Nate. Whether you stay down here with me or not."
I'll take a break when you come back to the city. I'll clip my whole Sunday so we can go to church.
That made her smile wide. Before long, spring slid right into summer, and Sonia found herself living the kind of life she hadn't had since before her trouble started. For the first time in years, she was breathing easy, laughing deep, and living a peaceful life she thought only belonged to other people. Sonia and Yanni spent the summer running all over town, from block parties in D.C. to county fairs in Virginia, eating anything fried. From funnel cakes to Oreos, all while laughing at kids, screaming their heads off on those raggedy carnival rides. Sometimes Sonia got Yanni to come to church, If she hadn't gone too hard at the club the night before, Yanni would walk in looking half asleep. But once the sermon started going, she'd be sitting there with this soft smile, like something real clicked inside her. Simple but strong. Then, just like that, the days got cooler. A warning that summer would be ending soon. A reminder pushing Sonia back to a reality that this life down in Occoquan wasn't hers to keep. Her real life was back in the Bronx. She had to get back home, back to school, back to the heavy weight of the real world. When it came time for Sonia to go back to New York, Nate showed up early Friday morning in a clean Brenner, already looking like he had the whole day handled. He took Sonia and Yanni out to eat before the airport. Yanni did most of the talking, cracking jokes about Sonia moving down there for good, while Sonia laughed right along. The girls kept everything light and fun, like if they joked enough, they could freeze the clock and stall their goodbye. Back in Yanni's driveway, the girls hugged each other tight, promising regular phone calls and monthly visits. Then, Nate opened the passenger door like second nature. Sonia slid in, and they were off, watching Yanni shrink smaller and smaller in the rearview until the street bent and she was gone. When they finally got to New York, Nate didn't drop Sonia off in the Bronx. She would be staying with Gloria out in Queens that weekend, helping her get ready for the move back home. But instead of packing the next day, Sonia and Gloria was still clinging to the last of that vacation feeling and pretended the empty luggage in the corner wasn't even there. They spent most of the day sitting down on the beach, enjoying the sunshine and cool breeze, talking about everything and nothing at all. Then back upstairs, reality hit. It was time to pack. Sonia was zipping toiletries into plastic bags, while Gloria just stood in the middle of the living room like she was in a trance.
I really loved it here,
she said for the fourth time in 1 hour, then let out a loud sigh like it hurt.
Having the ocean right in my backyard and that dishwasher. Now I gotta go back to scrubbing pots in the sink like a peasant.
Sonia cracked up. I feel you, Ma. Yanni's place was starting to feel like home. But at least in the Bronx, we'll be close to family, all our friends, our church family too. Gloria raised one eyebrow.
Yeah, that's all nice, but friends and church family don't come with an ocean view.
No, but they do come with Bible study. Sonia shot back, grinning. Then, like it was nothing, she slipped in. Niece coming to church with us tomorrow. Gloria's face lit up with a genuine smile.
That'll be nice.
Sunday morning came bright and clear. One of those mornings in the Bronx where the streets already felt awake before most people even rolled out of bed. With Gloria and Nate beside her, Sonia stepped into the sanctuary, collecting hugs from nearly everybody. From the ushers in their crisp uniforms and white gloves, to the mothers crowned in bright, colorful hats. Nobody knew about the drama she'd been through. They just knew she had been gone, and now she was home again. As the choir lifted their voices and the congregation joined in to sing, Sonia thanked Jesus for coming back for her. After the blood on the sidewalk, then the panic attacks, he was right there. After trying to fill the emptiness with clubs, bottles, and hollow love, his grace kept whispering that she was still his. When witchcraft tried to draw her in, his blood proved stronger. When she was pulled into carrying someone else's poison, his hand pulled her back. Back when she was running after her father's killer and begging him to take her back, God was already writing her rescue story. Through every storm she thought would drown her, he never let her go. His mercy outlasted every wrong turn. He came back for his lost sheep.
I heard Gladys Knight sing this song the other day. But there's never been a time in my life he didn't bring me through. I changed the words. If anyone should ever write my life story, for whatever reason, there might be. Now, I don't know who Gladys Knight was talking about, but you know what? Jesus is the best thing that ever happened. Jesus is the best thing, yes, he is, that ever happened. Church, Jesus is the best thing that ever happened to me. That's why I tell you tonight, yeah, Jesus is the best thing that ever happened. Yes, it is. Jesus is the best thing. Is the best thing. Yeah, Jesus is the best thing that ever happened to me.
A few hours later, Sonia and Gloria were upstairs at Nate's for dinner, the penthouse looking even more beautiful than Sonia's first visit.
This is beautiful.
Gloria commented, her eyes moving all over the table set like a five-star restaurant with crystal stemware and polished silver. Then she asked Nate's mother,
You did all this?
Yes, for our guest of honor, for family.
Nahira walked out of the kitchen first, apron still tied, and pulled Sonia into a hug. Her eyes held the same mix Sonia saw in Sister Gandhi earlier, happiness with worry underneath it.
How are you feeling?
Nahira asked. I'm better, Sonia said and meant it. An older couple stepped over. Then Nahira introduced them and they gripped Sonia's hands tight.
Thank you.
The uncle said, voice thick.
God used you to help us, and we won't forget.
Sonia squeezed back. Then Nate, his little sister Nisha, and Nahira's husband Asif joined them in the dining room. Everybody standing around the table joined hands as Nate's uncle said grace. The food came out in courses, and it tasted like it was made by a professional chef. Bright salads, warm bread, and roasted lamb with a creamy sauce on the side. When the table was cleared and the tea came out, Sonia and Nate stepped onto the balcony. Below, the ocean stretched out, endless and black. Sonia stood hugging herself as wind sliced through her thin sweater. In silence, they watched their mothers on the couch, laughing together like they were hosting their own talk show. What do you think they're talking about? Sonia asked.
Probably us.
Sonia smiled, then turned to stare out at the waves. I didn't understand why you chose to stay all the way out here instead of Manhattan, but now I get it. Growing up next to the beach must have felt like paradise. That made Nate laugh. Then he explained. Or Rockaway wasn't paradise. Just a poor neighborhood with nice views. Back then, he couldn't stand it. It was so far from the city, it barely felt like New York. And all he wanted to do was to move away from there. It wasn't until he got older that he started to appreciate it. Saw what the place could be, so he decided to put his money into it. Making sure everything was top tier. Not halfway, not cheap. He turns it into something affordable, but also something the hardworking families in his building could be proud of. The kind of lifestyle rich Manhattanites acted like was reserved only for them. Sonia watched his eyes light up, the same way they always did when Nate talked about helping people. That mix of pride and purpose that made it clear this wasn't just business for him. Well, you did a good job because this building looks better than half the stuff in Manhattan. She shifted her eyes from him, looking out at the water again. You did a good job with the place in Brooklyn, too. Or was that Nicole's work?
That was me.
You mad she took that place in the divorce?
She didn't take it. We got a prenup.
So when you study them, so you gave it to her?
She had nowhere to go, and I didn't want to see her on the street.
Her brow lifted. She had nowhere to go with a millionaire brother?
Jay's accounts were frozen during this case, so I let her stay, and I moved into another spot I had in Soho.
She nodded. That was nice. You were always looking out for everybody.
You do the same.
He said, like he wasn't just returning a compliment.
You had me track down Yanni just to make sure she was okay. And after we found out what Blue did, you called me to make sure his baby mother was safe. After everything that went down, you wanted to warn her.
She shrugged it off, like she was uncomfortable being the center of his praise. Anybody else would have warned her too.
Nah, most people wouldn't have cared.
He said it with certainty.
They don't worry about people they don't know, pregnant or not. This world is cold.
Sonia nodded. Nobody had to tell her the world was cold. She learned that lesson the hard way more than once. Then her mind drifted to memories of Lucky. For once, the pain stepped back and only the good moments came forward. That fairy tale baby shower and all the plans she had for her baby boy. Lucky was gonna move out here, Sonia reminisced with a smile. Into that cute little house from the pictures you snapped of Blue. She was so excited when she showed me that house. She really did want her happy ending. Sonia's smile faded. Down in Virginia, Yanni said those happily ever afters don't happen for girls like us. Those kind of endings are for girls from some other place.
You believe that?
To be honest, I'm not focused on it anymore. If it happens, it happens. She shrugged. What about you? You think you'll ever find the one? Nate didn't even flinch, just nodded. Look at her dead in the eye like he already knew.
I prayed that God would send me my wife, and I got faith that it'll happen. Patience and faith.
Sonia smiled slightly. Then Nate's phone started going off. He flipped it open and stepped inside, disappearing up a hall. When he came back a few minutes later, his face was tight. He told her the news. Finkelstein was found dead in his cell, gone before anyone could drag him into a courtroom. Sonia nodded. Stanton got rid of him, shut him up before he could talk. Then her stomach dropped. Nate, I don't want you to work on my father's case anymore. He stared at her, caught off guard. Close my father's case and stay away from those people. He shook his head like he couldn't believe she would even ask him that.
You know this is too big for me to walk away from. Too many people's lives are on the line.
Yeah, and if you keep looking into them, your life would be on the line too. He was silent for a second, then asked.
And what about Javier? If we don't take the case to the feds, he'll walk.
I've been thinking that Javier might not be a problem. Nate's face twisted in confusion, looking like he misheard. Then Sonia continued. You said yourself you didn't think he was coming back to the city.
Yeah, but my plan was to find him wherever he went. You don't want him to pay for what he did?
I do. But get Javier locked up is not going to bring my father back. Nate's eyes stayed on hers. Then he nodded like he got it.
You still in love with him?
It wasn't a question. It was an accusation. And Sonia felt anger heating in her chest. I am not in love with Javier.
Then why are you looking out for him?
I'm not looking out for him. I'm looking out for you, she said, calmer now. Locking him up just so he can pay is only going to put your life in risk. Nate, if those people knew you were looking into them, They kill you just like they did Finkelstein and Rashad.
We already knew the risk.
She glanced inside at the mothers on the couch. When Javier left out of that lake house to go after Tony, all I could think about was Teresa ending up all alone. She moved her hand to his forearm, holding him tight. You escaped from Syria with your life, but now that you're back, you're ready to throw yourself back into the line of fire. If something happens to you, all of our worlds will fall apart. Nate stared into her teary eyes, but didn't budge.
I'm not closing the case.
She released him, then turned away, and Nate continued on.
I won't stand by while more girls become victims.
You can't save the world, Nate, she sighed.
Sonny, I'll be fine.
The last time you said that, you ended up detained in Syria, and I had to beg Louise to get you out. He was a silent brick wall again. I'm not coming back to the firm. Her voice cracked as she slid a key off her ring and pressed it into his palm. She turned for the door, but before she could slide it open, Nate was calling her name. He handed her a slip of paper, then she unfolded it. A check from the diamond dealer for $150,000. Without a word, she tucked it into her pocket and went back inside. Going over to Gloria and placing a hand on her shoulder, telling her that they should go. The following night, Sonia and Gloria were back in their house, falling back into their old routine. The rooms felt smaller after months away, but it still felt like home. In the kitchen, Sonia pushed leftovers into the fridge while Gloria stood at the sink, sleeves rolled up, scrubbing dishes.
I already miss my dishwasher.
I can have one put in. I'm planning on making a whole lot of improvements around here, Sonia said, her voice soft. Gloria shot her a confused look.
Why are you trying to do improvements?
Because we can create our own luxury place right here in the Bronx, Sonia said with a smile. Gloria made another face, then shook her head like, yeah, right. You'll see. It'll be nice. Then after noticing that Gloria's face was still a little frowned up, Sonia asked, are you scared being back here because of Rico and Javier?
Not really. I wasn't comfortable being here after I first got the news, but Nate said Javier's out of the country and Rico was likely dead.
She wiped her hands on her jeans.
I just don't want you thinking you need to fix up the place when I may be selling it soon.
You want to sell the house?
I've been thinking about moving for a few years now. It's dirty and crowded here, and this neighborhood is getting worse every day.
Then she got this peaceful look on her face.
For a Rockaway I can breathe. I really love my apartment.
Nahira's apartment.
Nahira lives in Manhattan. That place was mine.
She joked, and Sonia couldn't help but laugh too.
I spoke to Nate about renting an apartment in his building. Something smaller, you know? Just 2 bedrooms. But he said Nahira's place is the only empty unit there. Said there's a whole waiting list to move in.
Sorry to hear that. I guess you'll have to stay here with me. Sonia smiled, but Gloria was still standing there with that peaceful look.
No, Nate told me that I could have Nahira's old place if I wanted it. He tried to give it to me for no charge, but I insisted. Then we agreed to a very reasonable price.
So you already told him you would move in? Sonia asked with shock.
No, not yet, but I am thinking about it. Maybe after I sell the house.
You can't sell this place, it's his home.
Sonny, you were the one talking about moving in with Jasmine or living on campus.
Sonia was silent. Then Gloria smiled and spoke in an optimistic tone.
If you changed your mind about living close to school, you can always stay with me out in Queens. There's more than enough room.
No, thank you. she mumbled.
What did Nate do that was so bad? You two went from being good friends at dinner to you not even telling him goodbye.
He won't let Daddy's case go. Gloria's face balled up in confusion.
That sounds like a good thing.
The people behind it are dangerous, and they'll kill anyone in their way. I want Nate to stay out of it, but he won't listen. Gloria looked at Sonia with sympathy. Then before she could respond, a soft knock rattled the front door. The sponge slipped from Gloria's hand, and she froze, eyes darting towards Sonia. I'm sure it's okay, Ma, Sonia sighed, heading up the hall. Who is it? She called. A male voice answered, but it was too muffled for her to understand. She squinted through the peephole, and it was like seeing a ghost. It was Rico's face, warped and distorted inside the tiny circle. She froze, but as he leaned closer, she got a better look. Different features, different facial hair. Then finally she breathed again. It was Oscar, not Rico, standing on the stoop. She cautiously cracked open the door.
Sonny.
He smiled warmly, arms extended for a hug. She eased outside, closing the door softly behind her. Then Oscar pulled her in tight like she was an old friend.
How have you been?
I'm alive, she shrugged. You living in New York now? She asked with him over in confusion. His smile faded.
I'm here looking for Rico. I haven't heard from him in months.
I haven't heard from him in a while either. Not since last winter. He nodded slowly, and his jaw clenched.
I think something's happened to him. Last time we spoke, he told me he was moving back to Cartagena. Then he just went silent.
His eyes moved over Sonia.
He was staying with some girl, an ex named Alexandria. I spoke to her, and she claimed he stormed out after she showed him this.
He pulled out that photo of Sonia and Javier. She shook her head, staring at it. Why would Drea even show him this?
She claimed she just wanted Rico to know about it. But I think she was just meddling, upset that he came back for you, and even more upset that he was leaving because you turned him down. I figured she was just mad that he still wasn't over you, and thought that seeing this would do the trick.
Sonia handed him the photo, and Oscar went on.
Alexandria said Rico stormed out, and she figured he was leaving to speak to Javier or to you.
Rico didn't come speak to me about any of this. And today is the first time I'm seeing that picture. You spoke to Javier?
I can't find him. He's disappeared too. Not a coincidence. Have you heard from him lately?
No, I haven't. Oscar nodded, lowering his eyes, the worry clear on his face. Then he pulled out a pen and scratched his number across the back of an old receipt.
Call me if you hear anything about Rico or Javier.
She slid his number into her pocket. Eyes followed him as he stepped down the stoop. Sonia could feel it again. That cold, familiar feeling was back, heavy in her chest. Days turned into weeks, and soon the seasons shifted. Fall arrived, and Sonia went quiet on everything but school and God. Sundays at church with Gloria, midweek Bible study with Sister Gandhi, then Friday nights teaching youth group down in the basement. She set out boxes of pizza and dragged over chipped folding chairs, then spoke to a handful of kids who'd seen too much and grown up way too fast. She saw herself in all of them. The nights still got quiet sometimes, the kind of quiet that tried to pull her mind back into those old memories, but she pushed through. School and church gave her a schedule, and that schedule gave her peace. But while Sonia was finding peace, Nate was at war. The case stayed under his skin, He still hadn't slowed down, not for a second. Not with Javier floating around, and Rico vanishing like he was never even there. Stanton's case kept twisting open new corners, and Nate followed each one with a kind of focus that made people wonder if he even slept. So, life split like that for Sonia and Nate, both of them in different lanes now, going in opposite directions. Sonia holding on to God, to school, and to kids who looked up to her like she knew everything, while Nate chased down shadows across the city, digging up the dirty deeds of men who thought they couldn't be touched. Both of them moving forward, just not together.
See, first of all, I know these so-called players wouldn't tell you this, but I'ma be real and say what's on my heart. Let's take this chance and make this love feel relevant. Didn't you know I loved you from the start, yeah.
A few months later, it was finally time for Anna's big day. The weather showed up warmer than anyone expected, like even it was celebrating. The wedding took place in a cute venue Pam found out in Yonkers. Inside, the space was decorated in shades of soft gold and lavender, with flowers tucked into every corner beneath low lights. Anna glided down the aisle beside her father, long train trailing behind them like water. She was beaming. Sonia stood with the other bridesmaids, dressed in lavender, unable to stop her smile from spreading. The vows came, sweet and short, next the kiss, then the applause as the couple stepped into their new life.
Cause making love to just anyone ain't happening. I just gotta be with you. Do you think about us finishing something we...
I'm 100% sure that it's here to stay. I ain't got no issues standing in my way. I ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. Ooh, make it official. We ain't getting no younger, baby. Then I'm ready to be with you. Ooh, together for always.
Later at the reception, the DJ had the music thumping, and guests two-stepped across the dance floor. Sonia sat at the long table reserved for the wedding party, grinning as Anna danced across the floor with Freddie. At another table, Aunt Pam and Uncle Raphael were wrapped up in each other, trading quiet words and leaning in close, talking the way couples do when the rest of the world fades out. It was the kind of closeness Sonia could feel even from across the room. She scanned the place for her mother and instead spotted Jasmine and Najee, cornered by Sister Gandhi, who was no doubt asking if they would be walking down the aisle soon. From there, Sonia spotted Gloria just a few seats away, laughing it up with Nate. He was chatting with her mother like he belonged there, and confusion hit Sonia first. Then annoyance bubbled up as she wondered what he was doing there, invading her world. That irritation didn't last though. She caught herself watching him and noticing the way he spoke to her mother. His face, usually unreadable, opened up with a smile that caught her off guard. And when his eyes shifted to Sonia's, they brightened even more. She broke the eye contact first, dropping her gaze. And of course, that's when Yanni plopped down beside her, voice already loud.
Nate is here.
I can see that.
Well, you're not going to talk to him?
No, and I don't even know what he's doing here. Yanni smiled wide, then said out of breath,
I should call him over here.
Yanni, you better not.
Girl, calm down. I'm just playing. If you want to sit over here alone, staring at him and not speaking, that's up to you.
Then, as another one of Yanni's songs came on, she shot up and jogged back over to the dance floor. It turned out Yanni didn't have to wait Nate over, because when Sonia glanced back in his direction, he was up and already headed her way. She pretended not to see him stepping over in his perfectly tailored suit. Instead, she stared straight ahead while he pulled out a chair, sitting close beside her.
What's up, Sonny?
Hey, Nate. She gave him a small smile, shifting in her seat, but still looking straight ahead at the dance floor. What were you and my mother talking about? Her big move next month?
Yeah, she can't wait to move back in.
She's been talking about Nahira's place ever since she left. Sonia flashed a smile that lit up her whole face, bright white against her black skin, and Nate couldn't look away. His gaze shifted into something rare and warm. Then he asked,
You moving in too?
No. I'll be 21 soon. I figure I should move out, get my own place.
That's the only reason you're not moving in? Or is it because you don't want to be near me?
That too, she joked.
I still can't believe we went from being best friends, saving each other's lives, to you just cutting me off.
I had no plans of cutting you off. I thought you'd see how serious I was, then call the next day, telling me you dropped the case. She admitted. But you never called, and after a while I just figured us not talking was for the best. He looked confused. I didn't want to get any closer to you, only to lose you later because you were too stubborn and got killed.
Get closer to me.
He asked, like he hadn't heard the other part. Sonia rolled her eyes. I'm just saying, I don't see things ending well. Investigating a case when you know the outcome. Then she looked at him with a little hope in her eyes. Or did you already drop the case?
Sonny, I won't stop until I put Stan in the way.
Or until you get killed, she said, looking like she was going to cry. Nate placed his fingertips on her chin, turning her face to his with a gentle guidance so she could stare straight into his eyes.
I won't get killed,
he said with confidence, like he somehow can control that kind of thing. Their eyes were still locked even after he pulled his hand away. Then Sonia broke the silence. I think Javier told Luis that I know about the shooter. Nate stared at her, waiting for it to continue. He paid off this semester. I went into the bursar's office with the money from the ring ready to pay. But when I got in, they told me my balance was 0. My Cal had some scholarship from one of Rita and Luis's foundations. They know that I know, and now they're trying to pay me off. Keep me from going to the cops about what Javier did. Nate didn't respond, just pushed his chair back and stood, telling her to come with him so they could talk. Outside, the block was dead quiet, and nothing but a row of shuttered storefronts lined the street. The only sound out there was the music and laughter of the reception, now just muffled to a low hum.
Why wouldn't you tell me about Luis trying to pay you off back when it first went down?
He asked, voice getting tight. If I would have told you, what could you have done?
I could have been looking out for you, making sure you was good.
She looked past him to the streetlight, buzzing over his Bentley. You worry too much, Nate. They sent me that money hoping I wouldn't go to the police, which we both know I'm not gonna do.
From now on, no more being stubborn. If something happens, you call me.
I will, she said, shooting him a hard stare. And you dropped the case.
I'm not dropping the case.
She rolled her eyes, arms tucked in tight. Then he continued.
But since you think they want you, I'll pull back on the investigation to keep you safe.
She started to cheese.
But Sonny, the investigation will go on. Allow sources to investigate I can trust. Somebody good who won't get themselves killed.
If handing the case over to somebody was an option, you could have did this from jump.
Whoever I hire won't work as hard as I would. This case is important, and I want to make sure it's done right.
I know, Nate. She sighed, a smile creeping back onto her face. But she really could have done this a long time ago, and we could have avoided all this.
We could have avoided all this if you trusted that I knew what I was doing.
His expression softened as he noticed her light smile, like something heavy had just been lifted off her back.
You already look less worried.
I am. She nodded, noticing his closeness and feeling the heat radiating from his body. Nate continued on and admitted,
I wanted to call you.
Me too, she said, eyes going soft. Then before she knew it, he was unlocking his car with a chirp and reaching into the back seat. What is this? She asked as he placed a large gift box into her arms.
Early birthday gift.
He said casually, waiting for her to open it. She slipped off the satin bow, popped open the box, then let out a laugh. He took the box after she pulled out a coat, like the one she had before, the one she loved so much she never returned to him, the one she regretted leaving at the lake house 9 months ago. Same thick tweed and dark navy blue. But as she slipped it on, she realized it was cut for a woman, with sleeves that fit, not so long that she had to cuff them back at the wrist.
I was going to give it to you later before I left. Tell you to wait until your birthday to open it. But you look cold.
I love it. It's so warm. She looked down at the fit and flashed a smile. Thank you. Nate didn't answer right away. He just watched her, eyes moving over the coat, hugging her slender frame like it was made just for her.
I missed you.
I miss you too. His hands moved into her satin-bound coat, wide palms moving over the curve of her waist, making her stomach flip. She draped her arms over his shoulders, and he pulled her in. His solid arms wrapped tight around her frame, locking her close. She melted into him, eyes closed, as the chill of the night disappeared, and nothing was between their bodies but warmth. Suddenly it felt like everything was finally falling into place, like right there in his arms was where she was always meant to be.
I just wanna go back, get way back, all the way back. Can we start again, do it over, can we straighten it out, can we work it out? 'Cause I don't wanna be, I don't wanna leave, I don't wanna go, so I don't wanna be.
Meanwhile, down in Chinatown, Luis was in the back of his town car, checking his watch. Javier had picked the spot, and of course, he was late. Luis was about to pull out his cell to call again, then a huge charter bus pulled up. The door swung open, and then a bunch of people stepped off, along with Javier. The brim of his fitted Yankees cap, sitting low, almost blocking his eyes. Javier climbed into the back seat without a word. Then Luis instructed his driver to take them to the townhouse. Javier was silent at first, still no explanations for where he'd been for so long, or why he was rolling back into the city on a broke-down Chinatown bus. His attention stayed out the window, eyes taking in the familiar streets. At first, when Sonia told Javier that she wouldn't go to the cops, he figured she was lying, just telling her what he wanted to hear so he would let her go. But almost a year later, no reports had been filed, not in the city or upstate. He smiled to himself. Sonia was for real. Everything between him at the lake had been real. The meals made with love, all that quality time, Sonia had actually come around. If it wasn't for those PIs coming up and getting in their business, everything would still be good. For months now, Javier had replayed it over. The morning that started off so normal, easy and slow. That warm house that he missed. The home they made together.
You still don't want to tell me what went down with you, Miss Sonia? Running off to that lake house? Then her quitting without a word?
Louisa asked.
Why are you asking me to send her money? And now you showing up in Chinatown?
Just some drama. Nothing important. Now that I'm back, I'm gonna straighten it all out.
That same night, Oscar was in the boarding line at JFK, feeling defeated. He'd been there way too long and was finally giving up his search on Rico and Javier. Then, as he inched toward the ticket agent with his boarding pass ready, his phone began to ring. A call from his sister Beatrice. He answered it, confused. At the last minute, he pulled back his boarding pass and turned from the gate. An hour later, Oscar approached the nurse's station with his shoulders still tense from the ride over. He leaned in slightly over the counter, his voice low and his accent thick.
I'm looking for Carlos Salazar.
The nurse looked up from her paperwork, her warm eyes staring over smudged readers.
Oh, your family?
She asked, already raising from her chair. Oscar gave her a slight nod.
Yes, I'm his uncle.
That's wonderful,
she said gently, stepping around the counter. Her badge read Rhonda.
We've been real worried about him. Poor thing's been in here all alone.
She started walking, motioning for Oscar to follow.
He hasn't had any visitors, but he's been nothing but sweet to every nurse on his floor. We love him. I mean, not one complaint.
Oscar didn't respond. His eyes were too busy moving from room to room, taking in the machines as he braced himself. As they walked up a corridor that smelled like antiseptic, Rhonda went on. She said it was like everything that could go wrong with him did go wrong. She went on to list a bunch of complications from the bullet ripping into his large intestine, infection, sepsis, medically induced comas, on and on, complication after complication. Oscar glanced over at the lady with concern.
It was almost like something was out to get him, trying to pull him to the other side. That boy's alive by God's own grace. We were all praying for him.
They turned into a room near the end of the hall. Then Oscar followed her aside.
Things look bad with the machines and all, but he's doing a whole lot better than he was. He'll be ready to leave any day now. Glad somebody came for him, and he's got somewhere to go.
Oscar's hand gripped the strap of his bag as his eyes moved over Rico. Wires snaked from under his hospital gown, leading to the machines that beeped low. He was thinner now, but not as bad as Oscar had expected.
Carlos, you got a visitor.
She smiled sweetly at Rico, and he returned the smile. Then she stepped out, her shoes squeaking off into the distance. Rico lifted a shaky hand and waved his uncle over. Oscar stepped in close, then leaned down so Rico didn't have to fight to be heard. After Rico finished, Oscar stood up straight, face hard, before giving Rico a slow, steady nod, like a promise.